Chapter 1482. The star world has finally fallen into my hands. 0. Let's start harvesting. After Yang Feng killed the first human emperor, a cold ray flashed in his eyes. 0 appeared behind Yang Feng, opened her beautiful eyes, and countless mysterious runes appeared on her body. A rune formed by a white jade disc appeared between 0's eyebrows, and strange ripples spread throughout the entire star realm. The entire stellar realm trembled as an immense amount of the universe's origin power was continuously extracted and absorbed into 0's body. 0 pointed with his finger, an extremely pure energy beam fell from the sky and entered Yang Feng's body. Yang Feng operated the Devour Heaven method, and countless Devour runes appeared on him and frantically devoured the beam of pure energy. His strength rose steadily. After absorbing the powerful beam of energy, Yang Feng's aura rose steadily and broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop, and a sixth firmament eternal realm aura slowly diffused from him. Feeling the power gushing out of him, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a carefree shade, as expected of a secret treasure of the Eternal King. It's so powerful. It can harvest universe origin force directly. After Yang Feng advanced to the fifth firmament eternal realm, he originally had to spend countless resources and time to advance to the next firmament. But after subduing the star world and harvesting a wave of universe origin force, Yang Feng advanced to the sixth firmament eternal realm. This advancement speed is simply heaven-defying. You can have the rest of the universe origin force. Star concubine. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a beam of light fell from the sky and entered Xingji. After Star Concubine absorbed the universe origin force of the star world, she erupted with light, and the star cocoon split open and evolved again. She obtained sixth firmament eternal realm rank power. There was a flash of joy in Star Concubine's beautiful eyes, and she uttered, "Thank you for giving me this power, my lord." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "The universe origin force of the star world is most compatible with you. This power should naturally be given to you. Different universes have different universe origin forces and different universe laws. Only the eternal world is all-encompassing and can accommodate countless forces. As a world with star force as its core, the star world's universe origin is most compatible with Star Concubine, who controls star force." Yang Feng said, 0. Have you finished deducing the seventh level of the heavenly devouring art? Ling said, Heaven devouring art 7th level deduction complete. A message entered Yang Feng's mind. After reading the information, Yang Feng frowned slightly. The 7th level of the Devour Heaven method is really tricky. The 4th heavenly layer of the Eternal Realm, the 7th heavenly layer of the Eternal Realm, and the 9th heavenly layer of the Eternal Realm were the 3 realms in which an eternal expert's strength could transform the most. It was very difficult for any Eternal to reach the 7th layer of the Eternal Realm. From the Turo Monarch's treasure trove, Yang Feng not only obtained the Turo Monarch's complete Eternal Heaven method, but also obtained countless magnate-grade secret methods. Coupled with 0's fearsome deduction ability, he finally deduced the Devour Heaven method 7th firmament eternal cultivation method. If Yang Feng wants to cultivate the Devour Heaven method to the 7th level, the fastest way is to devour an eternal bigwig who is also proficient in the essence of devour and has a cultivation base of the 9th firmament eternal realm. Yang Feng glanced at this method and then gave up, as there was no possibility of success. An eternal giant can blow Yang Feng up. Unless he escapes into the world of warlocks and hollows up, only death awaits him. However, once Yang Feng escapes into the world of warlocks, it means that he must hide in the world of warlocks for the rest of his life. There is almost no possibility of him advancing to the Eternal Monarch realm. Apart from this, it is to let the world of warlocks devour and integrate other universes to enhance the universe energy level of the world of warlocks. If the world of warlocks can devour 100 universes of the star world, the tremendous power generated can enable Yang Feng to advance to the 7th firmament eternal realm. Yang Feng can also use Ling to harvest the universe origin of the transcendent world and the star world. After about 10 billion years, he can break through and advance to the seventh firmament eternal realm. Apart from this, there are two other ways. One is to obtain eternal treasures unique to the eternal world and advance to the seventh firmament eternal realm with the help of those eternal treasures. The other is to use Ling's power to go to a universe where a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse is located and harvest the universe's eternal origin. Yang Feng's eyes flickered coldly. Eternal treasures are in the hands of the eternal monarch and other eternal bigwigs. Apart from them, there are only some in the danger zones. With my current strength, I'll be courting death if I go there. Eternal treasures are only born in the 10 holy heavens, and their birthplaces are in the hands of the eternal monarchs and other eternal bigwigs. It is for this reason that many rogue eternal sovereigns will seek refuge with eternal monarchs and other major forces in order to obtain eternal treasures. I have the Dural monarch's treasure trove. Seeking refuge with any major force will only lead to death. In that case, there is only one way left, and that is to go to a universe where a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse is located and harvest the universe's eternal origin. At present, I only have one universe with the coordinates of a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse, and that is the Divine Light universe. The Divine Light universe is at war with the Duro Cloud universe. This is a good opportunity for me to fish in troubled waters. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he revealed a satisfied smile. Normally, even if Yang Feng has 0, if he wants to break into the life universe of a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse, he will be courting death. But in the universe devour war, Yang Feng has the possibility to take advantage of the situation. A universe devouring war is the most dangerous, and anything can happen. At the time, it was thanks to the favor of the universe where the world of warlocks is located that Yang Feng grew heaven-defying, advanced to the eternal realm, and killed the Gumana universe's 3 eternal sovereigns in one fell swoop. Before I leave, let's arrange everything. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he descended into the star world and began to deal with various matters. The outerverse, in front of a universe crystal wall. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared in front of the universe crystal wall. Looking at the universe crystal wall, a dignified shade flashed in his eyes. That's the secret treasure produced by the eternal world, the universe hook. On the crystal wall of the universe, there was a terrifying, pitch-black hook that was tightly hooked onto the crystal wall of the universe. It was connected to the crystal wall of another universe and was pulling that universe inch by inch in the direction of the other universe. The universe hook is a peerless secret treasure refined by an eternal lord using a universe origin that is in a state of nirvana. Once you are hooked by the universe hook, the resentment generated by the extinction of countless intelligent life forms will pull the hooked universe step by step towards the other universe and the abyss of destruction. A universe hook can only be used once. Once used, it will disappear after the 2 universes start the final war of devouring. Eternal lords don't have many of such treasures. Yang Feng looked at the fearsome universe hook and felt a chill in his heart. In this universe, the most terrifying thing is to expose the universe coordinates to the eternal world's eternal sovereigns. The universe coordinates of the world of warlocks must not be exposed. Fortunately, after the world of warlocks advanced to the next realm, it has disappeared from the original coordinates. Even the eternal monarch will find it difficult to find the coordinates of the world of warlocks. In the eternal world, powerhouses are as common as clouds and rain. The elites and overlords of countless universes are gathered here, and they have all kinds of incredible and powerful secret treasures. Among the secret treasures that can launch a universe war of devouring, the universe hook is just one of them. 0. Yang Feng ordered, and 0 walked out from behind him. A white jade disc appeared on her forehead, and a ray of white light entered the universe crystal wall. A transparent passage emerged, and Yang Feng, shrouded in white light, entered the universe crystal wall. After passing through the universe crystal wall, Yang Feng saw a vast universe. The universe energy level of this universe is really high. Even though the world of warlocks annexed the Gumana universe, but it is still slightly inferior to the cloud universe. It's better to use data to display it. According to my experience, it can be divided into 9 levels. Let's start the data conversion at once. With a thought from Yang Feng, Zero started the data conversion. According to Yang Feng's understanding, the universe energy level of the universe that can give birth to the first eternal heaven is divided into 1. By analogy, the universe energy level of the universe that can give birth to the 9th eternal heaven is divided into 9. The universe energy level of the world of warlocks was originally 1. After annexing the Gumana universe, the universe energy level only advanced to 2. This means that if an eternal sovereign of the world of warlocks has the eternal heaven method, they can practice cultivation until the 2nd eternal heaven. The reason why Yang Feng was able to advance to the 6th firmament eternal realm is because he obtained countless resources from other universes. If Yang Feng stayed in the world of warlocks, he would be a pinnacle 1st eternal heaven powerhouse at most at this time. The Star World is a universe with a universe energy level of 3, which is slightly better than the current world of warlocks. However, after Yang Feng harvested a large amount of the Star World's universe origin, it has weakened a lot, and is only slightly better than the world of warlocks. As for the Transcendent World, it is a universe with a universe energy level of 0 because it is difficult for the Transcendent World to give birth to an eternal sovereign. Of course, the universe energy level isn't static. Under Yang Feng's transformation, the Transcendent World is evolving toward 1. After Yang Feng promoted it many times, the world of warlocks also began to evolve toward 3. The higher the universe energy level, the easier it is for a cultivator to practice cultivation. The lower the universe energy level, the more difficult it is for a cultivator to practice cultivation. Chapter 1483. Current universe energy level is 4. Zero's eyes flickered. Collecting all kinds of resources, she answered quickly. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and he uttered, level, for universe, if not including the eternal world, this is the strongest universe I have ever experienced. Very good. Activate Fate Scan and look for Fate Children. Yes. Beginning scan. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Zero's eyes. Mysterious ripples emerged from Zero's eyes, and a white jade disc appeared between her eyebrows, emitting a mysterious light that rippled across the entire universe. Zero uttered, 3,675 Fate Children have been identified. The Cloud Universe and the Divine Light Universe are engaged in a universe-devouring war. Although the Cloud Universe has 8 eternal sovereigns, but one of them is at a disadvantage. The Divine Light Universe's 7th firmament eternal God alone is enough to suppress the Cloud Universe's 8 eternal sovereigns. Under such circumstances, the Cloud Universe's universe will begin to give birth to powerhouses, causing countless geniuses to appear in the universe. After the countless geniuses fight each other, the one who survives can advance to the eternal world. Although Yang Feng is proficient in the essence of fate, but in the Cloud Universe, he can't spy on Fate Children through the essence of fate. However, after Zero devoured the Duro Monarch's secret treasure, she has become terrifying. Even in the Cloud Universe, she can use Fate Force. Eternal sovereigns are invincible existences in their universe. Eternal monarchs, on the other hand, are invincible existences who run amok in countless universes. I'll choose this one with the strongest Fate Force. Yang Feng glanced at it and pointed with a finger, and a portal appeared. Yang Feng stepped into the portal and disappeared in an instant. Duda Star. Inside a cave, a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. A glint flashed in his eyes as he sneered and muttered, "By see, you bitch. To send a killer to kill me, how vicious. When I succeed in my cultivation, I won't let you off." Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng walked out of the void, glanced at the blonde young man, and said flatly, "Fate child, you're out of luck. I chose you. Don't worry, if you have any last wishes, I will fulfill them for you. Are you an assassin sent by Bis?" You are indeed very strong. Unfortunately, you still can't kill me. The young man with blonde hair and blue eyes smiled coldly. A gold crystal appeared on his forehead, and warlock monarch rank fluctuations of power emerged and turned into countless mysterious runes, and a fearsome spatial fluctuation enveloped the young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. As expected of this universe's child of destiny. With a trifling level 3 warlock rank cultivation base, he actually has a warlock monarch rank life-saving secret treasure. It's a pity that you're unlucky to have met me. Yang Feng smiled faintly and pointed with a finger. In an instant, the terrifying spatial fluctuations calmed down, and the power of the golden crystal flowed backward, directly sealed. How is this possible? This is a space teleportation crystal refined by King Koan. Even a saint would find it hard to destroy it. How could you break it? The golden-haired, blue-eyed young man roared in disbelief. When I was in the warlock monarch realm, I was able to crack this level of spatial teleportation. Not to mention that I'm already an eternal realm expert. In the face of absolute strength, even if you are a child of destiny, only death awaits you. Yang Feng smiled faintly and touched the young man's forehead with a finger. With a flash of black light, the young man disappeared in an instant. Countless rays of light flickered in Yang Feng's eyes, and he easily read the young man's memories. After reading the young man's memories, Yang Feng was speechless. So that's how it is. The guy called Arthur ran into a broken engagement. What's worse is that he has already played with his fiancée. In order to cover up this fact and charm his new fiancée, his fiancée wants to kill him. The people of the cloud universe are divided into 4 major classes: slaves, commoners, aristocrats, and royalty. Arthur's identity is that of a declining aristocrat. He had a very good relationship with his fiancée, and they even went to bed together. However, his fiancée was unwilling to be left out. When she met the heir of a major aristocratic family, she decisively gave up on Arthur and seduced him. In order to cover up her past, the woman called Biz used her resources and sent groups of assassins to assassinate Arthur. Arthur is worthy of being a child of destiny. While being chased by powerhouses, he has had many fortuitous encounters, and even obtained King Koan's inheritance, advancing from a level 1 warlock to a level 3 warlock. He is only one step away from advancing to a great warlock and taking revenge. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng split off an avatar that turned into Arthur. Even the soul fluctuations are identical to Arthur's. Zero pointed with a finger, and a white ray of light emerged from the void and entered Yang Feng's avatar. The white ray of light is Arthur's luck. Originally, his luck was colorless and invisible, and even eternal sovereigns could hardly extract it. However, Zero can easily extract his luck because he refined the Eternal King's treasure trove. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Unfortunately, this universe is different from the star world. I can't even use cheats here. In the star world, as soon as Yang Feng awakened his star fate, he used the 3 heavenly stars to advance to a glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouse in one fell swoop. Then, using his eternal sovereign essence, he advanced crazily. However, Yang Feng's advancement is within the reasonable range in the star world. Once Yang Feng's avatar Arthur in the cloud universe also advances to a glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouse in one fell swoop, it will definitely arouse suspicion. If this alarms the universe's eternal sovereigns, Yang Feng will have no choice but to flee this universe in a sorry state. Arthur has reached the verge of advancing to a great warlock. He should have no problem advancing to a great warlock. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and countless spirit runes interwove in his avatar, frantically absorbed the surrounding source energy, and broke through to a great warlock in one fell swoop. Yang Feng looked around, and regret flashed in his eyes. There are no fortuitous encounters in the vicinity. With Zero's fearsome ability, she only needs to scan the area slightly to know if there are any treasures, fortuitous encounters, and the like. If there are any fortuitous encounters in this area, Yang Feng can have a few more artificial fortuitous encounters and advance crazily. It's time to go back. At the same time, I'll clean up the mess left behind by that fellow Arthur. Yang Feng's figure flickered, and he disappeared from where he stood. The Tuta Stars Angela Lehman's College is one of the Tuta Stars' 10 major colleges. Only children of greater aristocrats, declining aristocrats, and geniuses among civilians can enter the Angela Lehman's College. Arthur is a genius among declining aristocrats. With his own efforts, he was admitted to the Angela Lehman's College. At the same time, he carries the hope of the revival of his family. Arthur, why did you come back? As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the Anya Lehman's College, a blonde, blue-eyed, sexy woman with a fiery figure and exquisite makeup walked over to him. Yang Feng imitated Arthur's actions, fiercely glared at the beautiful woman, clenched his fists, and gnashed his teeth, saying, "Beezy, you slut, you still dare to come see me?" Arthur's memories have been completely absorbed by Yang Feng, and he can imitate Arthur in a lifelike manner. A tall, handsome man with short blonde hair stepped forward and said with an indifferent look in his eyes, "Arthur, shut your stinky mouth. Beezy is a Carthaginian woman. If you don't behave yourself, I'll teach you a lesson and teach you how to behave." Yang Feng asked, "Who are you?" Beezy said with a smile, "This is Count Azalea's heir and one of our college's top 10 experts on the dragon list, Senior Andre." Andre also revealed a proud smile. There were many geniuses in the Angela Lehman's College. For Andre to be able to become one of the top 10 experts was naturally something to be proud of. In that case, let's have a life and death duel. Yang Feng threw a pair of gloves at Andre's face. In the Cloud universe, throwing a glove at the other party's face was a provocation as well as an invitation to a duel. Andre grabbed the glove, stared at Yang Feng with frigid killing intent in his eyes, and said while stressing each syllable, "A life and death duel." "Very well, Arthur, since you're courting death, then I'll fulfill your wish." When Beezy saw this, a trace of unease suddenly welled up inside her. Andre was the heir of Count Azalea as well as a greater aristocrat. If he died at Yang Feng's hands, it would definitely cause an uproar, and even Beezy might be implicated. Beezy hurriedly comforted herself. Andre is a 9-star spirit apostle, and is only a step away from advancing to a 1-star extraordinary. He is one of the top 10 experts of the Angela Lehman's College. Arthur is just a trifling 1-star spirit apostle, how could he be his opponent? Did you hear? Andre wants to have a life and death duel with Arthur. A life and death duel? What kind of deep hatred is there between them? It's for Beezy. Isn't she a Carthaginian woman? I don't know either. A love triangle? A love triangle. Huh, that woman Beezy is really bewitching. Interesting. A life and death duel, how interesting. All the elites of the Archie Lehman's High Academy were alarmed and rushed towards the dueling ring in the academy. Chapter 1484. The Cloud Universe and the Divine Light Universe have officially started a war. The elites of the two universes are fighting at the Universe Bridge formed by the Universe Hook, vying for the territory of the Universe Bridge inch by inch. It was because of this that the Cloud Metropolis Cosmos encouraged competition. Although private fights are not allowed in the Angel Lehman's College, but official duels are allowed, and even life and death duels are not prohibited. This is due to the college's philosophy of cultivating the strong to be respected. At this moment, the arena was already filled with a sea of people. Andre is a 9-star martial apostle, he's only a step away from advancing to a rank 1 extraordinary. Arthur is going to lose this time. After entering the college, Arthur advanced to a 1-star martial apostle. Although he's a genius compared to the commoners, but compared to Andre, he's still far too weak. His impulsiveness is courting death. Outside the arena, the students discussed spiritedly and looked at Yang Feng with pity in their eyes. In the world of warlocks, a 9-star martial apostle was equivalent to a pinnacle level, 3 warlock. A 1-star martial apostle was equivalent to a junior level 1 warlock. For a level 1 warlock to challenge a level 3 warlock, there was no chance of victory. On a dais in the arena, there are 3 students, 2 men and 1 woman. The eyes of a handsome man with short blue hair and brown eyes flashed with contempt, and he sneered, "Arthur dares to challenge Andre, what a fool." The eyes of another blonde boy flashed with a shrewd glint, and he said with a faint smile, "Mike, Arthur's fiancée was seduced by Carthage. It's normal for him to start going crazy. To be able to come back alive from the Sunset Mountains, he should have some tricks up his sleeve." The blonde girl with a sexy figure and a gorgeous face exuding a heroic temperament snorted coldly, and her eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, "No. Ryan, it's not Carthage who seduced Biss. It's that bitch Biss who seduced Carthage. I really don't know what's so good about that bitch to make you men go crazy for her." Mike said with a light smile, "Paulina, she can't compare to you in any way. The only advantage I have over you is that I'm more feminine." Bona's eyes flashed with anger as she waved her fist and threatened, "Mike, do you want to spar with me in the arena?" Mike chuckled. "That's the only bad thing about you. You always start a fight. How could Carthage like you? If you change this, I guarantee that Beezy won't be able to compete with you. After all, you're one of the 10 heroes, and the only female among them." Mike, Ryan, and Bona were 3 of the top 10 heroes of Archleman's High Academy, while Carthage was the number 1 of the top 10 heroes of Archleman's High Academy. He was the strongest genius in the entire Archleman's High Academy. It was precisely because Carthage was so dazzling that Beezy was deeply attracted to him the moment she saw him. She directly abandoned Arthur and used countless methods to become Carthage's woman. Paulina proudly said, "I was born this way. If Carthage does not like me, that is his loss." Ren suddenly said, "It has begun." Everyone's gazes were focused on the arena. Under the witness of 2 college teachers, Yang Feng and Andre signed a life and death contract, completed the process of a life and death duel, and then officially entered the arena. "Arthur, you're really stupid. Originally, after you returned to the Archleman's High Academy, I couldn't do anything to you as long as you hold up. But now you take the initiative to have a life and death duel with me, you're courting death." Andre's eyes flashed coldly, and he took out a gold crystal token. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the golden crystal token. Golden spirit runes emerged from the crystal token and interweaved on Andre's body, covering him in a golden dragon-shaped armor, making him look like a golden dragonoid walking on his own. That's the gold dragon armor. It's a top 10 armor among the tier 1 extraordinary armors. As expected of Andre, he possesses a suit of golden dragon armor. Arthur is dead for sure. With the enhancement of the gold dragon armor, even a tier 1 extraordinary expert may not be his opponent. So this is the strength of the 10 heroes, it's really unfathomable. When the students around the arena saw this scene, they inhaled a mouthful of cold air. In the Archleman's High Academy, as long as one could practice cultivation until the tier 1 extraordinary, great warlock, one could graduate, and then enter the higher-ranked Imperial College. Andre, equipped with the gold dragon armor, was virtually invincible in the Archleman's High Academy. Even the other experts of the 10 heroes would have to use secret treasures of the same grade to defeat him. Crystal armor was the strongest crystallization of the Duyun universe's extraordinary forces. As long as they were equipped with a powerful enough crystal armor, extraordinary experts could even cross a greater secret realm and defeat or even kill powerful enemies. Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a bronze crystal token appeared. Cyan radiances gushed out of the crystal token, intertwined on Yang Feng's body, and formed a bronze armor with a pair of wings on its back and an ancient bronze sword inserted in it. What kind of armor is that? What kind of crystal is that armor made of? It seems to have the style of an ancient crystal armor. When the students in the arena saw the strange armor, their eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Sure enough, you had a fortuitous encounter. However, this antique from the ancient era is completely outdated. Arthur, you'd better go to hell. Andre's eyes flashed fiercely, and he suddenly moved. As if a golden dragon man hunting its prey, a claw shrouded in golden light stabbed towards Yang Feng's heart. Andre's speed was extremely fast. Even a dragon's heart would be torn apart and strangled by him. Die. Yang Feng took a simple step. As if he had gone through thousands of tempering, he brandished his sword and slashed. A green sword ray suddenly burst out, tore through the sky, and slashed towards Andre at an incredible speed. In the wake of the green sword ray, golden light dimmed. Andre trembled, a look of incredulity on his face, and uttered, "You dare to kill me." In the next moment, an incomparably terrifying force exploded and directly shattered Andre into pieces, turning him into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. The arena was silent, and everyone's eyes flickered with incredulity. "Arthur, you dare to kill Andre. You're finished." Dumbstruck, trembling all over, and full of fear, a referee pointed at Yang Feng, gnashed his teeth, and barked. Andre was a direct descendant of a greater aristocrat. Even if he was killed in a fair duel, it would still cause a great uproar. The referee was originally a contingency plan arranged by Andre. Once Andre was in danger, even if the referee violated the rules of the duel, he would still step in to save Andre. However, no one expected that Andre, one of the 10 heroes, would be killed by Yang Feng with a sword strike. Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "Andre and I had a fair duel. He only has himself to blame for dying under my sword, seeking his own death. Or, do you want to break the rules and interfere with this fair duel?" The referee's gaze turned cold, and he remained silent. If he had stepped in to save Andre just now, he would have gained tremendous benefits. Those benefits would have made up for his punishment for violating the rules. But now, if the referee violated the rules and attacked Yang Feng, he would also suffer a terrible punishment. Yang Feng turned around, looked at Bis, and said with a contemptuous smile, "Bis, go back and tell Carthage that if he has the guts, then follow me to the arena and have a duel to the death. If he doesn't dare, then let him shrink into his shell like a waste and not provoke me." Bis's complexion turned extremely pale, and her beautiful eyes filled with fear and anger. After he finished speaking, Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he left the arena and strode outside. Mike looked at Yang Feng's back and inhaled a breath of cold air. What a ruthless move. He actually killed Andre. Ren's eyes flashed with apprehension. He actually killed Andre, he's dead. The Azalea family won't let him off. The 10 heroes were from greater aristocratic families and had strong backgrounds. They viewed commoners and declining aristocrats as ants. But now, the heir of a greater aristocratic family was actually killed by Yang Feng. This naturally shocked them greatly. Pona looked at Yang Feng's back with a look of interest in her beautiful eyes. "I killed Andre. The Azalea family won't let me off. The Angia Remans College won't be able to protect me. But the Imperial College can." On the Duda Star, the Angia Remans College fostered 1-star to 9-star apprentice experts. Once a student broke through the 9-star apprentice expert rank and advanced to a 1-star extraordinary expert, they could participate in the Imperial College's examination and join the Imperial College for further study. The Imperial College was a place to cultivate the Duda Star's geniuses. There were as many experts as clouds in the sky, and there were even holy rank experts keeping watch. It was the sacred domain in the hearts of the Duda Star's cultivators. On the Duda Star, there were 3 Imperial Colleges: God of War Imperial College, Duda Imperial College, and Purple Light Eye Imperial College. In the Duda Imperial College, most of the people are greater aristocratic geniuses. Killing Andre is equivalent to offending the greater aristocratic group. After I enter, there will be a lot of trouble. I need to fight continuously in order to have an excuse to quickly improve my strength. Defeating the Imperial College suits me the best. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Feng flipped his hand, and a crystal card belonging to Arthur appeared. He tapped it lightly and chose the God of War Imperial College's Trial by Fire Entrance Examination. Chapter 1485. A crystal suspension car stopped in front of a towering, luxurious building, and Yang Feng alighted from the crystal suspension car. Different from other universes, the Cloud Universe was a universe that used crystals as its energy source. The whole society also showed a kind of flourishing scene that was unique to advanced developed civilizations. The surrounding walls of the towering, luxurious building were inlaid with countless golden crystals, and a formidable barrier shrouded the building. Even if all the nuclear warheads on Earth were to explode inside this building, they still wouldn't be able to harm it in the slightest. This majestic and luxurious building was Ares Imperial College. "Hello, how can I help you?" When Yang Feng stepped into Ares Imperial College, an extremely beautiful front desk lady dressed in professional attire said with a sweet smile on her face. Yang Feng said, "I'm here to participate in Ares Imperial College's entrance examination." The front desk lady took out a crystal board, tapped on it a few times, and revealed a sweet smile. "You are student Arthur. Please come with me." Under the lead of the front desk lady, Yang Feng arrived at a huge square inside Ares Imperial College. In the huge square, more than 100 young men and women gathered. They were all geniuses from various regions of the Tuta Star, and came to participate in the entrance examination in order to enter Ares Imperial College. Originally, Ares Imperial College had a strict procedure of recruiting new students once every 3 years. But now that the universe war of devouring had broken out, a large number of experts were dying at every moment. Under such circumstances, Ares Imperial College had no choice but to change the rules. Anyone who met the requirements could take the entrance examination, and once they passed the examination, they could become a student of Ares Imperial College. That person is Arthur. In the square, a young and beautiful girl, Bona, saw Yang Feng at a glance, and was slightly startled. She hesitated for a moment, then separated the crowd and arrived in front of Yang Feng. Bona said with a smile, "Hello, Arthur. I'm Bona from Angela Rieman's Advanced College, your senior apprentice sister. It turns out that you've already advanced to a Tier 1 Extraordinary, no wonder you could kill Andre with a single sword strike." Yang Feng said with a smile, "So it's senior apprentice Bona. You've also advanced to a Tier 1 Extraordinary. Your talent seems to be greater than Carthage's." Paulina was one of the top 10 heroes of Archliman's high school. She was also the prettiest girl and the most beautiful girl in the school. In terms of appearance and temperament, Paulina was slightly better than Bisque. But in terms of femininity, she was far inferior to Bizi. Bona's beautiful eyes flashed with unwillingness. Carthage is a true genius. He had already advanced into a rank 1 extraordinary being a year ago and had already obtained a special quota to enter Duda Imperial College. It was only for certain reasons that he decided to stay at the Arkharan Advanced Academy. Compared to others, I'm still too far behind. Silence. A blue-robed old man walked in from the side. He looked around and said indifferently. Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power diffused from the old man and swept in all directions. A 7th grade superhuman. Bona's beautiful eyes blossomed with a mysterious splendor, and she fell silent. On the square, the more than 100 geniuses from various regions quietened down. The blue-robed old man said flatly, "Let the test begin." A mysterious blue light fell from the square and enveloped the more than 100 geniuses from various regions. "That's a detection ray. What an amazing detection ray. Before I got the Phantom God Emperor mask, even in the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, I couldn't escape the detection of this detection ray." Yang Feng quietly sensed the detection radiance and allowed it to probe his body. With Yang Feng's 6th Firmament Eternal Realm strength coupled with Zero's ability, even an 8th Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouse would find it difficult to see through his disguise. Even some Ninth Firmament Eternal Realm bigwigs would find it difficult to see through Yang Feng's disguise if they didn't master powerful detection spells. At this moment, among the more than 100 geniuses, the face of a young man flickered, his body distorted, and he turned into an angel exuding bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. For my lord. The eyes of the blazing angel shimmered with frigid killing intent, he roared, and countless feathers of light shot out from his wings barreling towards the surrounding geniuses. The bright world warlock rank blazing angel is not the opponent of the warlock monarch rank blue-robed old man. The only thing he can do is to kill all the geniuses present. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he curled up into a ball. A blue crystal flew out, released countless mysterious rays of light, and turned into a blue crystal shield blocking in front of him. This is the God of War Imperial College. You damn angels, go to hell. The eyes of the blue-robed old man turned cold, and two blue crystal spears appeared on him. Two mysterious blue spirit runes flashed from the crystal spears, and two blue beams slammed into the blazing angel. When the blue beams slammed into the bright world warlock rank blazing angel, he vaporized and collapsed. Blue light emerged in the square and enveloped the geniuses. When the feathers of light released by the blazing angel slammed into the blue shield, they set off ripples, and then disappeared. Only 6 unfortunate geniuses were killed by the feathers of light released by the blazing angel and turned into corpses. The Cloud Universe's civilizations are strong in offense but weak in defense. The blue crystal spear in the hands of the Tier 7 extraordinary being can even seriously injure a great holy step powerhouse. But in terms of fighting strength, they may not be able to defeat a human warlock monarch. No wonder even though the universe energy level of this universe is 4, but the strongest powerhouse is only at the 3rd firmament eternal realm. That's because they pursue external objects and destructive power too much and neglect their own development. Yang Feng glanced at the 6 fallen geniuses and criticized in his heart. If it was a warlock monarch, they could easily kill the blazing angel with a spell and protect everyone present. Of course, no matter what spells warlock monarchs cast, they can hardly harm a great holy. In this respect, the Cloud Universe is far more powerful than the world of warlocks. The blue-robed old man said lightly, "Continue with the test." Teleportation light swept by, and the corpses of the 6 fallen geniuses disappeared. The mysterious detection light descended from the sky and shone on everyone's bodies. After a quarter of an hour, the detection light disappeared. Now the test of strength. The blue-robed old man's words have just fallen, when a crystal wall appeared. According to the rules of the test, you are not allowed to use any secret treasures, and you must attack the crystal wall with your own strength. There are many mystical secret treasures in the Cloud Universe. Some powerful secret treasures can even turn people into superhumans. But that's meaningless. No matter who it is, if you want to advance to the eternal realm, you must develop your body and soul and evolve it to the extreme. Shizu powerhouses pursued all kinds of terrifying battle robots too much and didn't choose to develop their body and soul, which led to their demise. Let me. A young man's figure fluttered, and he appeared on the square. Spirit runes appeared on his body, and he roared and punched the crystal wall. The crystal wall flickered and emitted white light. Strength, fail. The young man's eyes dimmed, and he went to another speed test venue. Speed, fail. Actual combat, fail. Comprehensive assessment, fail. Next. Amidst the cold voices, the youth was directly eliminated. War Imperial College is worthy of only accepting true geniuses. Although the young man has advanced to an extraordinary Tier 1, but his strength is still too poor, and he was rejected decisively. The more than 100 people in the square went up to take the test, but they were rejected one after another. Bona's beautiful eyes shimmered with dignity, and she said unhurriedly, "War Imperial College only accepts true geniuses." Their abilities were too weak and it was impossible for them to be accepted by Ares Imperial College. Only powerhouses on the level of the 10 heroes in our Anya Lehman's college have hope of joining War Imperial College. I want to join War Imperial College, and I have to be valued. Only in this way can I get more cultivation resources and evolve quickly. It won't raise any suspicions. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he took a step and arrived on the square. The blue-robed old man said indifferently, "Let's begin." Yang Feng took a step forward, spirit runes containing mysterious power emerged, and he sent a fist intertwined with blue lightning slamming into the crystal wall. Boom! With a loud bang, the testing crystal wall directly collapsed and shattered. Tier 2 extraordinary rank power. How terrifying! He's just a Tier 1 extraordinary, yet he has the power of a Tier 2 extraordinary. What a genius! The eyes of the examinees flashed with excitement, and they commented spiritedly. The eyes of the blue-robed old man lit up, and he revealed a look of excitement. Strength, 10 stars. Yang Feng stepped into the speed test area. Spirit inscriptions revolved around his legs. He took a step forward, and as if he had teleported, he appeared at the finish line in an instant. Speed, 10 stars. As soon as Yang Feng entered the combat area, a pinnacle Great Warlock rank expert rushed at him. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the pinnacle Great Warlock rank powerhouse in a flash and slammed a fist into the other party, sending the other party flying. Combat, 10 stars. The eyes of the blue-robed old man flashed with excitement. In all 3 tests, 10 stars. This is a genius that only appears once every 10 years. Chapter 1486. Paulina took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a complicated glint. 10-star genius. No wonder he dared to kill Andre. 10-star geniuses were rarely seen geniuses of the Metropolis Star. Once Yang Feng entered the War God Imperial College, he would receive the attention of the college. Even greater aristocrats would find it difficult to face Yang Feng in the college. Arthur, henceforth, you are a student of the War God Imperial College. My name is Bed, one of the teachers of the War God Imperial College. If you have any questions about cultivation in the future, come to me as soon as possible. The old man in blue gave Yang Feng a satisfied look, took the crystal card from Yang Feng's hand, and tapped on it. On the crystal card, a pistol and armor coat of arms appeared. The coat of arms represented the coat of arms of the War God Imperial College. Yang Feng replied, "Yes. Teacher Bed." After chatting for a while, Yang Feng left the War God Imperial College and headed for the Archie Reman's College. It's him. Shortly after Yang Feng returned to the Archie Reman's College, a female voice came from the side. He saw a woman with heavy makeup pointing at Yang Feng and issuing shrill screams. "It's him, he raped me. Mr. Police. It's him, quickly arrest him." More than 20 policemen at once surrounded Yang Feng from all directions. A burly, hawk-eyed, hook-nosed, a level 3 police supervisor with a gloomy expression walked over from the side, took a look at Yang Feng and said coldly, "Student, you're suspected of a rape case. Now, please come with us." Rape. Arthur is actually suspected of rape. How shameless. What a lowly thing, he's a disgrace to us aristocrats. Disdainful gazes came from all directions. A steady stream of Archie Reman's college students rushed over from all directions and surrounded the place. "Arthur, you dare to kill my brother? Even if I don't kill you, I'll still ruin your reputation. I'll let you know that our Azalea family isn't something a fallen noble like you can provoke." Among the students of the Anya Lehman's College, there is a beautiful woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, a height of 1.76 meters, big breasts, slender legs, and skin as smooth as milk. Staring at Yang Feng, the corners of her mouth rose into a sneer. This sexy and charming beauty was Andre's sister, Vega, one of the 10 heroes of Anya Lehman's High Academy. She was also one of the 5 great beauties of Anya Lehman's High Academy, ranked second only to Bona and even higher than Bisque. Yang Feng said lightly, "You're saying that I raped her. What evidence do you have?" The woman with heavy makeup cried out, "I have evidence. This is your underwear. There's your semen on it." I thought he was innocent, but I didn't expect him to be such a person. How disappointing. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the spectating students as they discussed spiritedly. The Grade 3 police supervisor said coldly, "Student Arthur, please come back with us to assist in the investigation. Otherwise, we'll take coercive measures against you." The more than 20 policemen took out a black crystal and pressed it. Black light flickered, and their bodies were covered with a layer of black armor. The black armor was called the Cheetah Police Crystal Armor, and it was the standard police equipment. The might of the black light guns in their hands was even more terrifying. They could penetrate the barriers of Infinity Warlock rank extraordinaries. The most frightening thing was that these policemen represented the power of the Tuta Star's government. Even Infinity Warlock rank extraordinaries wouldn't dare to attack them lightly. "Trash like you want to frame me? You're asking to be humiliated." Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a bronze crystal appeared. Bronze chains flew out of the crystal and stabbed into the Grade 3 police supervisor and the 20-plus policemen like poisonous dragons. The Grade 3 supervisor and the other policemen were caught off guard and were pierced by the bronze chains. They were immediately suppressed and sealed, unable to move. Mysterious spirit runes appeared on Yang Feng's body, and he took a step forward, appeared in front of the woman with heavy makeup, and grabbed her with his hand. "Since you've come to frame me, then let's have a look at your ugly memories. This is a memory reader, you'll be happy to use it." Yang Feng took out a bronze headband and pressed it on the woman's head. Metal needles pierced into the woman's head and began to quickly read her memories. Bronze light shot out of the bronze headband, entered the void, and formed a bronze holographic projection in the void. "Take this and come with us. We're going to testify against someone who raped you." In the holographic projection, the Grade 3 police supervisor handed a pair of underwear to the woman. The woman hesitated, and then said, "Sir Fernand, you want me to frame someone? I won't do such a thing." The Grade 3 police supervisor said with a frigid smile, 100,000 spirit coins. "Gisna, I have 10,000 ways to make you disappear. Either take out 100,000 spirit coins and help me, or turn into a corpse in a trench, make your choice." The woman's eyes flashed with fear, and she said, "All right, sir. I'm willing to listen to you. Who do you want to frame?" The Grade 3 police supervisor said coldly, "Angela Lehman's high school student Arthur." Frame. So it was this Grade 3 police supervisor who framed Arthur. "It looks like we've wronged Arthur." When the Angela Lehman's high school students saw the holographic projection in the void, their eyes flashed with anger. "Fernand. It's your turn. I'd like to see who's instigating you from behind the scenes." Yang Feng smiled coldly and strode towards Fernand. Fernand's complexion changed greatly, and he roared like a wounded beast, "No, you don't have the right to do that. I'm an imperial policeman, and only an imperial court has the right to judge me. You don't have the right to do that to me. Fuck." Among the group of Angela Lehman's high school students, Vega's pretty face changed. With a flick of her wrist, a pistol capable of piercing through a level 6 extraordinary expert appeared. A black beam shot out from the crowd and shot towards Fernand. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, then he extended his hand and pulled Fei Nan up from the ground. The black beam avoided Fei Nan's vital points, slammed into his right hand, and blasted it to pieces. "Silencing me. What a ruthless method. Let everyone see just who it is that wants to silence the witness." Yang Feng laughed loudly and pressed a bronze headband on Fernand's head. Countless bronze rays flew out of the bronze headband, entered the void, and formed a holographic projection. Vega's voice appeared in the holographic projection, "Fernand, I want to deal with someone." Fernand took out a communicator and asked, "Miss Vega, who do you want to deal with?" Vega said coldly, Anya Lehman's High School's Arthur, he killed my brother. I want him to be utterly discredited. Fernand hesitated for a moment before saying, is it your idea or the Azalea family's idea to deal with him? After all, Arthur is an aristocrat. I can't deal with him alone. Vega said coldly, of course it's the Azalea family's idea. Fernand, don't forget. It's all thanks to the Azalea family that you're able to achieve what you have today. Our Azalea family can send you to heaven, but we can also send you to hell. Fernand grinned and said, yes. Miss Vega, how about I ruin Arthur's reputation and turn him into a rapist? Vega's carefree laughter came from the other side of the communicator. What a great idea. It's over. Vega looked at the green holographic projection that appeared in the void, her face deathly pale, and her beautiful eyes flashed with despair. This matter had been exposed to the students of the Anya Lehman's High School, and it had already been transmitted to the network. The Azalea family would have to pay a huge price to suppress this matter. Stop. A furious voice came from the void, and a level 1 police supervisor dressed in a black gold armor and exuding frightening extraordinary rank fluctuations of power rushed over from afar along with more than 30 policemen. The level 1 police supervisor stared at Yang Feng and barked, Arthur, stop, or I'll arrest you for assaulting a police officer and obstructing official business. The more than 30 policemen pointed their black crystal guns at Yang Feng, and their eyes flickered with frigid killing intent. Who do you want to arrest? Yang Feng smiled coldly and waved his hand. The identity crystal appeared, shone brightly, and a pistol and armor insignia appeared and floated in the void. God of War Imperial College. You're actually a student of God of War Imperial College. Damn it, that damned fool Fernand. The level 1 police supervisor was originally aggressive, but when he saw the insignia, his complexion changed dramatically and became extremely unsightly, and he cursed. God of War Imperial College was one of the most powerful forces of the Metropolis Star, and experts were as common as clouds in the sky. If a student committed a crime, it would be reported to God of War Imperial College and dealt with by the people of Imperial College. Now that the police dared to frame a student of God of War Imperial College, and the student even obtained evidence of the framing, the entire Metropolis Star's police system would be extremely passive. Fernand's face was ashen, and he screamed, no. God of War Imperial College. Vega, you lied to me. You lied to me. Chapter 1487. The Class 1 police supervisor's complexion changed several times. He looked around, smiled bitterly, and stepped forward, saying, Student Arthur, let's talk in private. Behind the Class 1 police supervisor, 30 policemen stepped forward and blocked the students of the Archie Remans College aside. Yang Feng gave an indifferent smile, followed behind the level 1 police supervisor, and arrived next to a large tree. The Class 1 police supervisor said somewhat fawningly, Student Arthur, I am Class 1 Police Supervisor Maka. We are very sorry about this. It was all done by that scum Ferdinand. We will expel Ferdinand from the police system, and the police system will owe you a favor. What do you think? I have 2 conditions. First, I never want to see Ferdinand, no matter where he is. Second, although I entered Ares Imperial College, but I lack cultivation resources. As long as the police system gives me these cultivation resources, then I can cooperate with you to restore the reputation of the police system. Yang Feng smiled and pointed with his hand, and a list of cultivation resources appeared in Maka's communications crystal. Maka's eyebrows jumped up, and he gritted his teeth, saying, these resources are enough to practice cultivation until the level 3 extraordinary rank. You're really demanding an exorbitant price. Yang Feng said with a smile, but compared to the reputation of the police system, these resources are nothing. Besides, you can also pass on the losses to Earl Azalea. Presumably, he will be happy to pay these resources to restore his relationship with the police system. Maka said with a cold expression, you're really a cunning guy. But this way, the system won't owe you anything. Yang Feng said with a confident smile, I know. As long as Yang Feng's strength continued to improve, the metropolis's police system would only become more and more respectful towards him, and wouldn't become a problem for him. Ma Ke's countenance changed, and he revealed a slightly flattering smile, saying, Of course, I personally hope to be your friend. Yang Feng was a student of Ares Imperial College. So long as there were no mishaps, he was bound to become a level 3 extraordinary in the future. In the Metropolis Star, the status of level 3 extraordinary experts was comparable to that of greater aristocrats. They were the upper echelons of the Metropolis Star. Ma Ke's potential had been exhausted. If there were no mishaps, he would remain a level 2 extraordinary expert for the rest of his life. He was naturally willing to make friends with a genius with a promising future like Yang Feng. Yang Feng said with a light smile, I'm very happy to be your friend. Ma Ke was a level 1 police supervisor. Although he wasn't a big shot in the metropolis capital, but he still had a reputation and status in the middle class. He had a wide network and was well informed. With such a friend, Yang Feng could let him handle any chores in the future. Everyone, quiet down. I just looked for Arthur classmate to understand the situation, and finally found out the truth. The Real Fernand died honorably in the line of duty. This Fernand is a ruthless murderer and swindler. Through plastic surgery, he became Fernand. This matter is completely a result of this swindler colluding with Countess Azalea in an attempt to frame Arthur. Here, I want to thank student Arthur for uncovering such a vicious swindler for our police system. In the face of the passionate Angela Rieman's High Academy students, Ma Ke lied through his teeth, inverting black and white. I don't. Fernand had a look of panic and despair on his face. He wanted to say something, but was knocked out by Ma Ke's subordinates. Yang Feng said modestly, No, it's not my credit alone. Police supervisor Ma Ke had long suspected that there was something wrong with Fernand. I just cooperated with him and caught the swindler hidden in the police system. So that's how it is. Are you stupid? Arthur has already made a deal with the police system. Many of the Angela Rieman's High Academy students were of aristocratic origin. They were very smart. At a glance, they knew that Yang Feng and Ma Ke had reached an agreement to suppress this matter and restore the reputation of the police system. The students were also very smart, so they naturally wouldn't go against the police system. They cooperated and deleted the posts on the network one by one. The Metropolis Police quickly issued an official statement, concluding the matter according to Ma Ke's account. Arthur, you damn thing. I won't let you off. Our Azalea family won't let you off either. A crystal suspension car stopped in front of the Azalea Countess family. Vega stepped out of the crystal suspension car and walked towards the interior of the family, a frigid glint in her eyes. Although the framing incident had been suppressed by Yang Feng and the police system, but the entire Angela Rieman's High Academy already knew of Vega's disgraceful role in this matter. She could only return to the family and lie low until the limelight blows over. Cousin, you're back. Come with me, the patriarch wants to see you. A beautiful girl of about 15 or 16 years old, with blonde hair and blue eyes, with a curvaceous figure, came to Vega's side, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint. Vega said, Okay. As soon as Wuxia entered a huge room, he saw many elders of the Azalea family sitting in the room. On the main seat, there was a middle-aged man who looked very familiar, but also very strange at the same time. Vega's pretty face sank slightly, and she questioned, Uncle Bernac, that seat is the seat of the patriarch, as well as my father's seat. Why are you sitting there? Bernac said with a faint smile, Vega, big brother Recon gave birth to a pair of good children, so he is no longer the patriarch of the Azalea family. Vega was very intelligent. Her beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment, and she exclaimed, What are you talking about? Arthur, is it because I dealt with Arthur that you're going to abolish my father's position as the patriarch? Why, a trifling student of Ares Imperial College wants the Azalea family to abolish a patriarch. Bernac said with a smile, an ordinary student of Ares Imperial College naturally wouldn't want the Azalea family to abolish a patriarch. However, he is a 10-star genius that is rarely seen in Imperial College. He has the value to make our Azalea family depose our family head. We don't want to make a terrible mortal enemy because of you and your sister. The beautiful girl standing quietly next to Vega smiled sweetly, pointed a blue gun at Vega, and pulled the trigger. Therefore, cousin Vega, for the sake of the family, you can only be sacrificed. A blue light struck Vega's body, causing her to faint. In a room of Ares Imperial College, there was a transparent, pyramid-like crystal pagoda. Inside the crystal pagoda, there was a person sitting. It was Yang Feng. Countless mysterious spirit runes appeared on Yang Feng's body, and he swallowed the energy diffusing from the crystal pagoda, causing his aura to rise frantically. After a dozen breaths of time, Yang Feng's cultivation base broke through, and he advanced to the rank 2 extraordinary realm. At that moment, the crystals in the crystal pagoda emitted cracking sounds, shattered, and turned into powder that scattered with the wind. Yang Feng opened his eyes, and a peculiar glint flashed past them, as expected of the cloud universe. The cultivation speed of this universe's cultivation system is much faster than that of the world of warlocks. However, in terms of fighting, they rely heavily on secret treasures, even more so than human warlocks. As long as the secret treasures are powerful enough, it's not unusual to defeat enemies of a higher rank. However, without secret treasures, one's strength will be several times weaker than that of warlocks of the same rank. The energy level of the cloud universe was much higher than that of the universe of warlocks. Its cultivation system was perfect and developed, and the cultivation speed of geniuses far surpassed that of the world of warlocks. After obtaining a large amount of resources, it was very common for geniuses like Yang Feng to make rapid breakthroughs in the cloud universe. Master, someone wants to see you. A crystal cat with wings flew directly to Yang Feng and reported. This crystal cat was the intelligent system that controlled Yang Feng's room. With a word from Yang Feng, it could manipulate the entire room intelligently. It was an intelligent existence similar to the tower geniuses of warlock towers. Yang Feng said, "Let him in." The door flashed slightly and opened. Vika, a young and lively girl with a hot figure, walked in with a smile on her face. "Hello, Arthur. I am Wayna, the current heir of the Azalea family. The Azalea family is very sorry for what happened not long ago. This is a gift from the Azalea family to you." Wayna smiled slightly and clapped her hands. A 2-meter-tall crystal warrior whose entire body was made of black crystals pushed a cage into the room. Inside the cage, there was a blonde girl dressed in black leather clothes, with a pair of dog ears and a slave collar. She was Vega, had blonde hair and blue eyes, and had a sexy and fiery figure. Vega looked at Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes filled with alarm and despair. She never expected that not long ago, she, the lofty heir of the Azalea family, would now be reduced to a lowly female slave. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a speck of light entered Wayna's hand. "Compared to this, I want the cultivation resources above more. If you can give me the cultivation resources above, then this matter will be written off." Wayna scanned the information recorded in the speck of light, and then was stunned, and her beautiful eyes filled with shock. "Tier 2 extraordinary cultivation resources, you have advanced to a Tier 2 extraordinary." "That's right." Yang Feng smiled faintly, and Starry Sky Warlock rank might slowly spread from him and swept in all directions. As expected of a 10-star genius. "No, Arthur, your cultivation talent even surpasses that of a 10-star genius. You can rest assured that the Azalea family will meet your requirements. Besides, the Azalea family is willing to become good friends with you. I myself hope to be your good friend." Weena's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she exuded an astonishing charm, and she smiled at Yang Feng flirtatiously. Chapter 1488. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "It's my honor to be friends with such a beautiful lady like you." For the Azalea family to be able to become a greater aristocrat of the Tuta star and not decline for millennia, they naturally had their own way of survival. After seeing that Yang Feng's rise couldn't be stopped, they decisively gave up on Vega's bloodline and chose to resolve their enmity with Yang Feng. What, Arthur was actually admitted to War God Imperial College. That's one of the 3 imperial colleges of the Empire that only true geniuses can enter. How could he have been admitted? BZ stayed in front of the door of a room. Looking at the information circulating on the network, her face twisted and a tremendous sense of regret welled up inside her. War God Imperial College, that was one of the 3 imperial colleges of the Empire, only true geniuses could enter. If BZ knew that Arthur was admitted to War God Imperial College, she would never have followed Carthage. He's finally finished practicing cultivation. A crystal lamp in the room suddenly lit up, and the defensive barrier shrouding the room immediately disappeared. BZ's eyes flashed with a touch of joy, and she pushed the door open and entered. She saw a young man with purple hair sitting on a luxurious carpet in the center of the room comparable to a presidential suite. He was peerlessly handsome and exuded an extraordinary temperament. This was a peerlessly handsome man. So long as he appeared, he would cause the screams of countless young girls in love. He was Carthage, the head of the 10 heroes of Archleyman's Advanced College. When BZ saw Carthage, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of infatuation. At that time, apart from Carthage's extraordinary talent and solid background, she betrayed Arthur because he was peerlessly handsome and charming. As soon as BZ entered the room, tears streamed down her cheeks. She threw herself into Carthage's embrace and sobbed pitifully, "Carthage, I'm sorry, I screwed things up. Arthur is now a student of War God Imperial College." Carthage smiled faintly and said, "I know everything now. Arthur is not only a student of War God Imperial College, but also a 10-star genius who is greatly appreciated by Teacher Bede." BZ's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of horror. 10-star genius. War God Imperial College recruited students all year round, but they would only recruit true geniuses. 10-star geniuses are geniuses among geniuses. If there are no accidents, they will be able to advance to the Infinity Warlock rank in less than 100 years, and they may even be able to advance to the Infinity Warlock rank and the legendary Holy Step. When BZ thought about how he had missed out on a legendary saint, his heart surged with endless regret. Carthage asked indifferently, "Do you regret following me?" BZ looked at Carthage affectionately, her beautiful eyes filled with adoration, without a trace of falsehood. "No. Carthage, Arthur and I are just ordinary childhood friends. You're the only person I've ever loved in my life." Carthage smiled and said, "Although Arthur is a 10-star genius, it takes time for a genius to grow. I also have quite a few good friends in War God Imperial College. Arthur will not be a threat to us." A touch of adoration flashed in BZ's eyes as she said coquettishly, "I knew you were the best." After some intimacy, BZ left Carthage's room. The face of Carthage, who had a gentle expression on his face, sank, and his pretty face became gloomy. "Carthage, is it worth it to make an enemy of a 10-star genius of War God Imperial College for that lowly woman? With your identity, you can have as many of such women as you want." A strange existence shrouded in a black shadow, making it impossible to see his true face, appeared in the room and uttered a strange voice. Carthage said coldly, "Of course it's not worth it. I'm just playing with such a woman. I didn't expect that Arthur is actually a 10-star genius. I have a hunch that Arthur is my destined enemy. He must die. Only when he's dead can I rest easy. There are many children of destiny on Duda Star. One is Arthur, and the other is Carthage. The children of destiny have an inexorable connection with each other. Only by killing the other can they reap great benefits and advance further." Carthage had a fortuitous encounter not long ago in Archean Lehman's college. He sensed that Arthur was his destined enemy, which was why he didn't resolve the enmity with Yang Feng. Otherwise, he would have taken the initiative to resolve the enmity. A distorted voice said, "Then we have to hurry. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if he matures." Carthage's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he said coldly, "I know." 3 months later, War God Imperial College, Duda Imperial College, and Purple Light Eye Imperial College would be holding a joint trial for the new students of the 3 great academies. At that time, I'll kill him fair and square. War God Imperial College, inside Yang Feng's room. "Master, Teacher Bed is looking for you." The crystal cat butler flew to Yang Feng's side and said. Yang Feng got up from beside Vega, who was dressed in a revealing maid's attire. With a point of his hand, a very spirited-looking blue uniform appeared on him. Yang Feng said, "Teacher Bed, why are you looking for me?" Bed said, "In 3 months, there will be a joint trial for new students jointly organized by War God Imperial College, Duda Imperial College, and Purple Light Eye Imperial College. There are many dangers in this trial, and there might even be deaths. We have to improve the strength of you new students. I'll give you 20 minutes to come to the Light Spear Pavilion." "Yes. Teacher." Yang Feng took a refreshing bath in the bathroom, changed his clothes, went to a teleportation room in the room, and pressed a button. A blue radiance shrouded Yang Feng, and in the next moment, he appeared in a huge palace. Within the huge palace stood over 100 young men and women. Every single one of them had an extraordinary aura, and they were all geniuses below the age of 30 from all over the metropolis star. However, they were all geniuses who were already at the first order. Rank 1 extraordinary were comparable to legend rank experts. In the many planets of the world of Warlock's universe, they would already be considered overlord rank geniuses. But in War God Imperial College, they were merely rookies who barely qualified to enroll. That's Arthur. A legendary 10-star genius. That's him. A 10-star genius, the #1 freshman in War God Imperial College. Gazes full of curiosity and strong fighting spirit fell on Yang Feng from all directions. The young men and women in the palace were geniuses from all over Duda Star, and all of them were geniuses similar to the Angioliman's Academy's 10 heroes. Many of them were even more powerful than the Angioliman's Academy's 10 heroes. They were proud and arrogant, and naturally refused to accept Yang Feng. Arthur. Bona's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. With a touch of a fragrance, she gracefully walked up to Yang Feng. Yang Feng said, "Senior Sister Bona, how have you been recently?" Bona's beautiful eyes flashed with a complicated glint, and she said with a light smile, "Not bad. Only after entering War God Imperial College did I realize the vastness of the world. The Angioliman's Academy's 10 heroes are just ordinary people in War God Imperial College." Silence. As soon as Beda entered the palace and opened his mouth, an incomparably terrifying pressure spread in all directions, causing everyone to quieten down. "I'll take you to War God Imperial College's holy land of cultivation, the Crystal Sky Boundary. During these 3 months, you can practice cultivation in the Crystal Sky Boundary." With a flick of his wrist, a blue scepter appeared, and Bede pointed at Yang Feng and company. A blue beam of light descended from the palace and enveloped Yang Feng and company. A formidable spatial force emerged, and Yang Feng and the others blurred and disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, under the effect of distorted spatial force, Yang Feng appeared in another world. This is an artificial world similar to a small world. No, this is a small world refined from the essence of a great world. What an amazing technique. Yang Feng took a look at his surroundings and discovered that he was in a vast world with no end in sight. In the void of that world, there were huge and magnificent pyramids floating in the air. The pyramids were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple in color. Among them, the red pyramids were the most numerous and the purple pyramids the least. A tremendous amount of source energy gushed out of the crystal pyramids and filled the world, nourishing it. In this world, precious elixirs could be seen everywhere. This is War God Imperial College's holy land of cultivation, the crystal sky boundary. Sure enough, it's extraordinary, it's really a holy land of cultivation. The speed of cultivation here is 100 times that of the outside world. Cultivating under those crystal pagodas will allow you to increase your strength even faster. Generally, ordinary level 1 and level 2 extraordinary experts will practice cultivation under the red crystal pyramids. However, since I'm a 10-star genius of War God Imperial College, I can go to the purple pyramid to practice cultivation. Yang Feng swept the area with his gaze and locked on a purple pyramid. His figure shook slightly, and he rushed towards the purple pyramid. When Yang Feng arrived about 2 kilometers below the purple pyramid, he immediately sat down cross-legged and operated a secret method, and mysterious spirit runes appeared one after another. A small whirlpool appeared above Yang Feng's head and began to draw the source energy of the purple pyramid to strengthen the fleshly body and soul of Yang Feng's clone. Originally, it was difficult for Yang Feng's clone to absorb the purple source energy. But after Yang Feng's true body improved his cultivation method, the purple source energy could be absorbed by his clone. Chapter 1489. 10 days later. The purple whirlpool grew larger and larger, and a purple beam entered Yang Feng's body. Countless spirit runes shone, and Yang Feng broke through in one fell swoop and evolved into a Tier 3 extraordinary, Moonlight. After the advancement, Yang Feng took out countless cultivation resources extorted from the police system and the Azalea family, and consumed them all. Countless spirit runes interwove, and purple light entered Yang Feng's body and frantically strengthened his fleshly body. Tier 3 Extraordinary. Is this the new student of our War God Imperial College? His talent is pretty good. Inside the purple crystal pyramid sat a blonde beauty with wavy long hair, snow-white skin, and a sexy figure. She was a peerless beauty who could cause the downfall of a city or state. Countless mysterious spirit runes revolved around the stunning woman, frantically devouring the power exuding from the purple crystal pyramid. The amount of purple light she devoured at every moment was 100,000 times that of Yang Feng's. The enigmatic beauty took a look at Yang Feng, and then closed her eyes. She has seen who knows how many geniuses over the years. A trifling Tier 3 extraordinary was simply an ant-like character. 1 month later. The spirit runes on Yang Feng's body shone, and his aura broke through again. He evolved into a Tier 4 extraordinary, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. Tier 4 extraordinary, what a rare genius. The stunningly beautiful woman opened her eyes again, looked at Yang Feng with surprise in her eyes, and then closed her eyes again. 2 months later. The spirit runes on Yang Feng's body shone, and his aura broke through again. He advanced to a Tier 5 extraordinary in one fell swoop. With him as the core, a terrifying aura spread in all directions. Tier 5 extraordinary. In just 2 months, he actually advanced to a Tier 5 extraordinary. Such talent is too heaven-defying. What a monster. In 2 months, he actually crossed 2 secret realms and advanced to a Tier 5 extraordinary. He must have some secrets. The stunning beauty in the purple crystal pyramid opened her eyes once again. A trace of shock flashed through her beautiful eyes, and she disappeared in a flash of purple light. I finally broke through to Tier 5. I'm definitely going to take first place in the freshman competition. Yang Feng opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath, and exhaled a purple aura that turned into a flood dragon drifting in the wind. His eyes brimmed with confidence and domineeringness. Who is it? Suddenly, Yang Feng's heart stirred. He turned his head and saw the stunning woman inside the purple crystal, and his eyes flickered with vigilance. The stunning woman said faintly, I am Ko Ling, a teacher of War God Imperial College. Yang Feng saluted Ko Ling and said, I am Arthur, a new student of War God Imperial College. Greetings, teacher. Ko Ling's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and she said slowly, Feng, what secret method do you cultivate? Ko Ling's. I once had a fortuitous encounter and obtained King Koan's inheritance. This is the secret technique that King Koan created in his later years. Koling Kas, and King Ku Spirit Kushi, Ku. Shi, and Koling casually grabbed the ray of light that contained King Koan's secret technique in her hand and began to read it. Koling carefully read King Ku Spirit Koling's secret method. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a peculiar glint, and she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Amazing!" King Ku Spirit Koling was very mediocre when he was alive. He was just an ordinary Tier 7 extraordinary. But the secret method he created 10,000 years ago is so powerful, really amazing. Yang Feng stood quietly aside, smiling without saying a word. King Ku Spirit Koling was indeed an ordinary Tier 7 extraordinary. But Yang Feng had modified his cultivation method on a large scale, making it extremely mysterious and terrifying. What Yang Feng gave Koling was still the ordinary version, while what he cultivated was the super version optimized by an eternal. It was precisely because of this that he was able to break through 3 tiers in 2 months, advancing into a Tier 5 transcendent. Koling said with a smile, "Arthur, are you willing to acknowledge me as your teacher and become my personal disciple?" Yang Feng saluted and said respectfully, "I'm willing, it's my honor to be your disciple." With his eternal true body, Yang Feng's clone has long since locked onto the quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse Koling, which is why he chose the purple crystal pyramid. Yang Feng's clone is too weak. He must be sheltered by a powerhouse so that he can grow quickly. Otherwise, if he grew too quickly and offended too many people, he would be in danger of being exposed when those true experts made a move. This King Koan's secret cultivation method is very useful to me, so I won't take it for free. These are the secret cultivation techniques and experiences I've mastered. I'll give them all to you. Koling pointed with a finger on Yang Feng's forehead and formed a mysterious purple imprint. Countless abstruse secret methods and precious knowledge entered Yang Feng's mind at once. Yang Feng was overjoyed. "Thank you, teacher. If you have any problems with your cultivation, come find me the next time you come in." Koling smiled indifferently. Rays of purple light revolved around her and directly entered the purple crystal pyramid. Yang Feng smiled slightly, then sat directly below the purple crystal pyramid and operated a secret method. A purple vortex appeared above his head and frantically absorbed the purple force. 3 months passed in a flash. With a flash of light, Yang Feng and others appeared in the light spear pavilion. Yang Feng glanced around, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. As expected of the Yuta star's geniuses, they progress really fast. 3 months ago, everyone present was merely a Tier 1 transcendent. However, 3 months later, half of them had already become Tier 2 transcendents, and the rest were already on the verge of breaking through. In just 3 months, people can advance from the Great Warlock rank to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. This is the underlying strength of the God of War Imperial College. Countless geniuses of the Yuta Star want to join the 3 Imperial Colleges because there are countless precious resources in the 3 Imperial Colleges. Arthur, did you see that person? When Bede saw Yang Feng, his eyes flickered with astonishment, and he turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of Yang Feng. Curious gazes focused on Yang Feng. Bede was a Tier 7 extraordinary, a bigwig with a venerable status on the Yuta Star. In the God of War Imperial College where powerhouses are as common as clouds, he was a member of the upper echelon. He had always been very calm and rarely lost his composure. Now that he lost his composure, it was clear that the situation was very serious. Yang Feng asked, "Teacher Bede, who are you talking about?" Bede replied excitedly, "Did you meet the Deputy Dean of the God of War Imperial College, Purple Light Witch Koling Darren?" Yang Feng replied, "Yes, Madame Koling accepted me as her disciple. She's still here." That was great. So she's still in the heavenly crystal realm. That's great. Bede's eyes shone with tears of excitement. He patted young Feng on the shoulder and said, "Arthur, I'm also a disciple of Madame Coling. If it wasn't for Madame Coling, I wouldn't have what I have today. Since you're a disciple of Madame Coling, you're also my junior disciple brother. If you have any difficulties in the future, don't hesitate to come to me." Young Feng replied with a smile, "Okay, senior disciple brother." When the other geniuses saw this scene, their eyes flashed with jealousy. Beida was a Type 7 transcendent, and was one of the top powerhouses on Duda Star, with a high status and authority. With Bede as his backer, young Feng could practically walk sideways in the God of War Imperial College. Paulina's eyes flashed with jealousy. Amazing. A 10-star genius is indeed a 10-star genius. With the support of Teacher Bede, even 10 Azalea families wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Although the Azalea family was a greater aristocratic family on the Metropolis Star, but the strongest powerhouse in the family was just a grade for extraordinary. Their status was far higher than that of commoners and ordinary aristocrats. But in the eyes of a top powerhouse like Bede, they were nothing more than ants that could be erased at will. Bede took a deep look at young Feng, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Arthur, henceforth, you're the chief disciple of the God of War Imperial College's freshmen. The competition between the 3 Imperial College's freshmen depends on you." Young Feng replied, "Okay." Bede said, "You can go back and recuperate for 3 days. 3 days later, come back here." The numerous geniuses present dispersed. Paulina and several geniuses of the God of War Imperial College walked towards young Feng. Time passed, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Kadar star was a star full of all kinds of mutant fierce beasts as well as a trial star exclusive to the Metropolis Star. In the starry sky outside the Kadar star, there was a huge mechanical city suspended in the air. Inside the mechanical city, in a huge palace, there were 3 people sitting in the seats of honor. Among the 3 people, one was Bede, the other was a middle-aged man full of dignity with the arrogance of a superior, and the last was a handsome man dressed in purple with a gentle smile on his face. These 3 people were the leaders of the 3 Imperial College's teams. The middle-aged man was Nennet, a grade 7 extraordinary expert of the Metropolis Imperial College. The handsome man in purple was Dwayne, a grade 7 extraordinary expert of the Purple Light Eyes Imperial College. A team of young geniuses of the Metropolis Imperial College, headed by Carthage, entered the palace. There was a crystal screen hanging in the center of every city on Duda Star. Below the huge crystal screen was a crowd of people from Duda Star. A blonde beauty with a voluptuous figure appeared on the crystal screen with a sweet smile on her face. "Hello everyone, I'm Jessica. I'll be commentating on the competition between the 3 Imperial College's new students in a live broadcast." Chapter 1490. The 3 great Imperial Colleges were one of the most powerful forces on the Metropolis Star and had countless industries. However, they also needed to consume a lot of resources and a huge amount of money to nurture experts. The live broadcast of the 3 great Imperial Colleges' new students' trial could bring them sky-high fees for live broadcast rights, advertising fees, as well as a terrifying profit from betting. The live broadcast of the 3 great Imperial Colleges' new students' trial was incomparably cruel, but also brilliant beyond compare. It was one of the grand ceremonies of the Metropolis Star. Now entering the arena are the new students of Metropolis Imperial College. This year, the new students of Metropolis Imperial College are as numerous as clouds. Rage Thunder Grand Duke's eldest son Acheron, Light Serpent Marquis second son Varino. Thunder Elephant Grand Duke's third son Torika. Among the numerous geniuses, this year's new student chief of Metropolis Imperial College is Steel Tooth Dragon Duke's third son Carthage. A close-up shot appeared on Carthage's body, projecting his extraordinarily handsome figure on all the crystal screens of Duda Star. "Carthage! Carthage! I love you! Carthage!" Cheers came from around the crystal screens. Countless young girls in love went crazy for the peerlessly handsome Carthage. A handsome young man with short red hair and a pair of brown eyes stared fixedly at Carthage, his eyes flashing with jealousy and anger. Carthage, in this new student competition, I'll let you know that the number one person of our Metropolis Imperial College's new students is me, Acheron, not Carthage. Originally, the first seat of the freshmen in due to Royal Imperial College was Acheron, but after Carthage had appeared out of nowhere, he had easily snatched away Acheron's position, filling his heart with hatred and anger. After the new students of Metropolis Imperial College entered the arena, the new students of Ares Imperial College also entered the arena. Now entering the arena are the new students of Metropolis Imperial College. This year's new students of Metropolis Imperial College are also as numerous as clouds. The genius Binda from the New Zealand province, Bellini from Onluan Castle. Cafrejos from Farlan province. Among the numerous geniuses, this year's new student chief of Ares Imperial College is the genius Arthur from our Anya Lehman's College. A close-up shot appeared on Yang Feng, allowing everyone on the Yuta Star to see him. Arthur. He had actually become the new first seed of War God Imperial College. It was simply unbelievable. As expected of a rare 10-star genius. Luckily, our Azalea family did not become enemies with him. Looking at Yang Feng's figure on a huge crystal screen in the Azalea family's headquarters, Weina inhaled a breath of cold air and rejoiced. The students that could enter the three big imperial colleges were all geniuses with boundless futures. As long as they didn't die, they would basically be able to advance to third tier and above. If the first seats of the new students of the three imperial colleges didn't fall in their growth, almost every one of them would become extraordinary beings of the 6th rank and above, becoming big shots on Duda Star. Thank goodness we didn't become mortal enemies with him. The two idiots, Vega and Andre, almost provoked a great enemy for our family. We must strengthen the education and management of the younger generation of the family. After the entire Azalea family saw Yang Feng become the first seed of God of War Imperial College's new students, they rejoiced. After the new students of War God Imperial College entered, the new students of Purple Light Eyes Imperial College also entered. Entering now are the new students of Purple Light Eyes Imperial College. This year's new students of Purple Light Eyes Imperial College are also filled with experts. Carfalo from the Bo province, Chaviano from the Ning province. Chico from the West Jock province. Among the many geniuses, this year's first seed of Purple Light Eyes Imperial College's new students is Duo Lisa from California. A close-up shot of a gorgeous woman with long, fiery red hair and a fiery figure dressed in a suit of red armor appeared. She was gorgeous, but she exuded the temperament of an icy beauty. Duo Lisa, I love you. Duo Lisa. Duo Lisa. I love you. At the sight of the stunning beauty exuding the temperament of an iceberg, the entire Duda Star boiled and burst into cheers. Below are the odds offered by the three major betting companies. Everyone, you can bet and support the students you like. As soon as Jessica's words fell, the odds offered by the three major betting companies appeared on the crystal screens. Countless people on Duda Star began to invest their spirit coins into the lottery to support the students they fancied. Nennet said indifferently, "Now, I announce that the joint trial of the new students of the three academies has officially begun. You will live on Duda Star for a month. During this month, killing a Type 1 mutated fierce beast will earn you 1 point. Killing a Type 2 mutated fierce beast will earn you 100 points, and so on. After a month, the victor will be decided according to your points. During the trial, you can snatch the points of other new students. Defeating or killing other new students will earn you the points of other new students. The top new student will obtain the qualifications to cultivate in the Saint Crystal Realm for a year." As soon as he said this, the eyes of all the new students flashed with a burning glint. The Saint Crystal Realm was a holy land for cultivation in Duyun Cosmos, and it was firmly in the hands of the 8 Eternal Ones. Originally, the Saint Crystal Realm wouldn't be open to other forces. But since the War of Devouring broke out, the 8 Eternal Ones could only open the Saint Crystal Realm to cultivate the geniuses of the Duyun cosmos. The Heavenly Crystal Realm controlled by God of War Imperial College was enough to support the cultivation of a quasi-emperor rank powerhouse, while the Saint Crystal Realm was enough to support the cultivation of an Empyrean rank powerhouse. The qualification to cultivate in the Saint Crystal Realm for a year is something that even a holy emperor is very eager to obtain. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a burning glint. The qualification to cultivate in the Saint Crystal Realm must be obtained. Only in this way can my rapid advancement be flawless. Here we go. Nenit pointed with a finger, and teleportation light enveloped Yang Feng and the others. Following flashes of light, Yang Feng and company disappeared. This is the Vader star. It's much worse than the Duda star. According to the underlying strength of this star, it can only give birth to Infinity Warlock rank, Tier 6 Extraordinary, mutant fierce beasts at most. However, there are really a lot of mutant fierce beasts on this star. Yang Feng looked around, then extended his hand, blue light emerged in his hand, and a blue crystal light spear appeared in his hand. A blue beam of light shot out from the crystal light spear and entered the ground. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, a 20-meter-long mutant giant centipede with a chrysanthemum petal mouthpart on the ground exploded. Ding! A crisp sound echoed. Yang Feng took a look at the identity crystal card, only to see that there was an additional 100 points on the crystal card. Carthage is in that direction. Should I go and kill him? Forget it. It's imperative that I improve my strength. On the Vader star, there are many good things growing inside the bodies of many mutant fierce beasts. Let's get those things first. Yang Feng weighed the pros and cons for a moment, and then decisively gave up the idea of looking for trouble with Carthage. After Yang Feng devoured the Cloud Universe's 2 eternal sovereigns, he obtained their memories. His understanding of the Cloud Universe surpasses that of many people, and he knows all kinds of mystical secret methods and knowledge of refining precious elixirs. Although the mutant fierce beasts on the Vader star are fierce and ruthless, but they also have many good treasures growing inside them. Otherwise, these mutant fierce beasts would have been slaughtered by the Holy Ones on the Vader star long ago. Yang Feng glanced at a mountain, smiled faintly, and strode towards the dense forest where countless mutant fierce beasts are hidden. As soon as Yang Feng approached the mountain, a dense swarm of mutant fierce beasts pounced at him from all directions. Dressed in a bronze armor and holding a pair of blue light spears, Yang Feng strolled among the mutant fierce beasts, and blue beams shot out from the pair of blue light spears, slammed into the mutant fierce beasts, and blasted them to death. Arthur, it's time to act. Heavens, so strong. That's a Gale Wolf, a Tier 2 mutant fierce beast. Arthur killed it with a shot. That's a Split Sky Eagle, a pinnacle Tier 2 mutant fierce beast. It's also dead. Tier 3, a Tier 3 mutant fierce beast, Scarlet Flame Flying Snake. It was also killed by a shot. Tier 3 Extraordinary. Arthur is definitely a Tier 3 Extraordinary. In just a few months, he was able to advance to a Tier 3 Extraordinary. That's really amazing. Worthy of the God of War Imperial College's first disciple. On the crystal screen, the scenes of Yang Feng fighting the mutant fierce beasts appeared. Seeing the ferocious mutant fierce beasts being slain by Yang Feng, coupled with Jessica's enthusiastic commentary, the entire Tuda star seethed with excitement. Arthur. Arthur, I love you. Arthur, I bet that you'll be the #1 freshman this year. You have to win. Excited shouts came from around the large crystal screen in the center of the Vader Star's city. On the crystal screen, scenes of other freshmen fighting mutant fierce beasts continuously appeared. However, none of them were as ferocious and crazy as Yang Feng. Time passed, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, everyone on the Vader star could see that there were a few people with extraordinary strength, far surpassing the others in this freshman competition. Carthage, Arthur, and Lisa, the 3 first disciples of the freshmen, all displayed terrifying strength, far surpassing the others. Acheron, Cafrejos, and Chaviano were similarly ferocious, crushing their opponents along the way, never suffering a defeat. Chapter 1491. On planet Vigda, Carthage, dressed in white, walked on a plain with 6 red crystal spears suspended in front of him. Beams of red light shot out from the crystal spear and blasted into the surroundings. One after another, mutant fierce beasts were blasted apart. Like a god strolling in the world of fierce beasts, Carthage suppressed the evil fierce beasts. Carthage. I love you. Carthage, I want to bear your children. Under the big screens on Duda planet, countless young girls in love cheered as they looked at the handsome Carthage. Come out. I found you long ago. There are 6 of you. People of War Imperial College. 5 level, 2 transcendence and 1 tier 3 transcendence, you're too weak. Hand over your points and get the hell out of the battlefield, and I'll spare your lives. Carthage suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked towards the forest. His eyes were filled with ridicule. Attack! Along with a loud shout, beams of light shot towards Carthage like raindrops from the forest. In the Duyan universe, powerhouses are strong in offense and weak in defense. With a powerful enough secret treasure, a Tier 1 transcendence can even threaten a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. In Planet Vigda's Imperial College's trial by fire, it is naturally impossible to bring those terrifying destructive weapons. However, the attacks of Tier 2 and Tier 3 transcendence can even break the armor of Tier 5 transcendence. Stubborn. Since that's the case, all of you can go to hell. Carthage snorted coldly, then suddenly moved. As if teleporting, afterimages flashed, and his true body disappeared. The beams of light slammed into Carthage's afterimages and directly passed through them. Scarlet light dance. Carthage's voice suddenly came from the sky. In an instant, rays of scarlet red light descended from the sky like divine punishment and blasted into the dense forest below. No! Save me! Amidst the miserable cries, the armor of the 6 War God Imperial College students hidden in the forest shattered, turning into dust and vanishing without a trace. Seeing this scene, Beta's expression was extremely ugly, and he coldly snorted, "Humph." Duyan Universe's secret techniques were strong in offense but weak in defense, so it was very common for people to die in battle. Judging the strength of the enemy was a compulsory course for everyone. Once one made a wrong judgment, the only result would be death. Jessica's bewitching voice sounded from the crystal screens, as expected of Carthage. Duda was the first seed of Imperial Academy, he was truly too powerful. 1 against 6, and still able to defeat all of them. I think I've fallen in love with him. Carthage. Cheers rang out across the entire Duda star. Duyan Cosmos was originally a society where the strong ruled. Now that the universe-devouring battle had erupted, the atmosphere of respect for the strong became even more intense. Carthage was extremely handsome and powerful. Naturally, he was the idol of countless people. My God! Someone was coming. It was Arthur. It was the first seed of Ares Imperial College, Arthur. Carthage and Arthur were both geniuses of Archliman's College. However, Arthur's fiancée, Bess, abandoned him and chose Carthage. Now that the 2 geniuses have met, a predestined showdown is about to erupt. Eternal above, this is definitely the most exciting showdown in the competition of freshmen. Jessica's excited voice could be heard from the crystal screens. Carthage. Carthage, invincible. Arthur, go to hell. Terrifying sound waves spread out from Duda Star. Arthur was a handsome young man, but he wasn't on the same level as the handsome Carthage. In this world where looks were everything, he lost to Carthage. Vita Star. Arthur. Carthage looked at Yang Feng dressed in a bronze armor walking towards him, his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness, and he said unhurriedly, I really didn't expect that you would actually become God of War Imperial College's chief disciple. Yang Feng smiled coldly and said without any sincerity, Carthage, this is the most suitable place for us to duel. If you admit defeat and get the hell out of Vita Star, I can spare your life. On Vita Star, all students had teleport spirit runes on their crystal tokens. Once they saw that the situation was unfavorable, they could activate the teleport spirit runes and escape. However, in a life and death battle, it would be difficult for the teleport spirit runes to play a role. Arthur, since you're courting death, then I can only send you to hell. Carthage sighed faintly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Rays of scarlet light shone, and red spirit inscriptions appeared on his body, condensing into a set of scarlet battle armor. A terrifying aura of a Tier 4 transcendent erupted from Carthage's body. Rank 4, Glorious Dawn Warlock, Extraordinary. Carthage has already advanced to rank 4. What a genius! As soon as he joined Duda Imperial College, he advanced to rank 4 Extraordinary. As expected of Duda Imperial College, it sure has a deep foundation. Carthage is indeed a rare genius of Duda Imperial College in a century. Jessica's exclamations came from the crystal screens. In Duyun universe, those below the rank 1 extraordinary rank were at the bottom of society. Rank 1 extraordinary rank were already society's elites. Rank 4 extraordinary rank were bigwigs who would be recruited no matter where they went. For Carthage to have already advanced to a rank 4 extraordinary rank before the age of 30 was simply heaven-defying. After all, in the previous freshman competitions of the 3 imperial colleges, the chief disciples of the 3 imperial colleges were merely pinnacle rank 3 extraordinary rank. A fourth-order transcendent could be said to be an invincible and terrifying existence in this freshman competition. Carthage. Get rid of Arthur. Carthage, I love you. Frenzied cheers came from around the crystal screens. The young girls became even more excited, their eyes brimming with adoration as they looked at Carthage. The peerlessly handsome and powerful Carthage was the male god in the hearts of the young girls. Dance of scarlet light. A cold glint flashed past Carthage's eyes, and he suddenly erupted. 6 scarlet crystal spears revolved around him, and scarlet beams shot towards Yang Feng like raindrops, carrying the power of destruction. Bronze shield. Yang Feng smiled coldly, took out a bronze shield, and erupted with level 5 extraordinary rank might. Jessica's pretty face changed, and she exclaimed, Tier 5. Heavens! Arthur is actually a Tier 5 extraordinary rank. How is that possible? Eternal, how can a new student of God of War Imperial College possess the power of a Tier 5 extraordinary rank? Tier 5. How is that possible? How can Arthur be a Tier 5 extraordinary rank? How is that possible? On the Duda celestial star, the countenances of countless people changed dramatically, their eyes flashed with incredulity, and they exclaimed. Weena's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment, and she muttered, Tier 5. Tier 5 extraordinary rank, this is a 10-star genius. No, this is a monster that surpasses 10-star geniuses. Fortunately, the Azalea family didn't make an enemy of him. Tier 5, he's actually a Tier 5 extraordinary rank. His evolution speed is too heaven-defying. Fortunately, we have resolved our enmity with him. The elders of the Azalea family looked at the big crystal screen, stunned, and their eyes filled with rejoicing and lingering fear. The Azalea family didn't have a single Tier 5 extraordinary rank guard. Once Yang Feng, a Tier 5 extraordinary, acted against the Azalea family, it would be a headache for the family. And the most frightening thing was that Yang Feng has already advanced to a Tier 5 powerhouse at such a young age. His future prospects were limitless. When the elders of the Azalea family thought that they had offended such a terrifying tycoon, they shuddered inside, filled with fear and rejoicing. Nenet's face changed dramatically. He got up, stared at Bede, and barked, Tier 5 extraordinary rank, how is that possible? That's impossible. Bede, did you find someone else who doesn't meet the requirements to participate in the freshman trial by fire? Bede said with a faint smile, all freshmen undergo a strict test, which is recorded in the records. You can check it yourself. Face ashen, Nennet quickly connected to the network. After checking it, his face turned ashen, and he no longer spoke. His gaze fell on the crystal screen. Vader's star. Green spirit inscriptions circled around the bronze shield, forming a powerful defensive shield made of countless spirit inscriptions. When the countless scarlet beams of light slammed into the bronze shield, they were directly pulled and twisted to the side by the distorted defensive boundary. Caught you. Facing the bombardment of the countless red beams, Yang Feng appeared in front of Carthage in a split second. His gaze cold, he mercilessly slashed at Carthage with his sword. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. Let me kill you and make you a stepping stone on my way to eternity. Carthage's eyes flashed coldly, and scarlet crystals appeared. Streaks of distorted red light flickered, and Carthage was divided into 9. The 9 Carthaginians rode 54 scarlet crystal spears barreling towards Yang Feng. Scarlet beams tore through the sky and barreled towards Yang Feng. What an amazing secret method. With the power of crystals, you can actually create 9 avatars with such terrifying battle prowess. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Yang Feng smiled coldly. The bronze wings behind him flapped, and he strangely teleported, appeared behind the 9 Carthaginians, and slashed at an empty space with his sword. Chapter 1492. 6 red rhombus crystals emerged and formed a 6 rhombus crystal shield that blocked the great sword. When the great sword slashed at the 6 rhombus crystal shield, a destructive force erupted in an instant, and the great sword smashed the 6 rhombus crystal shield. An incomparably terrifying blood-red light gushed out and sprinkled in all directions. Distorted ripples flickered, and Carthage appeared in the void. His handsome face distorted, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "How did you find me? Impossible. Even a Tier 5 Transcendent would not be able to see through my secret technique. Naturally, a Tier 5 Extraordinary can't see through your secret method. However, if an Eternal Sovereign can't see through your secret method, then that would be ridiculous." Yang Feng smiled coldly in his heart. With a slash of his sword, the energy within a radius of several kilometers was swept away, and the energy condensed into an invincible sword blade that slashed at Carthage. Stop! Carthage's complexion changed dramatically. He roared, and one defensive barrier after another appeared on his body. The invincible sword blade slashed down, and the defensive barriers around Carthage's body burst like bubbles, unable to withstand the terrifying sword blade at all. Stop! At this moment, light shone in front of Carthage's chest and formed a projection of Nennet's power, which slammed into Yang Feng's sword and smashed it into pieces. Nennet, this is the power of Instructor Nennet of Metropolis Imperial College. This great competition between the 3 Imperial Colleges is really full of twists and turns. Nennet's power crystal is actually sealed on Carthage. This is too shocking, too disappointing. Jessica's surprised and disappointed voice came from the crystal screens. Cheating. Damn it, this is blatant cheating. Metropolis Imperial College is cheating. This is cheating. Blatant cheating. Metropolis Imperial College, go eat shit. Curses came from below the screens, and the crowd was in a frenzy. The competition between the 3 Imperial College's new students had always been fair, just, and open. Students entering Planet Quita would have their equipment inspected. Apart from their own strength and treasures that matched their grade, no other treasures could be brought into Planet Quita. Now that Carthage actually had Nennet's power projection crystal, it was clear that Nennet had cheated. Bade's gaze turned cold, and an extremely chilling killing intent flashed in his eyes. He said word by word, "Nennet, you cheated. Do you think there's no one in our War God Imperial College?" Dwayne, who had purple eyes, looked coldly at Nennet, his eyes flashing with endless coldness. A hint of exhaustion flashed past Nenet's eyes and he said slowly, "In this new student competition, we have all admitted defeat at the Imperial Academy. All the rewards will belong to your two Imperial colleges. Other than this, for the next 3 years, we will all admit defeat to Imperial Academy, and the resources for the new student competition will all belong to you. Carthage is the direct disciple of our Imperial College's dean, he definitely can't die." Humph. Hearing this, Beta could only let out a cold snort and remain silent. The dean of Imperial College was a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse, infinitely close to an Empyrean rank powerhouse. He was one of the overlords who dominated planet Quita. Coupled with the fact that Imperial College has already given up a lot of benefits, Beta couldn't be overbearing. The anger of a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse wasn't something he could bear. On planet Quita. I am Imperial College's teacher Nenet. You won this fight. However, I'll be taking Carthage with me. Nenet's power projection crushed Yang Feng's blade, took a deep look at Yang Feng, and waved his hand, and blue light of teleportation enveloped Carthage in an instant. Arthur, I will remember today's humiliation. Within 10 years, I will make you taste this humiliation 100-fold. Staring at Yang Feng with resentment in his eyes, Carthage enunciated each syllable. In that case, you'd better die here. Yang Feng smiled coldly and waved his hand, and a blue crystal disk flew out. Blue spirit runes interwove, and a fearsome spatial fluctuation flew out from the blue crystal disk and swept towards Carthage. The blue light of teleportation was interrupted. Goodbye. Carthage. Yang Feng smiled coldly and pointed with a finger, and 6 blue spears suspended in the air, and blue beams shot from the blue crystal spears barreling towards Carthage. Stop. Nenet's energy projection widened its eyes and blocked in front of Carthage. The blue beams of light slammed into Nenet's energy projection, shattering it. The terrifying blue beams of light instantly devoured Carthage and blasted him into pieces. Jessica's beautiful eyes flashed with shock, and she exclaimed, "Heavens! Carthage is dead. What did I just see? Imperial College's chief freshman actually died at the hands of Arthur. That's amazing. Well done, Arthur. Well done. Damn Arthur, you killed Carthage, I curse you. Give me back Carthage." When the entire Duda Star saw the live broadcast, it went into an uproar. Some people rejoiced at the fall of Carthage, but there were also many people who were furious at the fall of Carthage. Nenet stood up from his seat, his eyes bloodshot, his killing intent surging, and he roared madly, "How dare he kill people? How dare he kill our chief freshman of Imperial College? I'm going to kill him, I'm definitely going to kill him." Bede's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he sneered, "Calm down, Nenet. It was just an accident. Isn't it normal for people to die in the trial by fire of new students? I didn't interfere when Carthage killed our Imperial College's students. Do you want to start a war between our two Imperial Colleges?" Nenet's eyes flashed with frigid killing intent, and he enunciated each syllable, "It doesn't matter if the others die. But Carthage is the dean's personal disciple. He can't die. Bede, hand over Arthur. Imperial College can give you Planet South Morning." Duan's face flickered, and he said solemnly, "Planet South Morning. Nenet, you're really willing." Planet South Morning was a sacred planet controlled by Duda Royal Imperial College. It was a planet with incomparably abundant resources and could nurture strong practitioners of the saint level. For Nenet to be willing to take out such a planet in exchange for Yang Feng's life, it was simply appalling and extremely cruel. If Duan were in Yang Feng's shoes, he might not be able to resist this temptation. A planet that could give birth to a holy rank in exchange for a Tier 5 extraordinary was simply a bargain. Even though Yang Feng was a rare genius, but he was only a Tier 5 extraordinary right now, after all. His value couldn't compare to a holy star. Bede's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said regretfully, "How generous." Unfortunately, Arthur is the personal disciple of our Deputy Dean Sir Kaylaying, as well as my junior disciple brother. I can't agree to your conditions. Nenet's pupils constricted, all his arrogance and overbearingness disappeared, and his eyes shimmered with graveness. Sir Kaylaying. Kaylaying was one of the most powerful people on the Duda Star. Even the Dean of Imperial College might not be her opponent. The most frightening thing was that she acted without the slightest scruple. There was once a great force that provoked Kaylaying, and she went crazy. She unleashed a secret method and killed more than 1 million people in one fell swoop. It was because Kaylaying was crazy and belligerent that she was stripped of her position as Dean of Imperial College and demoted to the position of Deputy Dean. She was forced to stay in the Heavenly Crystal Realm and practice cultivation all year round. Otherwise, the Dean of Imperial College would definitely be this beautiful and crazy woman, because she was too powerful. Carthage died at the hands of Arthur. If nothing unexpected happens, Arthur should be the #1 person in the new student's trial by fire. Oh, no. Tier 6 mutant fierce beasts. And there are 3 of them. Acheron, the genius of Imperial College, Acheron, he actually attracted 3 Tier 6 mutant fierce beasts. This time, Arthur is in danger. Let's cheer for the clever Acheron. Jessica's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement, and she shouted. On the Vader Star, a 1,000-meter-tall flame eagle covered in raging flames, a terrifying black tortoise, and a 3-headed dragon beast with 3 dragon heads and 3 pairs of dragon wings on its back flew towards Yang Feng's location. In front of the 3 Tier 6 mutant fierce beasts, Acheron was wearing an invisible armor, completely concealing his figure. Only traces of his aura leaked out, attracting the 3 furious Tier 6 mutant fierce beasts towards Yang Feng's location. Carthage, Arthur, no matter who you are, you'll all die. I'm the only one who can be the #1 newcomer. Only I, Acheron, am the #1 newcomer. Acheron's eyes flickered coldly. Although he was only a Tier 3 extraordinary, but after a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a super stealth crystal armor. Once this stealth crystal armor was activated, even a Tier 6 extraordinary would find it difficult to find his traces. Acheron had purposely used the incense to attract the Type 6 mutant beasts, in order to make use of the 3 Type 6 mutant beasts to kill Carthage and Arthur. Idiot! Yang Feng swept Acheron with a glance, and his eyes revealed a trace of contempt. He pointed with his finger, and 6 blue crystal spears of light appeared. Blue beams of light shot down and instantly slammed into Acheron's legs, blasting them into pieces. A large amount of blood sputtered out of Acheron's legs and sprinkled into the void. Chapter 1493. How is this possible? How did you discover me? Acheron's eyes flashed with astonishment, and he issued a heart-wrenching scream full of incredulity. A blue crystal token emerged, blue spirit runes flew out of the crystal token, wrapped around Acheron, and began to teleport. The 3-headed dragon beast with 3 pairs of dragon wings on its back bit down, and a fearsome whirlpool emerged and shrouded Acheron. In a flash, Acheron was swallowed by the 3-headed dragon beast, and a large amount of blood spilled on the ground. Jessica shouted, "Acheron is done for." But Arthur is also in a great crisis. 3 rank 6 mutant fierce beasts. He's in danger. What a pity. Arthur looks like he's done for. That's a rank 6 mutant fierce beast. 1-on-1, Arthur still has a chance of winning. 1-on-3, he's dead meat. What a pity. Voices of regret came from the crystal screens of the Duda celestial body. Bede stared at the crystal screen with a look of nervousness in his eyes. 1-on-1, Yang Feng still had a chance of winning against the rank 6 mutant fierce beast. But 1-on-3, it was too dangerous. Yang Feng swept the 3 rank 6 mutant fierce beasts with a glance, then his figure fluttered, and he rushed towards the 3-headed dragon beast with 3 pairs of dragon wings. The 3-headed dragon beast suddenly burst into action. Its 3 dragon heads bit down, and fearsome whirlpools emerged, tore the void apart, and barreled towards Yang Feng. 9 blue crystals emerged, interwove with spirit runes, and 9 identical Yang Feng appeared in a flash. The 3-headed dragon beast's 3 heads bit into Yang Feng, and the 3 Yang Fengs were bitten to pieces. Dance of blue light. 6 blue crystal spears of light emerged from the 6 remaining Yang Feng bodies. The 6 blue crystal spears of light revolved continuously and fired rain-like blue beams of light that slammed into the 3-headed dragon beast and blasted its brain to pieces. The 1,000-meter-long fire condor belched a fearsome pillar of fire that swept through the sky and swept towards the 6 Yang Feng clones. In the wake of the flames, the 6 Yang Fengs collapsed and turned into powder and disappeared. With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng appeared in front of the black tortoise-like rank 6 fierce beast, and a 10-meter-long blue spear of light appeared in front of him. Destroy! A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng aimed at the head of the rank 6 beast and pulled the trigger. A series of blue vortexes appeared, and within those blue vortexes, a beam of blue light burst out, blasting the head of the Class 6 dire beast. The beam of blue light caused the head of the Type 6 mutant beast to be blasted apart, and the terrifying beam of light entered the body of the Type 6 mutant beast, tearing it apart. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the 1,000-meter-long fire condor, then it flapped its wings, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and extended a claw shrouded in terrifying flames towards Yang Feng. When the terrifying flame claw slammed into Yang Feng's body, it easily blasted him into pieces. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared above the fire condor. 6 blue crystal spears emerged, and blue beams slammed into the head of the fire condor like raindrops, blasting it into countless pieces. Jessica had an excited expression on her face, and her voice was filled with passion. Dead. The 3 Class 6 dire beasts were all killed by Arthur. That's terrifying. Arthur is such a genius. I think I'm in love with him. Let's cheer for him. Arthur. I love you. Arthur, you're the best. Arthur, I want to bear your children. Bursts of cheers came from below the crystal screens on the Utah celestial star. Each of the 3 rank 6 fierce beasts could easily tear apart a rank 5 extraordinary expert, yet Arthur easily won a 1 versus 3 battle. This kind of battle prowess was simply heaven-defying. Yang Feng walked up to the corpse of the 3-headed dragon beast, rummaged through it, and found 3 gem-like dragon beast cores radiating resplendent light. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a blue crystal pyramid appeared and enveloped him. The 3 dragon beast cores were embedded in the blue crystal pyramid. Blue spirit runes emerged from Yang Feng and entered the blue crystal pyramid. The blue crystal pyramid shone brightly, and blue rays of light sprinkled down from the crystal pyramid and entered Yang Feng's body. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, a fearsome blue light permeated Yang Feng's body, and his aura rose steadily. He broke through and became a rank 6 extraordinary expert in one fell swoop. Jessica's beautiful eyes flickered with an enigmatic light, and she exclaimed, "Rank 6. Heavens, Arthur, he's such a genius. He actually advanced to a rank 6 extraordinary expert. He completely broke the record of the Utah celestial star. Worthy of the God of War Imperial College's top freshman disciple. That's great. I think I'm in love with him. Rank 6. Rank 6 extraordinary expert. How is this possible? That's heaven-defying. Arthur. Arthur, I love you." Cheers erupted throughout the Utah celestial star. Rank 6 extraordinary experts were comparable to Infinity Warlock rank experts, and they belonged to the ranks of experts on the Utah celestial star. For Yang Feng to be able to advance to a rank 6 extraordinary expert was simply heaven-defying. Bede couldn't help but be dumbfounded, an incredulous expression on his face. Rank 6. No wonder Deputy Dean Sir chose him. His rate of progress is really terrifying. The cultivation speed in the Cloud universe was much faster than in the world of Warlocks. But even so, it took Bede nearly 150 years to reach the rank 6 realm. Yang Feng joined the God of War Imperial College less than a year ago, yet he advanced from a rank 1 extraordinary expert all the way to a rank 6 extraordinary expert. This speed was simply heaven-defying. Nennet gave Yang Feng a deep look, his eyes filled with resentment, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Fuck." Yang Feng's rate of evolution was so terrifying that Nennet wasn't sure if he could keep him here. Rank 6 extraordinary. Damn it, how can there be such a genius? Dressed in a fiery red armor, the peerlessly beautiful Purple Eyes Imperial College's chief disciple Dorisa stood in the distance and stared at Yang Feng with a glint of unwillingness in her beautiful eyes. Lisa was also a true genius. She had just broken through and advanced to a rank 4 extraordinary expert not long ago. With her strength, she could have become the #1 expert in the freshman competition in the past. However, Lisa wasn't even sure if she could defeat Carthage. Now that Yang Feng had advanced to a rank 6 extraordinary expert, Lisa was even less sure that she could defeat him. Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, looked in the direction of Lisa, and sneered. "He found me." Lisa's pretty face changed, as if she was being stared at by an immemorial fierce beast. A blue crystal card appeared in her hand. Blue spirit patterns interweaved, and a terrifying spatial force enveloped Lisa and teleported her out of the celestial body. Jessica said, "Dorisa chose to retreat. That's a smart choice. On the Quita star, no one can stop Arthur. Duo Lisa, you made the right choice. No one can contend against that monster Arthur. Duo Lisa, you're so smart. I love you." Bursts of cheers came from the crystal screens of the Quita star again. Duo Lisa was extremely beautiful and elegant. In the past few days, she had conquered many men of the Quita star. She had become the new star of the Quita star. Those people naturally didn't want to see her die tragically at Yang Feng's hands. In the following days, without any suspense, Yang Feng killed all the mutant fierce beasts he encountered. As for the other 2 students of the Imperial College, most of them were expelled from the Quita star by Yang Feng. Among the students of the God of War Imperial College, there were a few ignorant geniuses who provoked Yang Feng, but they were easily dealt with by him. With flickers of teleportation light, Yang Feng and the others were teleported from the Quita star and appeared in a palace. On the throne of the palace sat 3 people. They were Bede and the other 2 rank 7 extraordinary experts. At this moment, Nennet stared at Yang Feng with a gloomy expression. His complexion changed several times, wishing that he could personally kill Yang Feng. Bede beamed and said loudly, "I now announce that Arthur will take first place in the new student competition of the 3 Imperial Colleges." A gold crystal token flew out of Bede's hand and fell into Yang Feng's hand. Jessica said in an impassioned and forceful voice, "Arthur will take first place in the new student competition of the 3 Imperial Colleges. He will be rewarded with a year of cultivation in the sacred crystal boundary. With his talent, I'm afraid that the next time we see him, he will already be a rank 7 extraordinary expert. Arthur. Arthur. I love you." Bursts of crazy cheers came from the crystal screens of the Quita star. From this moment on, Yang Feng's embodiment of Arthur became a first-rate star of the Quita star. Countless advertising contracts and endorsement contracts were mailed into Yang Feng's mailbox like raindrops. The resources required for the cultivation of strong practitioners was an astronomical figure, and the cultivation resources provided by the 3 Imperial Colleges were simply not enough. Many of the first-place winners of the new student competition of the 3 Imperial Colleges would use this opportunity to shoot advertisements and endorsement contracts to earn large amounts of spirit coins to purchase precious cultivation resources. Chapter 1494. Master, the Ririka Group invites you to endorse the Sky Crystal Pyramid produced by the group. They are willing to pay 3 billion spirit coins. The Crystal Cat Butler floated beside Yang Feng and reported all kinds of information. Yang Feng said flatly, "Advertisements, endorsements, and the like are all rejected. I'm not interested. The most important thing for Yang Feng now is time. If the universe-devouring war enters its final stage before Yang Feng advances to the eternal realm, then it will be troublesome. Even a genius needs cultivation resources and cultivation time. Yang Feng's evolution speed is already heaven-defying. If he wastes more time and advances all the way, it will definitely arouse suspicion. Queen Brienne invited you to dinner. Yang Feng embraced Vega in maid attire and said with a cold expression, I'm not interested. In the future, help me reject all of them. At this moment, Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred. With a flick of his wrist, the identity token appeared. Bede's voice sounded from the crystal token, Arthur, come to the light spear pavilion. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he got up from the bed. After taking a bath, he entered the teleportation room and teleported to the light spear pavilion. Bede looked at Yang Feng with admiration in his eyes. Arthur, you've done a good job these days. I thought that after you became the #1 freshman, you would get carried away. But now it looks like you did a good job. These days, Yang Feng stayed in his room and practiced cultivation in seclusion, ignoring the disturbances of the outside world. This satisfied Bede. As a teacher of the God of War Imperial College, Bede has seen a lot of people who get carried away with just a little bit of achievement. He was very satisfied with a genius like Yang Feng who practiced hard in seclusion. Yang Feng said with a smile, I just did what I should do. Well said. Now I'll take you to the sacred crystal boundary. Bede took out a blue scepter and pointed at it, and blue light shone and enveloped him and Yang Feng. With a flash of blue light, Yang Feng appeared in a vast space. Greetings, Master. More than 100 voluptuous, beautiful, and gorgeously dressed beauties came to greet them. Arthur, this is my Fox Crystal Warship. There are still 5 days before we reach our destination, so relax. Practicing hard isn't good for your mind. These are all top-notch goods I just bought. I believe you will like them. Beda laughed heartily and hooked his finger at a few beauties. Those beauties were delighted and walked towards him. Thank you, Senior. Yang Feng smiled, beckoned with his fingers, and chose 2 sexy and charming beauties. 5 days later. The 10,000-meter-long Fox Crystal Warship leaped out of the void and entered a 1,000-kilometer-long, multi-layered crystal fortress. This is the Sacred Tiger Fortress, one of the fortresses that can enter the sacred crystal realm. Arthur, the people in this stronghold were all geniuses heading to the sacred crystal realm. It's best if you can make a few more friends here. It will be very beneficial to your future. Yang Feng said with a smile, yes, Senior Apprentice Brother. Under Bede's lead, Yang Feng arrived at a huge square. Bede escorted Yang Feng to the square and then left. Although he was a rank 7 transcendent, he was not qualified to enter the sacred crystal realm. In the square, there are attendants of handsome men and beautiful women as well as geniuses from different celestial bodies. The Tuta star is just a relatively powerful celestial body in the cloud universe. It belongs to Ling Jianan, one of the 6 eternal sovereigns of the cloud universe. The cloud universe originally had 9 eternal sovereigns. But later on, they killed each other, leaving only 6. After Ling Jianan was killed by Yang Feng once, he was seriously injured and should have been killed by the other 5 eternal sovereigns. But the war of Devour is imminent. Not only did the 5 eternal sovereigns not kill Ling Jianan, but they instead provided him with a huge amount of resources to heal his injuries and restore his strength. In the war of Devour, every eternal sovereign is a precious fighting force. Naturally, the eternal sovereigns won't let Ling Jianan die. Yang Feng chose the Tuta star because Ling Jianan was seriously injured and had to enter closed-door cultivation. He can stir up trouble in Ling Jianan's territory. Amazing. As expected of the cloud universe, geniuses and powerhouses are as common as clouds. Yang Feng glanced at the geniuses, and his pupils constricted and flashed with a dignified shade. Among the geniuses from different celestial bodies, many are Tier 4 extraordinary, and there are even 8 Tier 5 extraordinary. In less than a year, these geniuses have evolved from the Great Warlock realm to the Bright World Warlock realm. This evolution speed is simply heaven-defying. At the time, Yang Feng's evolution speed in the world of warlocks was already astonishing enough. But compared with the geniuses of the Cloud Universe, it is trash. "Arthur, you're here." A bell-like voice sounded, and Lisa, like a fiery rose, came to Yang Feng's side with a fragrance wafting from her. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Duo Lisa, how come you're here?" Lisa answered with a smile, "My teacher gave me the opportunity to enter the sacred crystal boundary to practice cultivation for a year." Enigmatic light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered with a smile, "Your teacher really dotes on you." Entering the sacred crystal boundary to practice cultivation for a year is a benefit that will move even holy sovereigns. For Lisa's teacher to be willing to give this opportunity to Duo Lisa is simply incredible. Lisa smiled sweetly and said, "My teacher is my father. He dotes on me the most since I was a child." A handsome young man with short blue hair came over with a smile on his face, but hostility streaked past the abyss of his eyes. He took a deep look at Yang Feng and asked, "Duo Lisa, who is this friend?" Lisa replied with a sweet smile, "This is Arthur, the first-place winner of the Starry Metropolis's Imperial College's freshman competition, a Tier 6 extraordinary." The young man suddenly inhaled a breath of cold air, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. "Tier 6 extraordinary. Tier 6 extraordinary. That's him. The first-place winner of the Starry Metropolis's freshman." Gazes full of scrutiny, jealousy, and other complicated emotions gathered on Yang Feng from all directions. The hostility in Jason's eyes vanished completely, and he said with a graceful smile, "Hello, Arthur, I am Jason. I am the first-place winner of the Daba Stars Imperial College's freshman competition, and a friend of Duo Lisa. I hope to get to know you." Yang Feng said coldly, "I'm not interested in you, so please leave." Jason's smile froze, his face sank, and he stared at Yang Feng and sneered, "Good. Arthur, you will pay for your arrogance today." With an ashen face, Jason said to Lisa, "Duo Lisa, let's go." Lisa said with a sweet smile, "You go first, I still have some questions to ask Arthur about cultivation." "Good. Good. Good." Jason's eyes flashed with anger, and he turned around and walked away. Lisa's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she uttered with a smile, "Arthur, why did you refuse to make friends with Jason? He is a Tier 4 extraordinary, and his future is boundless." Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "He's just a good-for-nothing. What qualifications does he have to make friends with me? Besides, I hate the look in his eyes." Jason has concealed his malice towards Yang Feng very well. Unfortunately for him, Yang Feng is an eternal sovereign. His hidden malice cannot escape Yang Feng's perception. Right at this moment, a peerless beauty with blonde hair, blue eyes, slender legs, snow-white skin, and a body that seemed to be emitting a layer of dense light. Her figure was hot and sexy, and she was flawless. She had an innate sense of pride as she stepped into the palace. "Madame Edwina, it's Madame Edwina. It's her, the great eternal empress." She came as well. As soon as the peerless beauty stepped into the palace, she attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes were filled with passion and greed. Dorisa stared at Edwina, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. "Lady Edwina, the 17th princess of the great eternal spirit, His Majesty Canaan. I didn't expect to meet such a bigwig. At this time, there are only 6 eternal sovereigns left in the Cloud Universe. Although Ling Jianan was seriously injured by Yang Feng, but he is still one of the 6 strongest people in the Cloud Universe. As the 17th princess of Ling Jianan, her status is even higher than that of the Duda Star's Star Lord." Yang Feng took a look at Edwina, and surprise flashed in his eyes, "Tier 7 extraordinary. With a deep foundation and the possibility of advancing to a holy step saint at any time, this talent is really scary. You are Arthur. When Edwina passed by Yang Feng, she turned her head and looked at him with an oppressive gaze, and said indifferently. Yang Feng replied, I am Arthur. Edwina uttered with arrogance, I admire you very much. Are you interested in being my servant? As long as you are willing to be my servant, I can guarantee that I will help you advance to a holy step saint in the future. Envious gazes focused on Yang Feng. For the new top disciples of the major planets, advancing to the Tier 6 extraordinary realm is no suspense, but advancing to the Tier 7 extraordinary realm is a bit difficult. However, the Tier 8 holy realm is still a huge chasm, the dividing line between outrageous geniuses and ordinary geniuses. In the cloud universe, there are still countless geniuses who remain at the Tier 7 extraordinary realm their entire lives, unable to advance to the holy step saint realm. Yang Feng, neither servile nor overbearing, uttered with a smile, Edwina, I fell in love with you at first sight. I want to pursue you, so I can't be your servant. If I do, I will lose the qualifications to pursue you. Please forgive me. You want to pursue me? After you advance to the Empyrean realm, I may consider it. Edwina smiled faintly, turned around, and left, no longer paying attention to Yang Feng. Chapter 1495. Lisa's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she said with a look of regret, Arthur, do you know what you've missed? She is the eternal empress, the golden miracle Edwina. Among His Majesty Ling Jianan's highnesses, she is the peerless genius most likely to advance to the Empyrean realm. If you can become her servant, you can definitely become a holy one in the future. Yang Feng responded with a faint smile, I can also become a holy one in the future with my own ability. That's because you don't know how difficult it is to become a holy one. No, if it's you, then you do have a great chance of advancing to a holy one in the future. When Lisa thought of the scene of Yang Feng advancing to the Tier 6 on the Duda star, she immediately corrected herself. In the cloud universe, there are freak geniuses who can advance to the Tier 6 in a year. In this battle to devour the universe, countless geniuses and monsters had emerged. Those peerless geniuses that could advance to the rank 6 realm within a year would have no difficulty in advancing to the saint realm in the future. Only the Wall of Emperor could stop them. As soon as Edwina entered the palace, all the geniuses present went to strike up a conversation with her. Most of them only said a few words to her before they were invited away by the maids around her. Only the few geniuses who have advanced to the Tier 5 can stay with her. The sacred tiger fortress flickered with light, and countless spirit runes interwove and turned into a flying tiger. It roared at the sky and tore open a huge hole in the sky with its claws, and then flew into the hole. Inside the fortress, a formidable barrier opened and offset the chaotic spatial force. As a result, the people inside the fortress didn't get the feeling of traveling through the void. Jason raised his head, a mysterious gleam appeared in his eyes, and he looked at the fortress. Yang Feng glanced at Jason and said calmly, there's something wrong with this guy. He should be a spy of the divine light universe. If Yang Feng didn't notice it, then so be it. But once he did, with his eternal sovereign essence, he can easily see through an ant like Jason. Even though he has discovered Jason's identity, but Yang Feng has no intention of exposing him. Time passed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. With a flash of light, the sacred tiger fortress tore through space and appeared in a mysterious world. So this is the sacred crystal realm. It is indeed extraordinary. Yang Feng walked out of the sacred tiger fortress and looked around, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Purple crystal pyramids floated in the sacred crystal realm, forming a mysterious array that extracted energy from the void and transformed it into a massive source of life energy. Streams of purple aura permeated the sacred crystal realm, and all sorts of rare treasures could be seen everywhere. In the great cloud cosmos, the 9 eternal ones each controlled a sacred crystal realm. But after the war, there were only 6 sacred crystal realms left. Every sacred crystal realm was a huge holy land for cultivation. It was also an exceptional land for nurturing all kinds of heaven and earth treasures. In this sacred crystal domain, even a blade of grass could be sold for a sky-high price of more than 1,000,000 spirit coins in the outside world. This is indeed a holy land for cultivation. The 3 pure gold crystal pyramids should be the place where Empyrean rank powerhouses practice cultivation. Unfortunately, it is also a forbidden area. Otherwise, if you practiced cultivation there, you would definitely advance by leaps and bounds without arousing any suspicion. Yang Feng glanced at the center of the sacred crystal realm. In the center of the sacred crystal realm, there were 3 pure gold crystal pyramids. As if they were the center of the world, a copious amount of source energy was drawn there. Each of the 3 pure gold crystal pyramids had an Empyrean rank powerhouse exuding Empyrean might. Let's go. Edwina glanced at Yang Feng and left a sentence, then her figure fluttered, and she turned into a stream of light flying towards the 3 pure gold crystal pyramids. Behind Edwina, the several Tier 5 extraordinary geniuses followed her and flew towards the pure gold crystal pyramids. Lisa's eyes shimmered with regret, and she uttered, "The 3 pure gold crystal pyramids are holy lands that only Empyrean rank powerhouses can go to practice cultivation. If you follow Edwina, you can also go there to practice cultivation." What a pity. Lisa once struck up a conversation with Edwina, hoping to become her servant. Unfortunately, she was politely refused by Edwina. Although Edwina is an eternal empress and has tremendous resources, but she only wants to recruit geniuses among geniuses. Otherwise, even she can't afford to raise so many geniuses who attach themselves to her. What's there to feel pity about? It's just a matter of time before I advance to the Holy Realm. Even the Wall of Emperors is nothing to be afraid of. Yang Feng smiled indifferently and took a step forward, and a purple whirlpool appeared above his head and frantically devoured the purple aura of the sacred crystal realm. A copious amount of purple aura was drawn into the purple whirlpool and poured into Yang Feng's body. At every moment, Yang Feng's aura was climbing crazily. Amazing! That's Arthur for you. I have to work hard to catch up to him. Lisa's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she took a step forward and turned into a stream of light flying in another direction. When powerhouses practice cultivation, they will produce an energy whirlpool around them and devour all the energy in the surroundings. Therefore, unless they practice cultivation in a crystal pyramid, they will affect each other. Time elapsed, and half a year went by in a flash. Below a purple crystal pyramid, a purple whirlpool suddenly rolled up and absorbed the purple chi gushing out of the purple pyramid, before a purple beam of light entered Yang Feng's body. A fearsome aura of a Tier 7 extraordinary expert diffused from Yang Feng's body and swept in all directions. Tier 7, he actually advanced to the Tier 7. What a fearsome genius! Edwina, who sensed the aura inside a gold crystal tower, waved her hand, and a crystal screen appeared in front of her. A person appeared on the crystal screen. It was Yang Feng. Edwina, is this the person you like? A tall and sturdy man with blonde hair and blue eyes said with a smile. He looked very young, but there was a hint of vicissitudes in his eyes. Edwina raised her eyebrows and said, "Uncle Eborn, he's not the person I like. I just saw that he has good talent and wanted to recruit him as my servant, but he refused." Eborn was one of the sacred crystal realm's 3 Empyreans as well as Ling Jianan's trusted subordinate. Eborn uttered with a smile, "To dare refuse your invitation, how audacious of him. Do you want me to help you suppress him? Make him your servant?" Edwina smiled indifferently and said full of confidence, "No. In that case, even if he becomes my servant, he won't be satisfied and won't serve me with all his heart. It's better not to have such a servant. There are as many people who want to become my servant as there are carps in the river. It doesn't matter if he's there or not." Eborn praised, "That's Edwina for you. Of all your father's children, you are the one I'm most optimistic about. Only you, who has the aptitude to advance to the Empyrean realm, can stand on the same level as us in the future. Children of eternal sovereigns have extraordinary talent. Once they reach adulthood, they can possess Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base or above. However, apart from some heaven and earth variant species, not many children of eternal sovereigns can advance to the Empyrean realm. Edwina is the most promising genius among Ling Jianan's children to advance to the Empyrean realm. Hey! He's moving. He wants to enter the Purple Crystal Pagoda. Interesting. All of a sudden, Eborn's eyes flickered, and he looked at the crystal screen with interest. On the crystal screen, Yang Feng, with a purple vortex above his head, is walking towards the Purple Crystal Pagoda. Purple gas revolves around the Purple Crystal Pagoda and forms a powerful purple barrier that firmly protects the Purple Crystal Pagoda. Only holy step powerhouses can enter the Purple Crystal Pagoda, and even Tier 7 extraordinary experts are blocked by the purple barrier. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the purple barrier, he was blocked by the purple barrier that enveloped the Crystal Pagoda. Eborn smiled slightly. This Arthur is indeed a genius. Unfortunately, he is just a Tier 7 extraordinary expert, after all. It is impossible for him to enter the Purple Crystal Pagoda. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng waved his hand, and a purple crystal appeared. An incomparably terrifying purple light containing pure saint energy erupted from the crystal, forcibly piercing through the purple barrier. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Feng rushed through the purple barrier and entered the Purple Crystal Pagoda. Eborn's eyes flashed brightly, and he praised, "Amazing. Truly amazing. To be willing to use a single-use holy-grade secret treasure. This Arthur is bold, careful, and decisive. Truly amazing. Among the geniuses who came this time, only you and he are likely to stand on the same level as us in the future." Edwina's beautiful eyes shimmered brightly. Without saying a word, she got up and went to a secret room to enter closed-door cultivation. As soon as Yang Feng entered the Purple Crystal Pagoda, he frantically absorbed the power inside and strengthened the fleshly body and soul of his clone. 11 months later, holy step fluctuations of power diffused from a gold crystal pyramid and spread in all directions. Someone has advanced to a holy step. Madame Edwina has advanced to a holy step. That's Madame Edwina for you. The entire heaven boundary guessed who the person who advanced to a holy step was, which made them excited. Time passed, and a year passed in a flash. With flashes of light, everyone was teleported back to the sacred Tiger Fortress. Chapter 1496. At this time, the many geniuses in the sacred Tiger Fortress exuded fearsome auras. Most of them have promoted their strength to the Tier 5. Arthur. With a fragrance wafting out from her, Lisa walked up to Yang Feng with a smile and carefully sized him up, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with envy. "You've already advanced to the Tier 7 transcendent rank, right?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "That's right." Lisa's beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic splendor, and she exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing. The speed of cultivation in the cloud universe is far greater than in the world of warlocks. However, the further you go, the longer it takes to advance further in cultivation. In just 1 year, Yang Feng has advanced from the Tier 6 to the Tier 7. Even in the sacred crystal boundary, this evolution speed is astonishingly fast. Unfortunately, your cultivation speed still can't compare to that person's." Lisa smiled and looked in the direction of Edwina. At this time, Edwina's body was shrouded in a faint layer of holy light. Wisps of terrifying holy might surrounded her body, making her look holy and beautiful. The geniuses around Edwina have already advanced to the Tier 6 transcendent rank. They looked at Yang Feng with hostility in their eyes. The geniuses around Edwina have followed her to practice cultivation in the gold crystal pyramid, and they have used countless treasures of heaven and earth to advance to the Tier 6 transcendent rank. Within half a year, Yang Feng has already advanced to the Tier 7 transcendent rank. This made the geniuses very envious. Edwina's beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic splendor, and she came to in front of Yang Feng, a fragrance wafting out from her. Edwina uttered with a trace of arrogance, "Arthur, I admire you very much. If you are willing to be my servant, I can make you my butler." Yang Feng smiled and tactfully refused, "I'm very sorry, but I don't want to be your butler. I just want to be your suitor." Edwina pondered for a while, and then uttered with a sweet smile, "In that case, let's be friends." Yang Feng also said with a smile, "All right." Yang Feng and Edwina exchanged cultivation experiences. The sacred tiger fortress flashed slightly, turned into a giant tiger, and tore apart the sacred crystal boundaries barrier. Now. Jason's eyes flashed with a sinister glint. With a wave of his hand, a golden feather containing an eternal aura flew out. A golden beam shot out from the feather, blasting a terrifying hole in the sacred tiger fort. A golden beam of light shot straight into the sky, connecting with the space in the netherworld, forming a huge spatial passageway. A dignified six-winged angel shrouded in holy light appeared. It exuded traces of eternal rank fluctuations as it slashed with its angelic sword. A terrifying sword light tore through the sky and forcefully severed the connection between Saint Crystal World and Cloud Cosmos. At this moment, a fearsome cosmic backlash erupted, and the six-winged angel exuding eternal rank fluctuations of power burst apart, and a copious amount of blood splashed about. From the body of the six-winged angel, countless angel feathers flew out, fused with the drops of blood, and formed countless angels that flew in the direction of the sacred crystal realm. "You're courting death." 3 furious voices came from the 3 gold crystal pyramids. Crystal spears emerged from the gold crystal pyramids, and beams of light shot towards the angels like raindrops. Wherever the beams of light reached, large swathes of angels were blasted to pieces. Countless crystal spears appeared from the purple crystal towers. Rays of light shot into the sky and shot towards the angels in the sky. Bombarded by the crystal spears, the numerous angels were torn apart and turned into countless fragments that fell from the sky. "For my lord." 9 blazing angels exuding empyrean rank fluctuations of power flew out from the 6-winged angel, burned their angel hearts, brandished their angel swords, and slashed at the 3 gold crystal pyramids. "Damn it! A bunch of lunatics. These damn lunatics." 3 Empyreans roared in alarm and anger from the 3 gold crystal pyramids, and defensive barriers emerged and guarded in front of them. These Empyreans are top existences in their respective universes. Unless it's a last resort, almost no one will burn their origin and go all out. Beams of light blasted out from the 3 gold crystal pyramids, slammed into the Empyrean rank blazing angels, and blasted them riddled with scars. In an instant, the 9 Empyrean rank blazing angels merged with their swords and turned into a fearsome sword ray that slashed at the 3 gold crystal pyramids. Boom! Following an earth-shaking blare, the 3 gold crystal pyramids were engulfed by the fearsome angel flames. "For my lord. Glory is my destiny." One after another, blazing angels flew out from the giant 6-winged angel. Burning their origin, they descended from the sky, merged with their swords, and slashed at the purple crystal pyramids. Boom! Boom! The entire Saint Crystal world was shaking non-stop. Huge explosions were heard continuously, and one purple crystal pyramid after another collapsed and shattered. Countless angels descended on the sacred crystal boundary and fought with the powerhouses of the sacred crystal boundary. "Everyone, let's kill this traitor. Only by killing him can we survive." Edwina glanced at Jason, her beautiful eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and she barked. The geniuses present reacted and unleashed secret methods, and a dense swarm of crystal spears appeared and shot towards Jason. As expected of the Eternal Empress. "Your eyesight is really good. Unfortunately, you can't kill me." Jason's eyes shimmered with ridicule. The golden angel feather in his hand flickered slightly, and a tall and burly male blazing angel was summoned. Exuding fearsome holy flames, holding a heavy shield and activating a powerful angel boundary, he blocked in front of him. When the dense swarm of light slammed into the angel boundary, they were sent flying. Only Edwina's crystal spears shattered the angel boundary, but they were blocked by the angel shield. As expected of the Eternal Empress. However, you're doomed to die here today. Jason smiled coldly, and the golden angel feather in his hand flickered with light, and 5 blazing angels exuding holy fluctuations of power were summoned. Lisa's beautiful eyes flashed with despair, and she muttered, "It's over. 6 saints. We're dead." Seeing this scene, the eyes of the other geniuses shimmered with despair. If there was only one holy, then with the Eternal Empress Edwina here, everyone might be able to kill him. But with 6 saint-level blazing angels descending upon this place, even if everyone worked together, the only outcome would be death. Edwina's pretty face flickered, and a hint of retreat appeared in her beautiful eyes. In a one-on-one fight, she is confident that she can slay a holy rank blazing angel. In a one-on-2 fight, the outcome is unknown. In a 1-on-6 fight, there is absolutely no chance of winning. "Edwina, let's fight together." Yang Feng smiled indifferently and took a step forward. Countless mysterious spirit runes appeared on his body, and a purple whirlpool suddenly emerged and attracted a copious amount of purple gas, which turned into a purple beam that entered his body. In an instant, holy rank fluctuations of power diffused from Yang Feng and swept in all directions. Stunned, Jason's eyes flashed fiercely, and he issued a heart-wrenching roar, "8th step, holy rank. How is this possible? How can you advance so fast? This is impossible. Impossible." Edwina's beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor, and her eyes revealed a glimmer of hope, 8th step. He had actually advanced. As expected of the man that Uncle Eben fancies, he's really extraordinary. Dumbfounded, Lisa couldn't believe her eyes, holy rank. He actually advanced to the holy rank. This kind of advancement speed is too heaven-defying. In addition to the Eternal Empress Edwina, there are still such geniuses in this world. In the past, the first-place winners of the Metropolis Stars freshman competition were all geniuses. However, most of them stopped at the 6th or 7th step. Many people were unable to break through the holy rank barrier and advance to the holy rank throughout their lives. However, in just over 2 years, Yang Feng advanced from the first step to the holy rank. This kind of advancement speed is simply incredible. Jason's eyes flashed with jealousy, and he barked, "Kill him, kill everyone here." 5 blazing angels suddenly slashed at Yang Feng lightning fast with their angel swords in hand. The bronze wings on the back of the bronze armor flapped, and bronze light containing wisps of time force swept out. The bronze wings on the back of the bronze armor flapped, and rays of bronze light swept out, containing traces of the strange power of time. Yang Feng teleported and appeared in front of a blazing angel. 6 blue spears pointed at the blazing angel's head, and light flashed, and 6 blue beams blasted the blazing angel into pieces. Edwina suddenly retreated. Countless spirit runes shone on her body, and 12 scarlet crystal spears appeared and shot scarlet beams barreling towards the blazing angels like raindrops. Chapter 1497. The 4 holy step blazing angels brandished their great swords to block the light beams coming from all directions. From time to time, they were riddled with scars. Among the various secret methods in the cloud universe, the crystal ray spear is the most powerful offensive secret method. With the crystal ray spear combined with a special crystal ray spear, even a tier 1 extraordinary will have the means to threaten a holy step expert. As an Eternal Empress, Edwina is proficient in the top crystal ray spear. Once she erupts with her full power, she is simply terrifying. She forcibly suppressed the 4 holy step blazing angels. Like a ghost, Yang Feng flickered and shuttled among the 4 holy step blazing angels. Blue crystal ray spears slammed into the 4 holy step blazing angels and blasted them into pieces. 4 holy step blazing angel hearts fell into Yang Feng's hands. Jason was struck dumb, her beautiful eyes filled with fear, and her body trembled. How is this possible? How can this be? He just advanced to the holy step, how can he be so powerful? It's your turn. You can die too. Yang Feng smiled coldly, flapped the bronze wings behind him, and appeared beside Jason as if he teleported. 6 blue crystal ray spears flew out, and blue beams slammed into the blazing angel barrier around Jason like shooting stars. The 6 blue beams blasted into the barrier, easily pierced through it, and blasted the blazing angel's head to pieces. With a casual grab, Yang Feng dug out the holy step blazing angel's heart and grabbed it. Arthur, you, a look of shock on his face, Jason was just about to speak, when a blue beam slammed into his head and blasted it to pieces. After Jason's head was blasted to pieces, the eternal angel feather in his hand crumbled as well. No. In the void, the 6-winged eternal blazing angel contending against the universe's repulsive force issued a heart-wrenching roar, and then he was crushed by the universe's repulsive force and blasted apart. A copious amount of essence condensed into an angel heart and flew into the void. Our way back has been cut off. For my Lord, kill. Glory is my destiny. Kill them all. For the Lord. When the blazing angels saw this, a look of madness flashed in their eyes. They burned their source energy and became one with their swords as they charged at the Holy Crystal Realm Cultivator. Under the siege of the blazing angels, sacred Crystal Realm powerhouses fell one after another. With a flash of green light, as if teleporting, Yang Feng appeared in front of the angel heart containing eternal force and waved his hand. A crystal containing sealing force emerged, released countless mysterious spirit runes, and turned into a sealing treasure chest that sealed the angel heart containing eternal force inside. Edwina's beautiful eyes flashed with shock. Her face was full of disbelief. Arthur. The eternal angel heart has been sealed. That's the heart of an eternal angel. Greedy gazes focused on Yang Feng's embodiment of Arthur. The eternal angel's heart contained extremely terrifying power. Even if it couldn't allow someone to advance to the eternal realm, it could still use all kinds of incredible powers in the Cloud Star universe to create a terrifying existence with battle prowess comparable to an eternal realm expert. Well done. Arthur, give me the chest. As long as you give me the chest, I will speak up for you in front of His Majesty Ling Jianan and help you marry Edwina. A voice came from the void. Emperor Ebaun, whose body had been shattered and only his head was left, flew out from the void. Greed flashed in his eyes as his hair swept towards a sealed treasure chest like tentacles. Then forget it. With this eternal angel heart, I have hope of advancing to the eternal realm in the future. Why would I need your care? Yang Feng smiled coldly and pointed with a finger, and 36 blue crystal lances appeared, and a dense number of blue beams converged and barreled towards Eben. Damn it! There was a flash of anger in Eborn's eyes, and he let out an earth-shaking roar. Countless strands of hair intertwined and formed a powerful barrier. The densely packed blue beams of light slammed into the barrier, pierced through it, and blasted Eben's hair into pieces. Arthur, you're courting death. Eborn let out an earth-shattering roar. His body squirmed, forcibly growing out the parts below his head, and he looked up at the sky. He saw Yang Feng tear through the void and disappear into the boundless universe. Killing intent flashed in Eborn's eyes, and he blurred into motion and chased after Yang Feng. In a breath of time, Eborn appeared in the void. But the surroundings are empty and filled with spatial turbulence. He can't find any trace of Yang Feng. Eborn's eyes flashed coldly, and he pointed with a finger, and a crystal dog appeared. The crystal dog is a secret treasure crystal hound Eborn refined, and it is responsible for tracking. Even if it is an emperor, as long as they leave traces, they won't be able to escape its tracking. Master, number 3355 is at your service. As soon as the crystal dog appeared, it spoke the human language, full of intelligence. Track this person. Eborn's eyes shimmered coldly, and he waved his hand, and a ray containing a trace of Arthur's soul aura entered the crystal hound. Start searching. The crystal dog's eyes shone with mysterious light, and ripples spread in all directions. Countless mysterious runes appeared in the crystal dog's eyes, and it looked around. Ripples spread in the surroundings, and as if time began to reverse, scenes emerged. Image backtracking, this is one of the abilities grasped by the crystal dog. Many of Eborn's enemies have died to this ability. The image backtracking has just condensed, and then collapsed. The crystal dog uttered, "Search complete, backtracking failed. Unable to continue tracking." Eborn's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he let out a roar full of regret and unwillingness, "Damn it. Ling Jianan has been seriously injured. Now is the only chance for his emperor subordinates to surpass him and advance to the eternal sovereign rank." The eternal rank Blazing Angel's Heart was Eborn's only chance. Sangji Plains Devour Dynasty, there is a celestial body called the Angel Celestial, which is covered with countless angels. Each of the angels on the Angel Celestial body is a blazing angel with the most outstanding aptitude. In the center of the celestial body, there is a 100,000-meter tall mountain. On the mountain, there is a huge temple. This temple is the Angel Temple. Ripples shimmered, and Yang Feng appeared in the Angel Temple. "Greetings, Your Majesty." 12 quasi-emperor rank blazing angels flew out of the Angel Temple. Alexia, Agnipe, and other dark angels are among them. When they saw Yang Feng, they knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Alexia's beautiful eyes shimmered with a dazed shade, "Eternal. He has already become an eternal sovereign. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger." When Alexia was suppressed by Yang Feng, she was just a bright world warlock rank blazing angel. But now she is a quasi-empyrean rank powerhouse. At the time, Yang Feng wasn't even an infinity warlock, but now he has become an eternal sovereign. This makes Alexia feel that fate is fickle. "Big brother, you're here." With a flash of green light, Mykelia threw herself into Yang Feng's arms and said coquettishly, "This is an eternal rank blazing angel heart I got from another universe. Do you think you can refine him?" Yang Feng smiled and spread the fingers of a hand, and the eternal rank blazing angel heart flew out. An eternal rank fluctuation of power gushed out of the blazing angel heart and swept in all directions, trying to break free from Yang Feng's grasp. Rune chains appeared in Yang Feng's hand and easily suppressed the blazing angel heart. Mykelia frowned slightly and said, "I can refine it. But in this way, I won't be able to become a true eternal sovereign. I can only become an angel empress with eternal rank battle prowess." Eternal sovereigns and eternal rank battle prowess are two completely different concepts. Eternal sovereigns have the same lifespan as the universe. As long as the universe is not destroyed, eternal sovereigns won't die. Moreover, once an eternal is killed outside, as long as the eternal imprint isn't broken, they can be reborn in this universe. However, eternal rank battle prowess means that powerhouses will still be eroded by time and eventually die. Besides, they don't have the unique undying characteristic of eternal sovereigns. However, I guess that Big Brother needs me. Therefore, I'm willing to refine it and fight for Big Brother. Besides, if Big Brother can advance to an eternal king in the future, you'll definitely be able to help me get rid of the sequelae. Mykelia smiled sweetly and took the eternal rank blazing angel heart from Yang Feng's hand. "I really need your help. Come with me." Yang Feng took Mykelia and turned into a stream of light, disappeared, and flew towards the cloud universe. A figure flew out of the crystal wall of the cloud universe. It is Yang Feng and Mykelia. White light enveloped Mykelia, making her immune to the rejection of the cloud universe. Since Zero can allow an eternal like Yang Feng to infiltrate the cloud universe without being rejected, it can also allow an Empyrean rank blazing angel like Mykelia to avoid the rejection of the cloud universe. Chapter 1498. The Cloud Universe, an Abandoned Celestial Body. Let's begin. Young Feng looked at Zero and said in a deep voice. Zero nodded, then a white jade disc-like rune appeared on her forehead, and white light full of mysterious aura gushed out of the white jade disc and entered Mycelia. After Mycelia absorbed the mysterious white light, she integrated into the universe, as if she has become a heaven and earth variant born in this universe. Mycelia spread the fingers of her hand, and snow-white chains containing holy aura flew out and pierced into the eternal rank blazing angel's heart. Using the Angel Empress race ability, she refined the eternal rank blazing angel's heart inch by inch. Originally, there was a contingency set up by the divine light god in the eternal rank blazing angel heart. However, Yang Feng has already taken care of that contingency in the Tsangji plane, allowing Mycelia to smoothly devour the eternal rank blazing angel heart. Suddenly, a fearsome energy storm set off in an area hundreds of millions of light-years in radius. A tremendous amount of energy converged from all directions and formed a fearsome beam that entered Mycelia, and vast eternal might diffused from her and swept in all directions. Eternal, has a new eternal been born? These are eternal rank fluctuations of power. Who is advancing to the eternal rank? 6 fearsome eternal auras came from afar, and then 6 huge eyes appeared in the void and quietly looked at Yang Feng and Mycelia. This is the Tuda Star's Arthur. To be able to obtain the heart of the divine light universe's eternal angel, what a lucky fellow. That's the Angel Empress. He actually obtained a heaven and earth variant. The 6 eternal sovereigns watched quietly with enigmatic light in their eyes. If it was a time of peace, the 6 eternal sovereigns would have definitely taken action and killed Yang Feng's embodiment of Arthur, not giving him a chance to obtain an eternal rank blazing angel. However, this was a crucial moment in the cosmos-devouring war. The 6 Eternals could only support the geniuses of the Cloud Cosmos. This way, the Cloud Cosmos, which was at a disadvantage, would have a chance of survival. If Duyan Cosmos was in the war of universe devouring, they would have been swallowed by other cosmos many times over. After 49 days, the terrifying energy storm disappeared and Mycelia transformed into an eternal angel with the battle prowess of the first heaven of the eternal realm. Ripples flickered, and the projection of Ling Jinan, who was killed by Yang Feng once, appeared. With a kind smile on his face, he walked up to Yang Feng. I am Ling Jinan. Congratulations, Arthur. You obtained an eternal rank eternal angel. Are you willing to join my Jianan Heavenly Palace and serve me? Jianan Heavenly Palace was one of the 6 great eternal heavenly palaces of Duyun Cosmos, Ling Jianan's faction. The Jianan Heavenly Palace controlled countless stars and Duda Star was just one of them. Ling Jianan smiled and said, Arthur, if you are willing to join my Jianan Heavenly Palace, I can give you the Duda Star as your fief. I will betroth Edwina to you. At the same time, I will do my best to help you advance to the eternal realm. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he uttered with a smile, in that case, Arthur is willing to serve you, your majesty. Among the 6 Eternals, Ling Jinan was killed by Yang Feng once. Although he has been reborn, but his strength is at the bottom of the 6 Eternals. He must enter secluded cultivation all year round to restore his strength. Under such circumstances, Yang Feng can get the greatest benefits by joining Ling Jinan's camp. Ling Jinan said, take out your crystal token. Yang Feng took out the crystal token with countless uses. Ling Jinan pointed with a finger, and a ray of light of eternity entered the crystal token and released countless rays of light. Okay, Duda Star is now yours. Ling Jinan smiled, waved his hand, and tore apart the sky, and a huge portal appeared in the void. A peerless beauty with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a pair of slender legs walked out of the portal. She exuded an intellectual aura from head to toe. The blonde woman bowed to Yang Feng and said respectfully, I am Angel Zina. Greetings, Sir Arthur. From today on, I am your head maid. If you have anything to say, feel free to instruct me. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he praised in his heart, to gift a beautiful holy as soon as he made a move, as expected of an eternal. For an eternal, cultivating a holy is just a matter of how much resources they spend. Even so, a beautiful holy with extraordinary temperament and strength like Angel Xina is an extremely precious existence in the cloud universe. If you have time, you can come to my Jianan heavenly palace as a guest. Ling Jianan smiled, and his projection collapsed and disintegrated into specks of starlight. Let's go. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he took a step and disappeared. Duda Star, God of War Imperial College, an unruly expression on his face, Nennet looked at Bede and said with a cold smile, "Bede, hand over a member of Arthur's family." A cold look in his eyes, Bede uttered frigidly, "Nennet, Arthur is a disciple of Sir Coling. To want to capture a member of Arthur's family, aren't you afraid of offending Sir Coling?" Nenet's face flickered, and his eyes flickered with hesitation. Coling is a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse, someone as tyrannical as him is not willing to offend her. Coling. So what if I offend her? Tell her to come see me. A terrifying half-emperor level aura came from outside, and a tall man dressed in a white robe walked in step by step. He was like an incomparably terrifying beast, directly shattering the countless enchantments of War God Imperial College, and forcefully squeezed in. Sir Drita. When Bede saw the quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse walking out of the void, his complexion changed dramatically, and his eyes shimmered with respect. With a cold look in his eyes, Drita said frigidly, "Bede, tell Coling to come see me. Otherwise, there's no need for your God of War Imperial College to exist." 6 waves of terrifying power on the level of saints rose up from behind Delita. The 6 saints of Imperial College also walked in slowly and stood behind Delita quietly. "Sir, please wait a moment." When Bede saw the 7 saints, his eyes shimmered with fear, and he said respectfully and began to transmit his voice. With a flash of blue teleportation light, the beautiful Coling emerged from the void and walked into the palace. Coling's eyes narrowed, a dangerous gleam flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she said with a cold smile, "Drita, after you became the Dean of Duda Imperial College, you've become a lot bolder. How dare you come to find trouble with me? Tell me, how do you want to die?" Drita's eyes shimmered with ridicule, and he said with a cold smile, "Coling, in terms of strength, I'm not your match. It's a pity that you took in a good disciple. He offended Lord Eborn. This time, it was Great Emperor Eborn who asked me to capture you. Do you still want to resist? Great Emperor Eborn." As soon as he said that, everyone's faces changed dramatically. Eborn was one of the 3 emperors under Ling Jianan, and his strength was terrifying beyond compare. Even if Coling was a terrifying pinnacle quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse, she was definitely not Eborn's match. Coling's eyes narrowed, and she said coldly, "What token do you have to prove that Great Emperor Eborn sent you?" "That's it." Drita's gaze turned slightly cold, and he reached out with his hand. A crystal token flew out and blossomed with resplendent spirit patterns. The spiritual patterns intertwined and formed Eborn's projection. An emperor's terrifying aura spread out from the projection and swept in all directions. Eborn's eyes shimmered with madness, and his voice reverberated in the void like thunder, "Coling, your disciple Arthur snatched my treasure. Kneel down and allow yourself to be captured. Otherwise, I'll bury the entire God of War Imperial College with you. What an undeserved calamity. However, it's impossible for me to surrender without putting up a fight." Coling's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and 36 scarlet crystal light spears appeared inside her, and a dense rain of scarlet beams shot towards Eborn like raindrops. "Stubborn fool." The eyes of Eborn's projection shimmered coldly, and he waved his hand, and a blue crystal curtain flew out and swept towards Coling. Countless blue spirit runes diffused from the crystal curtain, absorbed the crimson beam, and then turned into blue chains that swept towards Coling, locking her down and suppressing her. Coling glanced at a certain place in the void and smiled bitterly, "Damn it, a great emperor personally took action. What treasure did Arthur snatch from him?" What a disaster. Drita walked up to Kuling with his head held high. Greed, resentment, and other complex emotions shimmered in his eyes, and he uttered with a smile, "Kuling, you finally fell into my hands. I think you've been thinking about this for 1,000 years. The enmity between us can finally be resolved. Fortunately, you accepted a good disciple this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the chance to deal with you." "Drita, are you referring to me by the good disciple you speak of?" A cold voice came from the side. With a flash of teleportation light, Yang Feng, Mykelia, and Angel Xina appeared in the palace. All eyes were attracted to Yang Feng's group of three. Chapter 1499. When Delaida saw Yang Feng, his eyes shimmered with pleasant surprise, and he said with a frigid smile, "Arthur, you dare to come back to throw away your life. What a fool! Your Majesty Eborn, how about I capture this person for you?" Eborn stared at Angel Xina and hesitated for a while before asking, "Excuse me, are you from the Canaan Heavenly Palace's Holy Maiden Temple?" Angel Xina replied respectfully, "Yes. Your Majesty Eborn, I am the head maid sent by the mighty His Majesty Ling Jianan to serve Sir Arthur. From today on, Sir Arthur is the Star Lord of the Duda Star. In that case, Arthur, you've successfully used the Eternal Angel's heart." Bewildered, Eborn's gaze fell on Mykelia. Only Mykelia exudes a frightening aura that makes him feel threatened. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "I am the Duda Star Lord. Duda Imperial College dares to assassinate the Star Lord. That's a heinous crime. Kill them all, Mykelia." "Yes. My lord." Mykelia smiled sweetly and beckoned with her hand, and an angel sword emerged. As if teleporting, she appeared behind a Duda Imperial College's Holy One and slashed down. With a flash of sword ray, the Holy One was split in two by Mykelia, and his life force was extinguished, and he turned into a corpse. Seeing that the Holy One was so easily slain by Mykelia, the Holy Ones of the Duda Imperial College felt their blood run cold. Spirit runes appeared on their bodies, and they tried to escape. "If I let you ants escape, wouldn't that make me look useless?" Mykelia smiled sweetly and waved her hand, and mysterious angelic chains flew out, pierced into the bodies of the 6 saints, and suppressed them. Even the quasi-empyrean rank Delaida was easily suppressed by the angel chains, unable to budge. "Your Majesty Eborn, please, save me." Fear shimmered in Delaida's eyes, and he begged Eborn. Eben's gaze sank and he said slowly, "Arthur, please stop. Let me take these people away. I will pay a price that will satisfy you." Yang Feng said indifferently, "Kill them all." Mykelia smiled sweetly and killed the 6 saints one by one with every swing of her sword. Drita's eyes were filled with fear and regret as he screamed miserably, "Arthur, stop. Spare my life. I can be your slave. Please spare my life. I beg you." Yang Feng smiled coldly, "No need." A sword light flashed, and Delaida was split into two by that terrifying sword light. His face was filled with terror as he turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. "Very good, Arthur, I'll remember you." A cold ray shimmered in Eborn's eyes, and he stared at Yang Feng, clenched his teeth, and turned into specks of starlight and disappeared. Angel Xina hesitated for a while, and then warned, "Sir, Eborn is one of His Majesty Ling Jinan's 3 Empyreans, after all. He is extremely powerful. It won't do you any good to offend him." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "As long as I surpass him in the future and advance to the eternal sovereign rank, I can kill such an ant at will." Angel Xina raised her eyebrows and said nothing. Mykelia, the Angel Empress, is an eternal sovereign rank powerhouse. Since she obeyed Yang Feng's orders, then Yang Feng's status is comparable to that of a weak eternal sovereign. Angel Xina is smart, so she naturally won't confront Yang Feng at this time. Mykelia slashed down with her sword and shattered the blue crystal curtain, freeing Kuling. Kuling looked at Yang Feng with incredulity in her beautiful eyes. you're Arthur, you're already a holy. How did you advance so quickly? When Ko-Ling first saw Yang Feng, he was just a tier 5 extraordinary. But in less than 3 years, Yang Feng has already advanced to the Holy Realm and can even force back an Empyrean. This speed of progress is simply incredible. Yang Feng said with a smile, I entered the Holy Crystal Boundary and practiced cultivation for a year. By a fluke, I broke through and advanced to the Holy Realm, and then luckily obtained an Eternal Angel Heart. I gave the Eternal Angel Heart to the Angel Empress I obtained in a fortuitous encounter, and she advanced to the Eternal Angel Realm. Ko-Ling's eyes flashed with envy, you're really lucky. Ko-Ling is a rare genius of the Metropolis Star. At the time, it took her 1,000 years to advance to the Holy Realm. It took her another 3,000 years to advance to the Quasi-Empyrean Realm. Yang Feng advanced to the Holy Realm in less than 5 years of cultivation. This speed is simply heaven-defying, surpassing that of countless eternal sovereigns. Ko-Ling, who is experienced and knowledgeable, has vaguely guessed Yang Feng's origin. He should be a universe child of this universe. He is a universe darling born from the universe devour Great Tribulation. In fact, Yang Feng is not a child of the Duyun universe. But he made rapid progress. Furthermore, after he killed Carthage and refined the Eternal Angel Heart of the Divine Light universe, he has become a child of the Duyun universe. Bede took a deep look at Yang Feng, and his eyes shimmered with jealousy. Holy, he actually became a holy. A universe child, what a name. Abed is still struggling in front of the holy boundary wall. Before his lifespan runs out, he isn't sure if he can advance to the Holy Realm. Now that Yang Feng has advanced to a Holy Step powerhouse easily and has an Eternal Step Angel guarding him, he can't help but feel jealous. After forcing Abed to retreat, Yang Feng carried out a purge of the Metropolis Imperial College. He purged the 7 Holy One's trusted disciples, and then merged the Metropolis Imperial College with the War God Imperial College. With the War God Imperial College as the foundation, Yang Feng quickly took control of the entire Metropolis Star. A steady stream of resources was sent to him, allowing him to grow stronger at all times. In the Metropolis Imperial Palace, inside a gold crystal tower, there is a person sitting, it is Yang Feng. Countless gold spirit runes turned into golden light and were absorbed into Yang Feng's body. Suddenly, Yang Feng opened his eyes, and the gold memorial tablets were repelled. A crystal token appeared in Yang Feng's hand, released mysterious light, and a projection of Ling Jianan emerged. With a dignified expression on his face, Ling Jianan said, Arthur, we 6 eternal sovereigns have a mission that we need you to do. If you can complete this mission, we can join hands to support you in advancing to the eternal realm. Yang Feng asked, what mission? Ling Jianan answered, we need you to sneak into the Divine Light universe and destroy a treasure there. Yang Feng sneered, sneaking into the Divine Light universe is a matter of certain death. You'd better find someone else to do it. The Divine Light universe is ruled by a sole God, the Divine Light God. All celestial bodies under his command are his domains and countries that believe in him. The Divine Light God is a 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouse. In the Divine Light universe, even if a 9th firmament eternal realm powerhouse enters, they will be easily killed by him. Yang Feng uttered coldly, if you insist, then I will give up on the Metropolis Star. If you insist, then I will give up on the Metropolis Star. In the vast universe, even you 6 eternal sovereigns may not be able to find me. Besides, it is during the universe devour tribulation. Yang Feng has the protection of the eternal angel Mycelia. If he insists on hiding, then even if the 6 eternal sovereigns join hands, they won't be able to find his whereabouts. Ling Jianan was silent for a while, and then sighed slowly, in that case, let's forget about this mission. Yang Feng uttered flatly, wait. I can also accept this mission. However, since I'm taking such a big risk, I have to get enough benefits. I want the eternal origin to help me advance to the Empyrean realm. Otherwise, if I go to the divine light universe, I will die without a doubt. It is extremely difficult for a holy to advance to the Empyrean realm. After all, the cloud universe can't compare to the eternal world. In the cloud universe, if you want to advance to the Empyrean realm quickly, you must obtain the eternal origin or a heaven-defying treasure of the same grade. Okay. Ling Jianan hesitated for a while, clearly communicating with the other 5 eternal sovereigns, and finally said decisively. Yang Feng said, "Don't agree too early. I need a lot of resources. After I advance to the Empyrean realm, I want to become a pinnacle Empyrean powerhouse." You really have a good plan. Ling Jianan smiled bitterly, hesitated for a while, and then communicated with the other 5 eternal sovereigns again, and finally agreed to Yang Feng's request. 7 days later, in the Metropolis Star's royal palace, there are all kinds of precious cultivation resources piled up into a mountain and radiating brilliant light. I can advance to the Empyrean realm now. Sitting in an eternal source energy pool full of eternal force, Yang Feng raised the corners of his mouth, opened a jade box, and a cloud of eternal origin flew out and entered his body. Countless mysterious spirit runes emerged, interwove inside Yang Feng, and strengthened his body and soul frantically. A terrifying aura suddenly gushed out of Yang Feng's body. Within an area of hundreds of thousands of light-years in radius, a fearsome energy storm swept towards the Metropolis Star. What's going on? Empyrean, someone is breaking through and advancing to the Empyrean realm. Who is it? Did Sir Kuling advance to the Empyrean realm? No, this aura, it's His Majesty Arthur. Arthur, how is that possible? How could it be him? How many years has he been cultivating? All the saints on Duda Star were flabbergasted. They looked towards the center of Duda Star and saw an extremely terrifying pillar of energy descend from the sky and enter the imperial palace of Duda Star. Then, a terrifying emperor's aura slowly spread out. Chapter 1500. Empyrean, he advanced to the Empyrean realm just like that. Kuling stared blankly at the beam in the center, and her eyes shimmered with jealousy. The resources of the cloud universe are far inferior to those of the eternal world. In this universe, it is 100 times more difficult to advance to the Empyrean realm than in the eternal world. Kuling is a genius among geniuses of the cloud star, but she has been a pinnacle quasi-Empyrean for who knows how many years. Yang Feng, who has been cultivating for less than a fraction of the time she has already advanced to the Empyrean realm. This frightening speed of advancement makes her jealous. Empyrean, he actually advanced to the Empyrean realm. Vega stood in a garden and looked at the terrifying beam of light in the sky. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a complicated expression. She didn't know whether she should be happy or sad. After Yang Feng advanced to the Empyrean realm, Vega, as his slave, naturally rose in status. But at the same time, her revenge has become far away. Empyrean. He actually advanced to the Empyrean realm. So fast. How terrifying. Fortunately, we didn't make an enemy out of him. When the elders of the Azalea family saw the terrifying light beam in the sky, they felt a lingering fear, but at the same time, they rejoiced. At the time, there was a lot of resistance in the Azalea family to give Vega to Yang Feng as a slave, and many people clamored to fight to the death with Yang Feng. Now it seems that their decision at the time was correct. Weina glanced at the beam, and regret shimmered in her beautiful eyes. Empyrean. Unfortunately, I didn't seize the opportunity when he was weak. Now it seems that it's impossible for me to be with him. Empyrean, he advanced to the Empyrean realm so smoothly. It's too fast. It's like there is no bottleneck in his cultivation. As expected of a universe child. Using the eyes of eternity, the 6 eternal sovereigns crossed countless light years and locked on Yang Feng, and their eyes flickered with ripples. Each of the 6 eternal sovereigns is a universe child of the cloud universe, a peerless genius born in a universe war of devour, a freak among freaks. At the time, their cultivation speed broke the records of the cloud universe. But even so, when the 6 Eternal Ones broke through the barrier to the monarch realm, they had to work very hard. They had to kill countless geniuses of the same level, and they had to step over the corpses of countless geniuses to reach the peak. Yang Feng, on the other hand, took the eternal origin of the 6 eternal sovereigns and advanced to the Empyrean realm in a single bound. This speed of advancement left the 6 eternal sovereigns envious. The cosmic storm lasted for an entire year. With the help of the power gathered by the cosmic storm, Yang Feng refined the eternal origin he obtained from the 6 eternal sovereigns in one fell swoop and advanced to an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. After the cosmic storm dissipated, a projection flickered and Ling Jianan appeared in the void. Ling Jianan said, "Arthur, come to the sacred cloud palace. We have something to discuss with you about infiltrating the divine light universe." Yang Feng agreed, "All right." The sacred cloud palace was located on the sacred cloud planet, a beautiful and vibrant star in the Duyun universe. In the sacred cloud palace, you can see beautiful women from the Duyun universe everywhere. A faint fragrance wafted in the air, creating a beautiful scenery. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared in the sacred cloud palace with Mykelia standing beside him. "Greetings, Your Majesty." When the beautiful women in the sacred cloud palace saw Yang Feng, they bowed gracefully. Yang Feng strode into the sacred cloud palace and came to a palace. The huge palace is circular in shape and has 7 seats. There are already 6 people sitting on the 7 seats. They are the 6 eternal sovereigns of the Duyun universe, Ling Jianan, Ling Tasa, Ling Senta, Ling Teche, Ling Rio, and Ling Suya. 6 third firmament eternal sovereigns. The Duyun universe is really extraordinary. Yang Feng took a look at the 6 eternal sovereigns, and then calmly took a seat. Mykelia stood quietly beside him. The eyes of the 6 eternal sovereigns focused on Mykelia, and a look of envy streaked past their eyes. The 6 eternal sovereigns were all experts at the 3rd heavens of the eternal realm, but none of their subordinates had eternal realm battle prowess. After all the resources useful to the eternal beings had been collected and used by them in order to break through and advance to the 4th heaven of the eternal realm. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Your Majesties, this time I came in order to sneak into the cloud universe and obtain a treasure of the radiant god of destruction." Now, it was time to talk about the specific situation. However, I will say this in advance. If this operation faces certain death, I will refuse to carry it out. The 6 eternal sovereigns looked at each other and frowned slightly, not used to Yang Feng's tone of speaking to them as equals. But after glancing at Mykelia, he suppressed that trace of dissatisfaction. The Pagoda Saba said slowly, "The 6 of us paid a huge price to refine a secret treasure that would allow you to infiltrate the divine light universe. As long as you can sneak into the Hall of Divine Light and destroy the Heavenly Hook Tower, we can swear that we'll help you advance to the eternal realm so that you can stand on the same level as me." Yang Feng sneered in his heart, "Destroy the universe's Heavenly Hook Tower. This is sending me to my death." The universe Heaven Hook Tower was where the divine light cosmos shot their universe hooks. Duyun cosmos might be able to break free from the universe-devouring war. But since the Heaven Hook Tower was such an important place, it was naturally the most important part of the divine light universe's defense. Even if an Eternal managed to sneak in and destroy the Heaven Hook Pagoda, they would still die. Yang Feng asked, "How do we sneak into the divine light universe?" "We joined forces to suppress the 9th divine prince of the divine light god sect. He was protected by an eternal angel. You can disguise yourself as the 9th divine son and sneak into the divine light universe." Yang Feng asked, "Besides you, is there anyone else who knows the identity of the 9th godchild?" The 6 eternal sovereigns said, "No." Yang Feng uttered, "Okay, give me all the intelligence you have, the 9th godchild and his eternal angel. I will infiltrate the divine light universe now." Leo's eyes flashed with pain as he said, "What do you want the 9th god and his eternal angel for?" Yang Feng responded righteously, I want the ninth godchild to interrogate him, verify the accuracy of the intelligence, and deal with the various tests of the divine light God. As for his eternal angel, I want my eternal angel to refine it and simulate it into his eternal angel. Okay. I'll give it all to you. However, Arthur, if you can't complete the mission, then don't blame me for being rude. Leo's eyes shimmered coldly, and he waved his hand, and 2 crystal coffins flew out. There are 2 people sealed in the 2 crystal coffins. They are the ninth godchild and the eternal angel beside him. Yang Feng received the 2 crystal coffins, and his eyes shimmered with satisfaction, saying, "Give me the secret treasure that can sneak into the divine light universe." Leo replied coldly, "When you go to the divine light universe, we will naturally give it to you." Yang Feng didn't take it to heart. He smiled indifferently, then his figure shook slightly and he disappeared from where he stood. A month later, Yang Feng came to the sacred cloud palace again. Yang Feng said, "I'm ready." With a cold expression on his face, Leo threw a mask as thin as a cicada's wing in front of Yang Feng. "This is the eternal grade secret treasure, the eternal divine phantom mask. Integrate the ninth god's blood essence and soul aura into this mask, and you'll be able to take on the appearance of the ninth god perfectly." Yang Feng picked up the mask, took a look at it, smiled indifferently, and flicked his finger, and a drop of the ninth god's blood essence and soul aura entered the mask. As soon as Yang Feng put on the mask, spirit runes shone on his body, and he took on the appearance of the ninth god. "This is my alias's alias." A queer thought emerged in Yang Feng's mind. "Let's go." Ling Jianan pointed with a finger, and a blue ray shone and entered an altar. A blue beam gushed out of the altar, entered the sky, and opened a huge hole in the sky. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he entered the huge hole. A fearsome spatial tearing force erupted in an attempt to tear Yang Feng to pieces. However, Yang Feng's fleshly body easily resisted the spatial tearing force. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared on a celestial body. Yang Feng looked around and saw that there is a mysterious, 10,000-meter tall altar on the celestial body. A powerful concealment barrier has been activated on the celestial body, concealing the celestial body. Unless an eternal sovereign's gaze falls on the celestial body, no one can find this celestial body. It seems that the cloud universe also has arrangements in the divine light universe. Yang Feng swept the surroundings with a glance, tore off the mask he wore on his face, and erupted with devour force and devoured Leo's trump cards hidden on his body. Yang Feng said, 0. What is the universe energy level of this universe? 0 appeared, mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and he quickly calculated. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, he answered, the universe energy level of this universe is 7. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, sure enough, it's 7. If I can harvest the universe origin of this universe, then I will be able to break through the bottleneck and become a 7th firmament eternal sovereign powerhouse. As for the disguise. Why the disguise? Wouldn't it be better to let him do it himself? The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile and he pointed with a finger, and light flashed. 2 crystal coffins appeared. The 2 crystal coffins opened, and the peerlessly handsome ninth divine child and his guardian, an eternal angel, appeared. Who are you? When the ninth divine son opened his eyes and saw Yang Feng, he frowned slightly and berated with an aloof and arrogant air. Chapter 1501. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, Sir ninth divine son, have you forgotten? I am Khan, it was I who saved you from the other world's people. The ninth divine son pondered for a while. Countless tampered memories emerged in his mind, and he nodded, I remember now, it's true. If you have any wishes, just say them, I can fulfill them for you. 0 used her power to tamper with the memories of the ninth divine son and the eternal angel beside him. Unless the divine light God cast a secret method to spy on the souls of the ninth divine son and the eternal angel, it is impossible to discover Yang Feng's tampering. The divine light God is a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse. He spends most of his time either practicing cultivation or enjoying himself. All the power is held by the 9 divine sons and daughters he gave birth to. The 9th divine son is ranked in the middle among the 9 divine sons. Even so, he is equivalent to a god in the divine light universe and can fulfill anyone's wish. Yang Feng uttered, "I hope to follow the 9th divine son and serve you." The 9th divine son burst out laughing, feeling unspeakably carefree. "Good. You're pretty good. Follow me, and you'll get everything you want." Ha ha ha. The divine light planet was in the center of the divine light universe, and it was also the center of the divine light universe. Above the divine light planet was an enormous star that shook the heavens. That star was the divine light god's divine kingdom. The eternal royal palace is located in the center of the divine light star. The eternal royal palace is divided into 10 areas. The 10 areas are the residences of the divine light god and the 9 divine sons. "I'm back. Get the hell out, you ant that's stealing my temple." A fearsome voice full of killing intent reverberated in the void, and the 9th divine son stepped into the 9th divine temple in a domineering manner. "Greetings, your highness. Greetings, your highness." When the beautiful maids in the 9th divine temple saw the 9th divine son, their faces changed dramatically, and they knelt on the ground and said respectfully, trembling with fear, "Brother 9, since you disappeared, why did you come back? Don't you think you're in the way?" A golden-haired, blue-eyed, burly, and handsome young man walked out of the 9th divine hall with a sunken face. He glanced at the eternal angel beside the 9th god's son with some jealousy and said coldly, "Don't worry, you'll be fine." The 9th divine son's eyes were cold as he sneered. "So it's 13th brother. I'm not dead yet, but you actually dare to steal my sacred hall. How dare you? How do you want to die?" The 13th god-child sneered and said, "The 9 great divine halls belong to those who are capable. This was a rule set by God Father. Brother Jiu, I'll challenge you for the position of the 9th hall master right now." Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 9th divine prince as he said coldly, "The hall master's challenge is not to be rejected." He was also not allowed to ask for the help of the angels around him. 13th brother, you're really smart. Very well, we shall fight to the death here today. The 9th angel will be a witness at the side. You should believe in his fairness. But 13th brother, if you fail, you will die. Are you sure you want to challenge me? 9th brother, I've wanted to challenge you for a long time. Die for me. Sword of divine judgment. A cold glint flashed in the 13th god-child's eyes, and a god's curse appeared between his brows. In the void, countless divine lights flashed and condensed into a divine sword. It tore through the sky and slashed at the 9th god-child. 13th brother, since I'm the 9th divine hall master, my strength naturally far exceeds yours. You can die in peace. The 9th god-child sneered. Countless divine lights revolved around him and condensed into a set of divine force armor. A sword of divine judgment appeared in his hand. He waved the sword, and endless divine light bloomed. It was filled with a holy, mighty, and terrifying aura. A terrifying sword light twisted in the sky, and the 13th god-child was easily cut in two. The 13th god-child's expression changed drastically, and he wailed mournfully, 9th brother, stop. Spare my life. Since we're brothers, please forgive me this once. Die. A cold glint flashed in the 9th god-child's eyes. A terrifying divine force sword light spat out and instantly slashed the 13th god-child into countless pieces that scattered in all directions. How ruthless. 9th brother is back. That's too ruthless. That idiot 13 is clearly a pawn pushed out to test 9th brother. What a fool. Fearsome consciousnesses swept this side, and then scattered, filled with indifference. The divine light God controls the divine light universe. In his divine country, there are countless beautiful women of the divine light universe. With his seventh heaven eternal realm cultivation base, even in the eternal world, he is a small tycoon. He has a wide circle of friends, and he even has countless beautiful women of other universes. Generally speaking, the more powerful a life form is, the more difficult it is to conceive the next generation. In the world of warlocks, emperors have very few descendants. However, every eternal sovereign is an incredible and terrifying existence that completely reverses the truth of the world. As long as they want to, they can give birth to countless descendants. In the divine light God's divine light universe, there are more than 100,000 people who have children. The relationship between the god sons and goddesses is very indifferent. Only the god sons and goddesses who have the same mother and grew up together have a slightly closer relationship. This Khan is my savior. From today onwards, he's my trusted aide, as well as the majordomo of the ninth divine hall. All of you must obey his orders. Khan's eyes lit up. Do you understand? The ninth god's son glanced at the servants who flew out from different places and knelt on the ground, pointed at Yang Feng, and uttered coldly. Yes. Your Highness. The servants knelt down respectfully. The ninth god's son glanced at the void, snorted coldly, and strode towards his temple. Yang Feng smoothly sneaked into the eternal monarch palace and became the majordomo of the ninth divine son. A tall, handsome, golden-haired, blue-eyed man sat in a pavilion beside a beautiful lake in the third divine hall. This man is the third god's son. A gloomy expression on his face, the third god's son's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Ninth brother actually escaped from the other universe's powerhouses? That's impossible. Unless the other universe's eternal sovereigns are trash, how could they have let him escape? There's something strange about this. The ninth god's son was betrayed by the third god's son, which is why he was besieged by the cloud universe's eternal sovereigns. Ansha. The third god's son said lightly. Yes, your highness. Distorted shadows appeared, and a man shrouded in a black curtain of light appeared and knelt on one knee in front of the third god's son. The third god's son said coldly, Go find out the ins and outs of this matter. Yes. My lord. Ansha's figure twisted, and she disappeared into the shadows. After Yang Feng became the ninth god's son's general manager, he plunged into the divine light universe's library, collected all the information of the divine light universe, and stored them in Zero's database. After Zero analyzed the information, he passed on to Yang Feng the information he needed, allowing him to quickly gain a deep understanding of the divine light universe. There are countless stars in the divine light universe, each of which can only believe in a single God, the divine light God. Apart from the divine light God, the strongest fighting force in this universe is the angels. There are a total of 36 eternal rank angels under the divine light God. Most of them are first firmament eternal rank angels. No wonder he dared to launch a universe-devouring war against the cloud universe. The heavenly hook pagoda is placed in the eternal palace. If it were me, I would only place this treasure in my divine country. There is only one reason why the divine light God dares to place the heavenly hook pagoda here, that is, to fish out the cloud universe's powerhouses who go to the heavenly hook pagoda one by one. Yang Feng saw through the dangers of the heavenly hook pagoda at a glance. If I were really from the cloud universe, I might really take the risk to destroy the heavenly hook pagoda. Unfortunately, Ling Jianan found the wrong person. Yang Feng smiled coldly, showing no intention of destroying the heavenly hook pagoda. As for the most precious treasures in this universe, they are naturally placed in the divine country of the divine light God. I stand no chance. How troublesome. Yang Feng glanced at the divine country in the sky, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. Even if it is a ninth firmament eternal powerhouse, only death awaits them if they enter the divine country of the divine light God. However, the divine light universe is indeed extraordinary. It has a complete secret method to cultivate angels. With this secret technique, Mycelia can cultivate all the way to become an eternal angel at the third firmament of the eternal realm. Apart from this, the most important thing is that there is such a substance in the divine light universe. Yang Feng picked up a crystal test tube, carefully extracted a bit of black liquid, and dripped it on a piece of white jade finger bone he obtained in the world of warlocks. When the black liquid fell on the white jade finger bone, it immediately dissolved a bit of the white jade finger bone that even Yang Feng was helpless against. After the black liquid melted the white jade finger bone, it condensed into a golden liquid containing endless mysteries. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the drop of golden liquid entered his body and strengthened his body and soul frantically. 7 days later, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he stared at the small piece of white jade finger bone. This is definitely the skeleton of an eternal monarch rank powerhouse. It contains mysteries beyond that of an eternal monarch rank powerhouse. Only the divine light universe's heavenly spirit bone eroding water can dissolve it and form a new substance that can strengthen the body and soul of an eternal sovereign. As long as I refine this small piece of bone, I can advance to the seventh firmament eternal sovereign. Chapter 1502. Yang Feng frowned slightly. However, the heavenly spirit bone eroding water is one of the top treasures in the divine light universe. The spirit devouring realm is in the hands of the third divine prince, so it's very difficult to obtain it. Apart from being able to corrode the mysterious white jade finger bone in Yang Feng's hand, the heavenly spirit bone eroding water was a rare treasure of the universe. It was also a kind of treasure that had a price but no supply. The ninth divine prince had also made great contributions back then, which was why he had been rewarded by the divine light god and received 10 drops of heaven spirit bone eroding water. It was just that he had never used it, so he kept it until now. Who is it? Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred, and he looked towards a shadow in the palace. His face sank, and he said coldly, "It's me. I am An-Cha, one of the 7 divine generals under the third divine sun. Lord Khan, it's a pleasure to meet you." A distorted shadow walked out of the shadows, revealed itself, and said faintly to Yang Feng. Yang Feng said coldly, "This is the 9th divine temple, what are you doing here?" An-Cha smiled and said, "Khan, my master admires you very much. If you are willing to pledge allegiance to my master, my lord will bestow upon you the title of 10-star lord and bestow upon you 10 sacred stars. On those 10 saint stars, the fate of all humans will be decided by you." In the divine light universe, there were also countless stars. However, all the stars belonged to the divine light god's territory, and they had to carry out the divine light god's will. The various stars were ruled by churches. Even Emperor Realm experts couldn't do whatever they wanted, otherwise, they would be suppressed by the churches. Only the 9 sons of God would each have more than 500 sacred stars as their fiefdom. In that fiefdom, as long as they didn't change the faith of the divine light God, they could do whatever they wanted. For the powerhouses of the divine light universe, becoming an astral lord and obtaining a fiefdom on the sacred star was the best choice. Then, they could run amok on the sacred star and lead a befuddled life. After all, in the divine light universe, besides the children of the divine light God, no one else had the qualifications to advance to the eternal realm. In the long history of the divine light universe, there had been people who had attempted to advance to the eternal realm during the universe-devouring war. In the end, they had all been killed by the divine light God without exception. Yang Feng said with a dignified expression, "All right. I promise you. In order to express my loyalty to the third divine son, I will tell you a piece of information. This 9th god's child is fake." An-Cha was slightly stunned. Waves of shock surged in her heart. What? The 9th god is fake? That's right, I did save the real 9th god's son. But later, an eternal one from another world descended, and I used a treasure to escape. Before I escaped, I saw the 9th god child being captured by those eternal beings with my own eyes. When the fake ninth god reappeared, I took the initiative to get close to him for the sake of riches and glory. That was how I became the ninth god's butler. I've been worried about being killed by the fake ninth divine prince these past few days. Third divine son, please save me. Young Feng, like a movie star, had an anxious expression on his face as he lowered his voice and said solemnly. And Cha's eyes flashed with excitement, so that's how it is. So that was how it was. Khan, continue to lurk around the ninth divine prince. Report to me immediately if you have any information. The third divine prince will never mistreat you. I'll be leaving first. And Cha's shadow flashed, and she disappeared from where she stood. Third divine hall. Sure enough. At the time, ninth brother was besieged by several eternal beings. The Cloud Universe's eternal beings are all third firmament eternal realm old monsters with rich combat experience. How could they let ninth brother escape? Since ninth brother is a fake. Then his only purpose for sneaking into the divine light universe is the Heavenly Hook Pagoda. Only by destroying the Heavenly Hook Pagoda will the Cloud Universe have a chance to win. It's almost time for ninth brother to guard the Heavenly Hook Pagoda. That will be the time for him to act. The third divine son is very clever. With a thought, he guessed the plot of the Cloud Universe's eternal beings. After the crucial information that the ninth god is a fake was exposed, as if the fog of war was lifted, the third divine son saw the truth. Half a year passed in a flash. In the Eternal Monarch Palace, on a square full of barriers and restrictions, there is a 1,000-meter tall tower engraved with countless mysterious divine seals. Beside the mysterious tower, there are countless blazing angels, each of which possesses Holy Spirit warlock rank power. The ninth divine son strode into the square alone and stopped at the edge of the square. The ninth divine son said lightly, "Eighth brother, I'm here." A handsome young man who looked 70% similar to the ninth god's son and had an unfathomable aura walked out from the square. The eighth divine son uttered with a look of relief, "Ninth brother, you're here. Then I'll leave this place to you." The Heavenly Hook Pagoda requires children with the divine light god's bloodline to consume bloodline force in order to accelerate the activation of the Heavenly Hook Pagoda and accelerate the fusion of the two universes. To the 9 sons of God, guarding the Heaven Hook Tower in the universe would weaken their bloodline power. This would reduce their power and make them very uncomfortable. Of course, the divine sons who guard the Heavenly Hook Pagoda can refuse the challenges of other divine sons and restore their strength in peace for the next 1,000 years. This is the reward the divine light God gave to the divine sons. Wait! A voice suddenly sounded from the back. The third divine son and 6 men who looked somewhat similar to the 9th divine son walked over from the back. The divine princes of the 9 sacred halls were all gathered here. The 9th divine son frowned slightly and said coldly, "Third brother, what do you mean by this?" The third divine son smiled contemptuously and said coldly, "Third brother, I'm not your third brother, you impostor." The 9th divine son's face sank and he said coldly, "Impostor, are you crazy?" The third divine son's gaze turned cold and he said coldly, "Brothers, this person is no longer our 9th brother. He's an impostor sent by the Duyun universe. He infiltrated us this time to destroy God-Father's Heavenly Hook Pagoda." Everyone's attention was focused on the 9th God Prince after he said that. The terrifying auras of 9 eternal sovereigns erupted and locked onto the 9th divine son. The 9th divine son's face sank and he said coldly, "Third brother, how dare you frame me? What evidence do you have to prove that I'm an impostor?" The third divine son sneered, "If you're not an impostor, do you dare to take a look at the Gate of Divine Light?" The Gate of Divine Light is a treasure used by the divine radiant God to examine powerhouses from other universes. Even an eternal rank transformation art can't escape the detection of the Gate of Divine Light. The 9th divine son's eyes flashed with frigid killing intent, and he said in a chilly voice, "Of course I dare. However, third brother, since you dare to provoke me like this, if I return safely from the Gate of Divine Light, you must accept my challenge. If you lose, then you can die. Originally, after the third divine son guarded the heavenly Hook Pagoda for 1,000 years, he could refuse challenges from other divine sons. However, the ninth divine son also used words to force the third divine son into a corner. The ninth divine son said coldly with an unruly expression, "If you don't accept my challenge, then you can go and guard the heavenly Hook Pagoda yourself. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, I can never go near the heavenly Hook Pagoda. However, I won't enter the gate of divine light. It's an insult to me. Why should I do whatever you want me to do? Who do you think you are?" The first divine son smiled indifferently. "That's right, third brother. Why should we do whatever you say? If ninth brother isn't a fake from the cloud cosmos, then you can fight him to the death." The second divine son also smiled slightly. The heavenly Hook Pagoda is the core of the divine light cosmos. It can't be lost. We can't be too careful. However, the dignity of the 9 divine sons cannot be challenged. Third brother, if you don't accept ninth brother's request, then go and guard the heavenly Hook Pagoda yourself. We all trust you. The 9 divine sons controlled almost all the power in the divine light cosmos, and the competition between them was very intense. The third divine son's methods were shocking, and he rose too quickly. He had already raised the vigilance of the other divine sons, and they were all thinking of ways to suppress him. The third divine son's eyes flashed with malice. He pondered for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I accept your challenge. If you can come back alive from the trial of the gate of divine light, I will accept your challenge." The 9th divine son said coldly, "Fine. Then let's go to the gate of divine light under the witness of my brothers." Located in the west of the Eternal Monarch Palace, the Gate of Divine Light is a 100-meter-tall pure gold gate engraved with countless divine seals and inlaid with divine runes of divine beasts. Light shone, and 9 figures appeared in front of the Gate of Divine Light. They are the 9 divine sons. The 9th divine son smiled at the 3rd divine son. Without the slightest hesitation, he strode towards the Gate of Divine Light and stepped into it. An incomparably terrifying beam of divine power descended from the sky and condensed into an eye of divine power. It emanated wisps of terrifying eternal realm pressure as it looked directly at the 9th divine son. Endless eternal divine light shone on the 9th divine son and scanned him from head to toe, not even sparing his soul. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the endless eternal divine light dissipated, and the 9th divine son strode out of the Gate of Divine Light and looked at the 3rd divine son with a derisive expression. "Third brother, it's time to fulfill your promise." Dumbfounded, the 3rd divine son gritted his teeth and said, "How is this possible? How can this be? You should have been suppressed by the cloud cosmos eternal sovereign. I have witnesses. How can this be?" Chapter 1503. The 9th god sneered. "Third brother, Khan has always been my man." The 3rd god was slightly taken aback. A cold glint flashed through his eyes as he gritted his teeth. "I see. This was a trap. You set up a trap to harm me." The 9th god sneered as killing intent flashed through his eyes. "Third brother, we should go to the Divine Light Gladiator Arena now to fight to the death. The winner will get everything the loser has." The 3rd divine prince took a deep breath. His eyes flickered as he said slowly, "Ninth brother, I've lost this time. I admit defeat. I can give you anything you want." According to the unspoken rules of the battle between the 9 god princes, once one party admitted defeat, the others could not be killed as long as they paid a certain amount of resources. The 9th god said indifferently, "Fine. I want you to give me 100 sacred stars. Spirit Devouring Realm, Emperor Light Realm, Blue Sea Realm. Give me these 100 sacred stars, and I can pretend that today's matter never happened." The 3rd god's expression changed. I can't give you the spirit-devouring realm, Emperor Light realm, and heavenly ghost realm. That's my foundation. There were also differences among the sacred stars. The spirit-devouring realm, Emperor Light realm, and heavenly ghost realm could all produce precious cultivation resources. They were the foundations of the third god prince, so he naturally wouldn't give them to others. The ninth god said coldly, "You must give me one of the spirit-devouring realm, Emperor Light realm, and heavenly ghost realm. That is my bottom line. Otherwise, we will fight." The third god prince hesitated for a while and finally sighed. Spirit-devouring realm. The spirit-devouring realm produced a rare treasure like the sky spirit bone devouring water. But the production was too low, and the third god prince didn't have a heaven-defying treasure like the white jade finger bone. The spirit-devouring realm was far inferior to the other two sacred stars. The ninth god prince said, "Fine. On top of that, you must give me 2 sacred stars." The third god prince gritted his teeth. "Fine. Brothers, I was indeed ambushed by a few eternal ones from the cloud cosmos. I only managed to escape because I used the secret treasure that father left me. However, according to third brother, the Heaven Hook Tower is related to Father God's grand plan. We cannot afford to lose it. Even if I'm a little suspicious, I definitely shouldn't have gotten close to the tower. That's why I suggested letting third brother guard the Heavenly Hook Tower on my behalf. What do you guys think?" The ninth divine prince smiled. Number 1 smiled. Number 3, "I think number 9 isn't suitable to guard Heaven Hook Tower. You do it." The sixth divine son chuckled and said, "Third brother, I think big brother is right." The other 7 divine princes all agreed with the ninth divine prince. The third divine son gritted his teeth and said with an ashen face, "Fine." After the handover, the third god entered the Heaven Hook Pagoda. After the ninth god obtained the 100 sacred stars, he gave another 35 sacred stars to the other 7 godsons, which made the other 7 godsons very satisfied with him. In a cave in the deepest part of the heaven-eroding cave of the spirit-eroding realm, ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared in the cave. This is the birthplace of the heavenly spirit bone-eroding water. Only 1 drop will be born every year. Yang Feng looked above the cave and saw a black stalactite with a mysterious drop of heavenly spirit bone-eroding water gestating on it. As long as the divine light god doesn't leave his divine country, then unless the eternal monarch takes action, he is an invincible existence in the divine light universe. I have no chance, so I'd better stay here and wait for the heavenly spirit bone-eroding water to be born. If the cloud universe is unlucky and is destroyed in advance, then it's their bad luck. Yang Feng looked at the black stalactite with a glance, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile, and then disappeared. The birthplace of a universe treasure like the heavenly spirit bone-eroding water has all kinds of wonders. Even Yang Feng doesn't dare to use the eternal secret method to spy on it. Otherwise, once it was destroyed, this mysterious place would disappear. The only thing he could do was to guard this place. Time passed. 150 years passed in the blink of an eye. The world of warlocks, the Tsangji Plain. A fearsome aura spread in all directions, and the entire universe fell into a frenzy. A tremendous amount of universe energy frantically converged on the Tsangji Plain and formed a fearsome energy beam that shot into the center of the Devour dynasty. Countless stars shone brightly, and star force entered the center of the Devour dynasty. The violent power of wind, the scorching power of fire, the gentle power of water, and the thick power of earth appeared and turned into a torrent that entered the devouring dynasty. It advanced. The great eternal blade advanced again. What a terrifying phenomenon of heaven and earth. What a terrifying aura. So scary. As expected of the eternal blade. The eternal blade is really an existence that makes everyone despair. In the world of warlocks, countless powerhouses watched the fearsome cosmic storm with enigmatic light in their eyes. The primal chaos spider mother looked at the terrifying space storm and was dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes flashing with disbelief. It's evolved. This is the seventh firmament eternal realm. How can it be so powerful that it advanced to the seventh firmament eternal realm? To advance to the seventh firmament eternal realm in such a short period of time, that's too heaven-defying. Old monsters like the primal chaos spider mother, who has lived since the beginning of the universe, have some friendship with Eternals. She knows how terrifying seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouses are. At the time, the strongest eternal sovereign in the world of warlocks hasn't advanced to the fourth firmament eternal realm, yet Yang Feng has advanced to the seventh firmament eternal realm. With this kind of fearsome power, even in the eternal world, he can dominate a region. As long as it isn't in a place like the 10 holy heavens, where countless eternal sovereigns gather, a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse can become an overlord. Even in a place like the 10 holy heavens, a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse can become an overlord. Even in a place like the 10 holy heavens, they can be an overlord. Even a powerful force with an eternal giant head guarding it generally won't provoke a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse. That incomparably terrifying energy beam lasted for a full 10 years. It was as if the energy of the entire universe had been sucked dry. During this 10 years, the cultivation of powerhouses above the holy step in the world of warlocks virtually stagnated. 10 years later, that incomparably terrifying energy beam finally dissipated. In the secret chamber, Yang Feng opened his eyes, and a vast and terrifying aura slowly diffused from him. So this is the power of the seventh firmament eternal realm. It's so powerful. I feel that even if there were 10 of me joining forces, they still wouldn't be my opponent. I didn't expect that I would break through at this time and advance to the seventh firmament eternal realm. Feeling the fearsome power inside him, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. After advancing to the seventh firmament eternal realm, Yang Feng's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Even if he faces a ninth firmament eternal realm powerhouse, even if he can't defeat them, he can still retreat unscathed. Before this, if he had encountered an eternal realm powerhouse, he would have been in a dead end. After refining a white jade finger bone, I gained so many benefits. If I refine all the white jade bones, I'm afraid that I can directly advance to the ninth firmament eternal realm powerhouse. However, such treasures should only be used at the most critical times. Advancing from the seventh firmament eternal realm to the eighth firmament eternal realm is just the accumulation of eternal force. As long as I can harvest the divine light universe's universe origin, I can advance to the eighth firmament eternal realm. After Yang Feng became the master of the world of warlocks, he began to look for treasures such as the white jade finger bone. After searching the universe, Yang Feng obtained a white jade bone of a hand. In the past, Yang Feng has been unable to refine the white jade bone. Only now did he realize how amazing its power is. He vaguely guessed that the white jade bone may be a treasure that even the eternal monarch wants to obtain. Naturally, he won't use it so easily. Time passed, and another 200 years passed. During these 200 years, powerhouses of the cloud universe and the divine light universe emerged in large numbers, each using their own ingenious schemes and fighting each other. Due to the suppression of the soul god, the light god, the divine light universe suppressed all kinds of eternal seedlings as soon as they emerged. None of them gave birth to anyone too outstanding. In the cloud universe, however, geniuses emerged in large numbers. One after another, dazzling peerless geniuses emerged on the battlefield, and Empyreans emerged one after another and suppressed the world. On the battlefield, due to the appearance of the children of universe, the cloud universe gradually suppressed the powerhouses of the divine light universe. Unmoved, the light god just let the powerhouses of the divine light universe and the cloud universe fight each other. The gap between the divine light universe and the cloud universe is really huge. As long as the light god fights steadily, it can devour the cloud universe. The light god specifically chose the cloud universe to devour because it knows that it has a 90% chance of winning. The cloud universe. With a flash of light, Yang Feng's embodiment of Arthur appeared in this universe. With a smile, countless spirit runes appeared, and a vast aura soared into the sky. In an area of hundreds of millions of light-years, endless energy converged here and formed a terrifying energy storm. Someone has advanced to the eternal realm. Who is it? Someone has advanced to the eternal realm. Is it the miraculous Flash Selu or the magic light divine Spear Barcelona? He has advanced to the eternal realm. This is the first powerhouse of our era to advance to the eternal realm. Who is it? In the cloud universe, all the powerhouses were alarmed, and curious gazes converged on this side. Chapter 1504. It's him, it's Arthur. That bastard, he still dares to come back. He cheated us of our eternal origin, yet he still dares to come back. How audacious. In the cloud universe, the fact that someone has advanced to the eternal realm cannot be concealed from the 6 eternal sovereigns. They cast their gazes here and looked at Yang Feng with complicated looks in their eyes. This bastard cheated me of my treasures, yet he didn't carry out the mission. I'm going to kill him. Rinjio's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he launched an attack. A terrifying beam of light capable of destroying everything, shattering the void, and suppressing the world barreled towards Yang Feng's embodiment of Arthur in an attempt to extinguish Yang Feng's life force. As Yang Feng's embodiment of Arthur is still in the process of advancing to the eternal realm, it is impossible for him to resist Rinjio's killing blow. At that moment, Mykelia emerged and slashed down with the angelic sword in hand. Terrifying angelic flames pierced through the sky and slashed the beam of destruction to pieces. Third Firmament Eternal Realm. How can the combat power of an eternal angel increase so quickly? How is this possible? In just a few hundred years, how can the eternal angels around him advance so quickly? When the 6 eternal sovereigns saw this scene, their eyes flashed with shock. For eternal sovereigns, a few hundred years is just the blink of an eye. In just a few hundred years, Mykelia has advanced to the 3rd Firmament Eternal Realm, which is simply heaven-defying. It should be noted that in order to advance to the 3rd Firmament Eternal Realm, each of the 6 eternal sovereigns has spent hundreds of millions of years, which is full of intrigues, compromises, plots, betrayals, and alliances. For Mykelia to advance to the 3rd Firmament Eternal Realm in just a few hundred years is far beyond the expectations of the 6 eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng has obtained the God Light Universe's cultivation technique for blazing angels, coupled with the resources he has from multiple universes, as well as the rare resources he plundered from the eternal world, which enabled Mykelia to advance to the 3rd Firmament Eternal Realm in just a few hundred years. Rinjio's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he uttered unhurriedly, "Everyone, let's join forces to kill that swindler Arthur. He deceived all of our eternal essences. He deserves to die 10,000 times over." The 6 eternal sovereigns were practically omnipotent in the cloud cosmos. Even if they were separated by hundreds of millions of light years, they could still converse easily. The Spirit Pagoda said, "If he's still an emperor, then he really deserves death for deceiving us. But now, he has reached the eternal realm and is on the same level as me. As long as he's willing to pay a high enough price, we can forget about this matter." Ling Suya said indifferently, "That's right. Now that he's an eternal realm expert, he's on the same level as me. I agree with Pasha's suggestion." Agreed. The other eternal sovereigns are also unwilling to attack Yang Feng. The cloud metropolis cosmos was already at a complete disadvantage against the divine light cosmos. If they killed each other and killed the eternal ones of their own cosmos, in that case, they would have no chance of winning against the divine light universe. You can't attack the geniuses of your universe in a universe-devouring war. This is the unspoken rule of the cloud universe, and it is a lesson the cloud universe has learned in blood. The divine light universe is only able to eliminate the universe's children because the divine light God is too powerful and the cloud universe he chose is too weak. The gap between the two sides is too great. Ling Liu's gaze darkened, and he could only remain silent. He doesn't have the confidence to defeat Mykelia by himself. The fearsome energy beam lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. Yang Feng's clone Arthur finally advanced to the eternal realm in the cloud universe. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. I finally advanced to the eternal realm. In this way, I have the same authority as other eternal sovereigns in the cloud universe. Unfortunately, if it weren't for the divine light god eyeing me covetously, this universe would be mine. In addition to the eternal world, in the other universes, any eternal being would have terrifying cosmic authority in their own life universe, and could mobilize the power of the entire universe to fight. It is because of this that eternal sovereigns are so fearsome. They are virtually invincible in their own universe. With the help of Zero's power, Yang Feng's clone was able to form a pseudo-eternal imprint and deceive the universe, allowing him to advance to the eternal realm. The Metropolis Star, in a hidden space. Koling is lying on the ground with a large hole in her chest. Flesh is squirming inside the large hole, trying to heal. Black gas diffuses, hindering the healing of the black hole. In the hidden cave, there are hundreds of people. They are Vega, Arthur's kin, and elites of War God Imperial College. At this time, Vega and the others are looking at Koling with worry in their eyes. Now Koling is their only protector. That son of a bitch Eborn, he dares to bully the weak and attack me. Damn it. That son of a bitch Arthur is really a scoundrel. He left without a reason, leaving behind such an enemy for me to deal with. I'm really unlucky to have accepted such a son of a bitch as a disciple. Koling coughed up blood and cursed. Countless spirit runes appeared on her and contended with the black gas. Originally, Koling was the #1 expert of War God Imperial College. On the Metropolis Star, she was a witch that no one dared to provoke. She has always been the one bullying others. No one else has dared to bully her. But after she accepted Yang Feng as a disciple, she was suppressed by Duda Imperial College's dean. After Yang Feng became the Metropolis Star's lord, Koling lived a good life. Unfortunately, Yang Feng didn't destroy the divine light universe. When the news of the Heavenly Hook Tower spread back to the cloud universe, her good days came to an end. Eborn, the Emperor rank powerhouse, took the initiative to hunt down Koling and her party. If it wasn't for the many secret treasures Yang Feng gave her, she would have been killed by Eborn already. Suddenly, the hidden space trembled slightly, and a 10,000-meter-long giant hand pierced into the hidden space and tore it apart. Shit! Koling's complexion changed dramatically. Her figure fluttered, and countless rays of light swept the hundreds of people in the hidden space and escaped. Koling, you're really stupid. If you escape by yourself, it will be difficult for me to catch up to you. If you take them with you, only death awaits you. Just give up. I'll give you a way out. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Ripples flickered, and Eborn emerged from the void, covered in spirit runes and his aura more terrifying than it was hundreds of years ago. He stared coldly at Koling. Koling's beautiful eyes shimmered with resentment, and she uttered slowly, "Your Majesty Eborn, there is no enmity between us, so why have you been chasing us for hundreds of years? Why? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for accepting a good disciple. He stole my eternal angel heart and destroyed my only hope of advancing to the eternal realm. Therefore, he must die. Everything related to him must die." Eborn's eyes flashed with madness, and he roared. The eternal angel heart is one of the most precious treasures in the universe. If Eborn uses the eternal angel heart coupled with other secret methods, he can refine an eternal rank golem, promote his status, and compete for the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. After Yang Feng snatched the eternal angel heart, Eborn could only watch helplessly as Yang Feng used the eternal angel heart to reap great benefits and easily advanced to the Empyrean realm. This made him so upset that he almost vomited blood. Oh! Everything related to me must die. Who gave you the guts to do that, Eben? A cold voice suddenly sounded behind Eborn, and Yang Feng walked out of the void step by step, followed by the beautiful blazing angel Mycelia. "Arthur, you're back. In that case, I'll give you face. Let's call it a day." Eborn turned his head, and his face suddenly changed dramatically. He looked at Mycelia with apprehension, and then his figure flickered, and he turned into a stream of light flying into the sky. "Call it a day? You killed my people, and you still want to leave unscathed? There's no such thing in the world. Go to hell." Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a giant hand containing eternal force descended from the sky and shot towards Eborn. "Eternal? You actually advanced to the eternal realm. How is this possible? How can this be?" As soon as Eben sensed the eternal rank breath, his face changed dramatically, and his eyes filled with despair. A set of blue armor appeared on him, and countless defensive barriers suddenly appeared in an attempt to resist Yang Feng's claw. With a swipe of the giant hand containing eternal power, the defensive boundary around Eborn crumbled like tofu. His blue battle armor also shattered in an instant. "Arthur, stop. After all, he is one of my important subordinates. You can't kill him." A beam of eternal light shot out from the void, slammed into Yang Feng's giant hand, and blasted it apart. Ling Jianan's dignified voice echoed in the void. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you for saving my life, Your Majesty." The despair on Eborn's face faded, replaced by ecstasy. He shouted wildly and gave Yang Feng a provocative look, resentment in his eyes. Yang Feng said flatly, "Kill him." "Yes. My lord." Behind Yang Feng, Mycelia smiled sweetly and operated the essence of speed. Her figure blurred, and then became clear again. A bloody line appeared on Eborn's forehead and extended downward. "No." A look of despair on his face, Eborn's body split in two, his life force extinguished, and he became a corpse. Chapter 1505. "Spirit Arthur, are you going to make an enemy out of me?" With a flash of eternal light, a projection of Ling Jianan formed in front of Yang Feng, and he stared at Yang Feng with a gloomy expression. In the cloud universe, once a powerhouse advances to the eternal sovereign rank, their name is crowned with the title Spirit. This is the case for Ling Jianan and Ling Seth. Yang Feng spoke coldly, "Your Majesty Ling Jianan, for a mere Empyrean like Eborn to bully my people, doesn't he deserve to die? Since when can an Empyrean offend the majesty of an eternal sovereign? Except for places like the eternal world's 10 holy heavens, where eternals are as common as dogs, eternals are supreme existences in other universes, and Empyreans cannot offend their majesty." Ling Jianan frowned slightly and said, "Eborn is indeed at fault in this matter, but he is our universe's Empyrean after all. In such a universe-devouring war, losing an Empyrean is extremely disadvantageous for our universe. If we lose an Empyrean, then why not just create another one?" Yang Feng smiled indifferently and pointed with a finger, and a vial of precious elixir flew out and poured it on Kuling. When the precious elixir fell on Kuling, it easily extinguished all the wounds on her body and restored her to normal in an instant. "Teacher, advance to the Empyrean realm." Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a vial of liquid refined from many eternal fruits turned into a thread and entered Kuling's mouth. As soon as Kuling opened her mouth, she felt a vast and boundless power pervading her body. Energy beams rose in an area hundreds of thousands of light-years in radius, entered Kuling, and caused her aura to rise. She broke through in one fell swoop and advanced to the Empyrean realm. Ling Jianan's eyes shimmered with a complicated shade, and he said slowly, "Spirit Arthur, it seems that you have gained a lot in the divine light universe. Kuling is in the quasi-Empyrean realm to begin with, and she is only one step away from advancing to the Empyrean realm. But even so, without the help of Yang Feng's eternal elixir, she would never be able to break through and advance to the Empyrean realm. Elixirs that can help others advance to the Empyrean realm are extremely precious elixirs for eternal sovereigns. Yet Yang Feng threw them to Ko Ling like cabbages, which made Ling Jianan a little jealous. Yang Feng responded with a faint smile, "Of course. I have gained a lot of benefits in the divine light universe over the years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to advance to the eternal realm as soon as I returned. Come to my Canaan heavenly palace when you have time. All these years, Edwina has always missed you." After Ling Jianan left behind these words, the projection directly collapsed, transforming into specks of light and disappearing. Yang Feng smiled indifferently, his gaze once again fell on Ko Ling. When a few ill-intentioned auras arrived and saw Yang Feng, they fled into the distance, not daring to approach. After the energy beam disappeared, Ko Ling slowly opened her eyes, and her temperament became even more ethereal. "So this is Empyrean power, how wonderful." Ko Ling's beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor, and she sighed faintly. Then, her gaze fell on Yang Feng, and a complicated look flickered in her eyes. "Arthur, you little bastard, you've made me suffer. But seeing as you helped me advance to the Empyrean realm, I won't argue with you. You're a worthy disciple." Vega looked at Yang Feng with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes, unknown whether she was happy or sad. Eternal, he actually advanced to the eternal realm. How could this be? How could this be? Among the hundreds of survivors of War Imperial College, everyone looked at Yang Feng with worship in their eyes. An eternal sovereign is an invincible existence who can suppress the universe. They can support a major force by themselves. Yang Feng looked at the void and said with a faint smile, "Teacher, I'll leave them to you. I think I'm going to join the battle too." In the cloud universe, the universe suddenly trembled, and the universe membrane finally collapsed. An almost endless starry sky suddenly appeared in the cloud metropolis cosmos. The cloud universe and the divine light universe finally entered the final stage of the universe-devouring war. Under the command of the eternal angels, one after another, angel legions from the divine light universe surged towards the cloud universe like a tide. It's starting. How come it's so fast? There should still be 3,000 years left, right? Damn it, it's the universe heavenly hook pagoda. The divine light God must have burned the bloodline of his sons to launch the universe heavenly hook pagoda. In the cloud prime cosmos, the 6 eternal sovereigns were infuriated, and they immediately guessed the truth. Originally, there was still 3,000 years before the universe-devouring war would enter the final stage. However, the divine light God was ruthless and decisive. In one fell swoop, he burned the bloodline of his sons and turned them into nutrients for the universe heavenly hook pagoda. During the years of war, the divine light God sent countless angels and powerhouses to be killed by the cloud universe's powerhouses and carried out blood sacrifices, narrowing the gap between the two universes. With all these means, the divine light God used his heaven-defying methods and consumed a massive amount of God power reserves in the divine kingdom. This instantly brought the universe-devouring war to its final stage. After this war, the divine light universe would suffer a great loss, and the divine light God would use up more than 90% of its reserves. However, as long as it could devour the cloud universe, all the losses would be made up for within 100,000 years. In the divine light universe, within the divine light God's divine kingdom, a 10,000-mile-long, boundless, pure white God's ship flew out. On the ship of God, there were 108,972 Emperor-grade blazing angels, as well as 12 first firmament eternal blazing angels, 2 second firmament eternal blazing angels, and 1 third firmament eternal blazing angel. In the center of the ship of God sat a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He wore a white divine robe and looked ordinary, but he gave off a dignified aura. He was the only God of the divine light universe, the divine light God. Behind the ship of God, there were countless fleets, and on those fleets were all angels. After the intelligent life forms of the divine light universe died, their souls would be led into the divine country of the divine light God, where they would be reincarnated as angels. Over the years, the number of angels living in the divine country of the divine light God numbered in the trillions. Even blazing angels were just high-level cannon fodder in the divine country of the divine light god. The divine legion that seems to be able to crush everything flew straight towards the Canaan heavenly palace where Ling Jiannan is located. Among the 6 eternal sovereigns of the cloud universe, Ling Jiannan is the weakest. Shit. Everyone, the divine light universe has launched a decisive battle. Please come to my Canaan heavenly palace to defend against the enemy. When Ling Jiannan saw the divine light god's movement, his face fell, and he asked Yang Feng and the other 5 eternal sovereigns for help. Leo and the other eternal sovereigns began to mobilize their forces, gathered the strongest forces of their race, and flew towards the Canaan heavenly palace via a teleportation array. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he tore apart the void and disappeared. An hour later, Yang Feng appeared tens of thousands of light years away from the divine light god's army. He pointed with a finger, and 36 eternal crystal spears appeared and shot towards the divine light god's army. Thanks to the power of eternal force, a rain of light beams crossed the void and slammed into the divine light god's army. Warships carrying countless angels were blasted apart one after another, and countless saint-rank blazing angels were destroyed in that attack. That's right. The cloud universe is strong in offense but weak in defense. This is how we should weaken the enemy. When the 6 eternal sovereigns in the Canaan heavenly palace saw this scene, their eyes lit up. Mysterious light shone, and 6 fortresses exuding wisps of eternal force and filled with thick cannons appeared. Countless beams of light shot from the 6 fortresses, tore through the sky, crossed a great distance, and slammed into the divine legion. One after another, the angel legion's warships were blasted to pieces, and countless angels died. Apart from the divine boat, the other warships activated powerful defensive barriers. However, under the attacks of the Cloud Star Universe's powerhouses, they were easily destroyed and turned into powder. Sitting quietly on the divine boat, the divine light god watched expressionlessly as his subordinates were killed, an indifferent look in his eyes. Yang Feng took a deep look at the divine light god, and his pupils constricted. What a ruthless person. He doesn't care about these angels. No matter how many he kills, he won't bat an eye. In the end, it's still the eternal sovereigns who decide the outcome of the universe-devouring war. The Angel Legion is just cannon fodder to consume the power of the Cloud Universe's eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng understood the divine light god's intention at once. The angel fleet was deliberately sent by the divine light god to be killed by the Cloud Universe's powerhouses. As long as they can consume a trace of the power of the Cloud Universe's eternal sovereigns, it will be a great profit for the divine light god. The Cloud Universe's 6 eternal sovereigns are no fools. They saw through the mystery at once, and countless artillery shells that can seriously injure eternal sovereigns barreled towards the divine boat. It seems that the Cloud Universe's people aren't all idiots. Aboard the divine boat, the divine light god smiled faintly and pointed forward with the scepter in his hand. The projection of the one divine kingdom appeared, and boundless eternal divine power surged out, forming a terrifying barrier of divine light. When the artillery shells of the 6 eternal fortresses slammed into the divine light barrier, they were distorted and deflected to the side. Divine decree, there is light. The divine light god turned around, looked at Yang Feng's embodiment of Arthur, and pointed at Yang Feng with the scepter in his hand. In an instant, the laws around Yang Feng changed, and divine light that can purify and annihilate everything erupted and engulfed Yang Feng. Chapter 1506. Stop! Yang Feng issued a miserable scream. Numerous wounds appeared on his body, and his aura became extremely weak. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. Such a weak eternal sovereign. A first firmament eternal ant. Even if you are a universe child, you are an ant before you grow up. Even if you have any ulterior motives, as long as the general trend is set, then under absolute power, all schemes are useless. The divine light god glanced in the direction where Yang Feng disappeared, and countless divine seals appeared in his eyes. After making deductions, he sat quietly on the white jade throne and didn't go after Yang Feng. As long as the cloud universe's 6/3 firmament eternal sovereigns are killed, the entire cloud universe will be in the divine light God's pocket. He only needs to send eternal angels to sweep everything away. After the divine vessel distorted for a while, countless divine seals suddenly appeared on it, and 3,600 pairs of wings grew on it. The 3,600 pairs of wings flapped slightly, and a copious amount of eternal divine force burned and turned into a gust of divine fire that enveloped the divine vessel. The divine vessel shone brightly, and its speed suddenly increased sharply. It turned into a streak of white light and flew towards the Canaan heavenly palace. Having lost their target, the eternal grade stronghold cannons bombarded the divine light God universe's angel fleet and blasted the angel warships apart. The angel warships evaded continuously, but they couldn't escape the bombardment that crossed hundreds of millions of light years, and were destroyed one after another. After destroying hundreds of thousands of angel warships, the 6 eternal grade stronghold cannons stopped firing. The bombardment that crossed hundreds of millions of light years to kill holy rank powerhouses consumed a tremendous amount of power. After the divine light God disappeared, it was meaningless to bombard the angel warships. That's because each of the angel warships has a holy rank warship, and there are as many as 7 billion of them. If the 7 billion warships were to be destroyed hundreds of millions of light years away, the energy of the 6 eternal fortresses would be exhausted. The 7 billion holy rank blazing angels are the cannon fodder that the divine light God cultivated after the last universe devour war. Even if they all die, he won't blink an eye. Terrifying armies also gathered in Duyun Cosmos. Under the lead of genius emperors, they headed to the front lines to fight the seemingly endless angel army. Countless experts risked their lives and died on the front lines. In the Cloud Metropolis universe, stars fell one after another, and all the living beings on them were slaughtered by the angels of the divine light universe. Not a single one was spared. What the divine light God wanted was an incomparably clean universe. Apart from the intelligent lifeforms that possessed his bloodline, all other intelligent lifeforms, unless they were extremely valuable divine beasts or beauties, would be killed and purified by his angels. Because the divine light cosmos had mobilized all the emperor rank blazing angels, the divine light cosmos angel corps was losing countless angels at every moment. One saint rank blazing angel after another died at the hands of the Duyun cosmos emperors. Should we call all of them back? Inside the Canaan heavenly palace, Ling Leo pointed at the crystal screen, where several brave and invincible new Empyreans were fighting on the central battlefield. Ling Suya said coldly, "Once they are recalled from the central battlefield, we will directly collapse on the central battlefield." Ling Suya said lightly, "And they are not our pawns. They may not be willing to listen to our orders. After all, their subordinates, relatives, friends, and lovers are all on the battlefield. The Empyreans fighting on the central battlefield are the children of the universe born from the cloud universe. Their strength is heaven-defying, and they all have the potential to advance to the eternal realm. They are also unruly and are not willing to obey the orders of the 6 Eternals." Ling Suntower's eyes flashed with unwillingness. "Unfortunately, there is not enough time. Otherwise, our universe could have 7 or 8 more Eternals. That way, even the divine light God might be able to fight." The other Eternals' eyes flashed with malice. Originally, the cloud universe had a total of 9 third heaven eternal realm Eternals. They were not weak among the many universes. Even the divine light God was somewhat apprehensive of them. However, the 9 eternal ones killed each other. 3 eternal ones at the third heaven of the eternal realm died, and the remaining 6 eternal ones were all injured. When they were at their weakest, they were invaded by the divine light God. The divine light God is not only terrifyingly strong, but is also ruthless and decisive. He sacrificed all of his direct descendants in exchange for 3,000 years of time. This caught the cloud universe's powerhouses off guard, filling their hearts with despair. A few days later, A white ray tore through the sky, and the white divine vessel appeared in front of Canaan heavenly palace. I am the sole God, the divine light God. Those inside, listen up. If the 6 of you are willing to submit to me and go through the conversion ritual to become my guardian angels, then I will let one of you live. On the God's boat, an endless amount of divine light shone down and enveloped the surroundings. From the top of the God's boat, the cold and imposing voice of the divine light God could be heard. Ling Rio said slowly, "Only one can live. What about the other 5? A cold look in his eyes, the divine light God said in a frigid voice, "The other 5 will naturally die and become nourishment for my advancement. By killing an eternal and shattering their eternal imprint, even an eternal who is not proficient in the essence of devour can absorb the power of the eternal true spirit." Ling Rio and the other eternals integrated their eternal imprints into the cloud universe. The eternal true spirit and universe force contained in their eternal imprints far exceed that of the third heaven eternal realm eternals of the eternal world. Ling Jianan immediately spoke, "He is sowing discord between us. Divine Light God, do you think we will fall for such an inferior means of sowing discord?" The Divine Light God said indifferently, "Yes, I am indeed sowing discord between you. However, what I said is also true. Rekalon, come and talk to them." "Yes. My lord." A blazing angel at the second heaven of the eternal realm flew out and quietly floated in the void. "I am Rekalon, one of the lightning universe's eternal sovereigns. After I submitted to my lord, I cooperated with my lord to kill the other 5 eternal sovereigns of the lightning universe. My lord rewarded me and transformed me into an eternal angel. Countless mysterious runes appeared in the eyes of the second heaven eternal blazing angel, and fluctuations of soul filled the air, showing the scene to the 6 eternal sovereigns. The tragic scene of the lightning universe replayed in their minds. Rekalon betrayed the other 5 eternal sovereigns. With his help, the divine light God easily suppressed the other 5 eternal ones. Finally, with the power of the divine light God, he transformed into a second heaven eternal blazing angel. It's true. When the 6 eternal sovereigns of the cloud universe saw this scene, their hearts were filled with shock. In the universe-devouring war, once an eternal betrays their universe, their eternal imprint will collapse and shatter. Even if they don't die, it will be difficult for them to achieve higher achievements in their lifetime. However, after betraying their universe, Rekalon advanced again with the help of the divine light God's power, which is simply heaven-defying. Everyone, don't be fooled by his rhetoric. Since he sent someone to persuade us to surrender, he naturally doesn't have the confidence to win. If we join forces, we may have a chance of winning. Ling Jianan's eyes shimmered coldly, and he roared. In the Canaan heavenly palace, countless thick barrels appeared, and fearsome beams capable of tearing apart eternity barreled towards the divine light God's divine boat like meteors. Circles after circles of incomparably mysterious spiritual inscriptions spread out from the Jianan heavenly palace and enveloped the void, freezing the past, present, and future of this void, preventing the boat of God from freely traversing the past, present, and future. Pig-headed. Let me show you the power of a 7th heaven eternal God. God decreed that the spear of divine light will appear and purify all evil in the world. The divine light God smiled coldly, his eyes shone, and he pointed with a finger. My Lord decreed that the spear of divine light will appear and purify all evil in the world. A giant Holy Spirit appeared and prostrated itself on the ground. My Lord decreed that the spear of divine light will appear and purify all evil in the world. An elven Holy Spirit appeared and prostrated itself on the ground. A nearly endless number of Holy Spirits appeared and murmured piously. Countless sentient beings appeared behind the divine radiant God, praying piously. Faith power converged, formed eternal divine force, and turned into an indestructible, 10,000-kilometer-long spear of divine light. The divine spear descended from the sky and tore through the sky. It carried the will of trillions of living beings and boundless power as it slammed into the defensive barrier of the Canaan Heavenly Palace. Boom! The barrier of the Canaan Heavenly Palace, which can resist eternal sovereigns, crumbled in an instant. 6 eternal fortresses surrounding the Canaan Heavenly Palace flew out and activated powerful barriers in an attempt to resist the attack of the Spear of Divine Light. When the Divine Light spears stabbed the 6 eternal fortresses, one after another, they crumbled and turned into powder that scattered about. No! No! Help! Countless powerhouses flew out of the Canaan Heavenly Palace. But as soon as they flew out, they were enveloped by the Spear of Divine Light, vaporized, and turned into ashes. 6 tyrannical eternal auras flew out of the Canaan Heavenly Palace in an instant. In the next moment, the Divine Light Spear slammed into the Jia-nan Heavenly Palace's main body. Boundless light erupted and the Jia-nan Heavenly Palace's main body was smashed into countless fragments that scattered into the cosmos. Chapter 1507. How can it be so terrifying, 7th Heaven of Eternal Realm? This is the power of a 7th Heaven of Eternal Realm powerhouse. Damn it! Too powerful. This kind of power is simply despairing. The 6 eternal sovereigns of the cloud universe barely managed to escape from the Jia-nan Heavenly Palace. Seeing the Jia-nan Heavenly Palace being destroyed, a chill and despair welled up in their hearts. The Jia-nan Heavenly Palace gathered the power of the 6 eternal sovereigns, but in front of the divine radiant God, they were unable to withstand a single blow. This kind of heaven-defying power made the eternal sovereigns of the cloud universe realize the terror of a 7th Heaven of Eternal Realm powerhouse. Everyone, he won't let us off. The only thing he fears about us is that we burn the eternal mark and launch an all-out attack. Against him, we have no chance of survival. Let us perish together with him and fight for a chance of survival for our universe. Ling Jinan frowned slightly, his eyes flashed fiercely, and with a roar, the eternal mark appeared and collapsed. In an instant, Ling Jinan turned into a terrifying scarlet light that pierced through the sky and blasted towards the divine light God's location. God's country. The divine radiant God, who has been very calm, as if nothing in the world can move him, finally changed his expression and silently recited an incantation to cast his most powerful defensive divine spell. Boundless eternal divine power burned, and the projection of a divine kingdom with countless angels appeared and formed a terrifying barrier. Ling Jinan ignited the eternal mark and formed a scarlet light beam that slammed into the God boundary. In an instant, it pierced through the God boundary and shot towards the divine light God. Protect the Lord. Glory is my destiny. Emperor rank blazing angels suddenly flew out, holding angelic shields, and rushed towards the scarlet light. Hundreds of Emperor realm blazing angels were pierced by the red light. Their bodies were pierced and their life force was wiped out. Glory is my destiny. Divine light flashed in the eyes of the 12 first heaven eternal blazing angels. They crazily burned everything, turned into pure white divine light, and fiercely collided with the scarlet red light. Under the attack of the 12 first heaven of eternal blazing angels, the scarlet light dimmed a lot. Break! The divine light God waved his long sword and ruthlessly slashed down. He controlled endless divine light and slashed at the scarlet red light, shattering it in one strike. Divine light God, let us perish together. Leo laughed out loud and directly burned the mark of eternity. He turned into a scarlet light and flew towards the divine light God. Apart from Ling Suya, the other eternal ones ignited their eternal marks and turned into crimson beams of light that shot towards the divine light God. The eternal sovereigns knew very well that if they fought normally, none of them would be able to withstand a single blow from the divine radiant God. Only by burning the mark of eternity would there be a chance of harming the divine light God. Godly glory soared. The divine light God's face fell. A beam of divine light shot up into the sky, and the projection of the one and only divine kingdom appeared. Within the divine kingdom, billions of holy spirits and petitioners appeared, madly burning their essence. In that instant, within the divine light God's divine kingdom, countless holy spirits, angels, and petitioners directly ignited their life force and completely perished. Through the laws of the underworld, they descended here and entered the divine kingdom projection. A terrifying sword exuding endless divine light, seemingly capable of purifying and destroying everything, flew out and slashed at the four beams of light. The entire void was split open, and the sword mercilessly slashed at one of the scarlet rays of light. The scarlet rays of light that the third firmament eternal ignited the mark of eternity turned into was smashed by the terrifying sword in an instant. When the remaining three scarlet rays of light slammed into the divine country projection, they pierced through the divine country projection, penetrated the divine light God's barrier, and blasted open three huge holes on the divine light God's body. The divine light God frowned slightly and coughed. Drops of golden God blood dripped into the void, and endless divine light enveloped him. In an instant, the three wounds on his body disappeared. Ling Xuya's face flickered, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Mighty divine light God, I am willing to submit to you. Please transform me into your guardian angel." The shocking attack unleashed by the five third firmament eternal powerhouses burning their mark of eternity only slightly injured the divine light God. This fact made Ling Xuya despair, and he chose to submit. In that case, go to hell. Only in this way can your comrades rest in peace. Ripples flickered, and a large hand strangely pierced through Ling Xuya's chest. A copious amount of eternal force poured out and forcibly dug out a mark of eternity from Ling Xuya's body. There was a flash of unwillingness in Ling Xuya's eyes, and he roared at the top of his lungs, "Damn it, I have already submitted. Why do you want to kill me? Because I don't like people like you. Besides, you can also become a resource for my evolution." Yang Feng smiled faintly and crushed Ling Xuya's mark of eternity. A fearsome black hole emerged, swallowed Ling Xuya, and frantically devoured everything about him. The divine light God looked at Yang Feng with apprehension in his eyes and said unhurriedly, "You are Ling Arthur." "No, you are not an eternal of the cloud universe." "Who the hell are you?" "I am the edge of eternity." "Divine light God, nice to meet you. Please go to hell." Yang Feng smiled faintly, countless runes shone on him, and the armor of dawn covered him. He took a step forward, crossed the torrent of time, appeared in front of the divine light God, and slashed at him with his sword, "Seventh firmament eternal realm. How can you sneak into this universe without being discovered by them?" The divine light God's face fell, and he rode boundless divine light and slashed at Yang Feng. Boom! When the two swords collided, two extremely powerful forces erupted, and the divine light God was sent flying 10,000 kilometers away and sprayed gold God blood all over his body. Although the divine light God doesn't seem to have any injuries, but the three eternal wounds on his body haven't disappeared. Originally, as long as he refined the cloud universe's origin force, he would be able to recover from his injuries within 10,000 years and advance further. But now that Yang Feng attacked, his injuries worsened. "Protect my lord. Glory is my destiny." Suddenly, a swarm of blazing angels flew out and attacked Yang Feng. Each blazing angel possesses holy step rank power, and there are hundreds of millions of them. Even eternal sovereigns can be injured by them. A bunch of ants, go to hell. With a flash of starlight, the star concubine walked out of the void, rode boundless starlight, and shot towards the eternal step blazing angels. A dense swarm of saint-rank primary battle robots appeared and clashed with the blazing angels. In the void, the sound of explosions rang continuously as Yang Feng and the divine light God fought wildly. Wherever they passed, the void shattered and stars extinguished. The divine light God kept summoning divine country projections, but he was still riddled with wounds, and his God blood spilled in the sky. "Edge of eternity, give me 30,000 years. Give me 30,000 years to recover. At that time, I am willing to fight you fairly. If you can defeat me, then this universe will belong to you. If you don't agree, then let's die together." Riddled with wounds, the divine light god's eyes shimmered with madness, and he roared shrilly. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Die together. You no longer have the qualifications to die together with me. An unknown premonition welled up in the divine light god's heart. Zero appeared above the divine country, and the level 8 stronghold with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers appeared behind him. A giant cannon integrated with the technology of various civilizations appeared and frantically extracted universe origin force. Spirals of blue light shone, and a terrifying blue beam emerged from the muzzle of the giant cannon, tore through the sky, and slammed into the divine light god's divine country. Boom! Along with a heaven-shaking blare, the blue beam pierced through the divine light god's divine country and crushed it inch by inch. No! The divine light god spewed out a mouthful of blood, his body cracked inch by inch, and his eyes shimmered with fear. For the one God, their divine kingdom was the place where their eternal imprint was placed. The collapse of the divine kingdom also meant the fall of the one God. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Zero's eyes, and he opened his mouth and inhaled. The divine light god's divine country broke away from its original trajectory inch by inch, shrank, and was swallowed by Zero. A white jade disc imprint appeared on Zero's forehead, and he frantically refined the divine light god's divine country. Divine light god, if you hold up in your divine country, even I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. But since you came out, it means that you are doomed to die here. Smiling coldly, Yang Feng slashed down with his sword and cut the light god in two. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the divine light god's body that was cut in two, and the essence of devour surged and devoured the divine light god's eternal force. My lord! My lord! When the blazing angels saw this scene, they attacked Yang Feng frantically, but they were easily killed by Xingji. 7 days later, the countless statues of the divine light god in the divine light universe exploded, and the priests of the divine light god lost their divine force and became ordinary people. A rain of blood appeared on the stars of the divine light universe, causing all the intelligent beings in the divine light universe to feel a surge of sorrow. Chapter 1508. My lord is dead. No. My lord won't die. No. How could this be? At the moment when the divine light god died, the eternal angels and Empyrean rank blazing angels in the divine light universe trembled, uttered miserable screams, and then died. The divine light god set up restrictions on them. Once the divine light god dies, they will die as well. My lord! I've come to follow you. My lord! I've come to follow you. In the divine light universe, countless fanatics of the divine light god issued miserable screams and committed suicide. Yang Feng's mechanical legion took this opportunity to attack the divine light universe. The divine light universe lost its Empyrean protection. In front of Yang Feng's mechanical legion, the remaining blazing angels were easily defeated. When the cloud universe's Empyrean rank powerhouses saw the mechanical legion that suddenly appeared, they knew that the situation was far from good, and began to form an alliance. 13 Empyrean rank powerhouses formed the Cloud Universe Alliance in an attempt to contend against Yang Feng. The Cloud Universe Alliance has just been formed, when the star concubine descended and slayed it. Yang Feng slayed the Cloud Universe's Empyrean rank powerhouses and slayed the divine light god of the divine light universe, making him the enemy of the two universes. Countless powerhouses of the two universes stood up to resist his rule. One after another, Yang Feng dispatched mechanical legions to slaughter the two universes' rebels. Countless races and trillions of life forms were slaughtered by Yang Feng's mechanical legion and turned into resources for the two universes to fuse and advance. 10 years later, most of the wisdom celestial bodies in the universe have been firmly under Yang Feng's control. Only some weak holy rank powerhouses took their people to hide on some desolate and silent celestial bodies in the deepest part of the universe, struggling at death's door and avoiding Yang Feng's pursuit. You can begin. Harvest. Standing in an empty space, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he ordered with a satisfied smile. Yes. My lord. Zero's beautiful eyes shimmered brightly. Countless runes emerged, and a white jade disk appeared and frantically absorbed the universe origin force. A vast, boundless, and terrifying universe origin energy was directly absorbed by Zero. A terrifying repulsive force came from the deepest part of the universe, attempting to expel Zero from the universe. Strange ripples appeared on Ling's body. The repulsive force that could easily crush a seventh heaven of the Eternal Realm expert had no effect on Ling. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zero had forcibly extracted 10 years of the origin source of the universe. Originally, after the two universes fused, it would only take 100,000 years for them to evolve into a level 8 universe. However, after Zero extracted the universe's origin for 10 years, this universe that had just undergone a universe-devouring war not only did not prosper, it only maintained the level of a level 7 universe. A vast and mighty power emerged from Zero's eyes and entered Yang Feng's body at once. There was a flash of excitement in Yang Feng's eyes. This force is so powerful, it's enough for me to advance to the 8th firmament Eternal Realm. However, there are consequences to advancing quickly. It's best if I can stabilize my foundation. Yang Feng's heart stirred slightly, his eyes flashed with the analysis of the white jade finger bone's mysterious structure after it was devoured and refined. The white jade finger bone is definitely an eternal king, or even a powerhouse above it. Only by transforming into a structure like theirs can I reach the summit. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with determination. Countless mysterious runes appeared on his body, and he frantically absorbed the powerful universe origin force coming from Zero. His body structure changed in the direction of the white jade finger bone. Yang Feng's body structure has just changed, when the energy consumption inside him increased by more than 10,000 times. As if he has turned into a black hole that can devour everything, he frantically devoured all the surrounding power. No. I'm not strong enough, and my foundation isn't deep enough. If I forcibly transform into that structure, only death will await me. A trace of understanding surged in Yang Feng's mind, and he decisively stopped his plan to transform into the white jade finger bone. Instead, he began to transform only his brain. Universe origin force, which is enough for a universe to advance to a level 8, poured into Yang Feng's brain and transformed it into a mysterious structure. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. A mysterious red rhombus-shaped rune containing endless mysteries appeared on Yang Feng's forehead, and he slowly opened his eyes. My realm still remains at the pinnacle 7th firmament Eternal Realm, but my combat power has increased by more than 100 times. This structure is really wonderful. As expected of an Eternal King rank existence, or even a powerhouse above it. Unfortunately, the amount of energy needed to form this structure is too terrifying. Yang Feng's eyes flashed brightly, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. He looked at his right hand, and saw a devour rune containing a mysterious structure appear on his right hand. This is the new rune Yang Feng formed by combining the mysterious white jade finger bone structure with the essence of devour he cultivated all his life. With this mysterious rune, he can even fight an Eternal Realm powerhouse. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. With my current strength, I can already gain a foothold in the Eternal World's 10 holy heavens. I can go to the Eternal World's 10 holy heavens. The Eternal World's 10 holy heavens are the center of the universe controlled by the Eternal Monarch. In the 10 holy heavens, emperors are everywhere, and Eternals are no better than dogs. Experts at the first heaven of the Eternal Realm, who were overlords in various universes, were merely elite soldiers and servants in the 10 great sacred heavens. Among the 10 holy heavens, only 4th firmament eternal sovereigns are experts, 7th firmament eternal sovereigns are experts, and 9th firmament eternal sovereigns are bigwigs. They are the upper echelons of the 10 holy heavens. The aloof and invincible eternal monarchs who can rampage through many universes are the masters of the 10 holy heavens. They are the most powerful and invincible existences in this universe. Yang Feng mused, among the 10 holy heavens, only the profound holy heaven, the Bodha holy heaven, and the true holy heaven are dominated by humans. I have offended too many powerhouses in the profound holy heaven and the Bodha holy heaven. It's better to go to the true holy heaven. Among the eternal world's 10 holy heavens, in addition to humans, there are also ogre type, fiend type, giant type, dragon type, and other powerhouses. Humans are beast men, humans, angels, elves, and other races that are mainly in human form. Their aesthetic standards are also dominated by the human form. Among the 10 holy heavens, there are many tyrannical races that look strange in the eyes of humans. In the eyes of those races, they may be exceptionally beautiful. Due to the different cultures and aesthetic standards, if Yang Feng goes to the other holy heavens, he will have to disguise himself. At the same time, it can be foreseen that there will be a lot of trouble. The true holy heaven. So this is the true holy heaven. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared in front of a city of the true holy heaven. When he looked at the city, his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. He saw a mysterious sphere floating above the city. Flickering with mysterious fluctuations, the sphere drew the source energy of life in an area 1,000 kilometers in radius and poured it into the city. In that city, skyscrapers rose from the ground, and floating tracks appeared one after another at different heights. On those floating tracks, there were several hover trains galloping at high speed. Countless levitating vehicles are galloping on different tracks. Handsome, do you want to go for a ride together? A crimson levitating vehicle stopped beside Yang Feng, and a beautiful girl of about 16 or 17 years old, dressed in a red off-the-shoulder leather jacket, revealing a large area of her snow-white shoulders, with wavy red hair, and a pair of large sunglasses, stopped beside Yang Feng and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. After countless evolutions, although Yang Feng's appearance hasn't changed much, but he exudes an extraordinary and mysterious temperament, which is very attractive to the opposite sex. If Yang Feng hadn't used a secret method to restrain his charm, even if he stood still, his natural charm would easily captivate the opposite sex below the holy step and make them willing to die for him. This is one of the extraordinary powers of a 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouse. Even though Yang Feng had restrained all of his charm, but he still looked extraordinarily handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. Okay. Looking at the beautiful girl, Yang Feng seems to see the beautiful, youthful, and lively girls on Earth, as well as a trace of his memories from the Earth era. He smiled and boarded the levitating vehicle. Zhao Haimei took off her magic mirror, revealed a sweet face, and said with a sweet smile, "My name is Zhao Haimei, what about you?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "My name is Yang Feng." Zhao Haimei uttered with a sweet smile, "Big brother Yang, I'm going to participate in the levitating vehicle race, so I'm lacking a partner. Why don't you be my partner?" Yang Feng responded with a smile, "Okay." Yang Feng has been practicing hard in pursuit of the path to the peak. He doesn't know how long it has been since he stopped to look at the surrounding scenery. Now that he has advanced to the pinnacle 7th firmament eternal realm, his strength has increased sharply. Among the 10 holy heavens, unless a few eternal titans join forces or an eternal monarch personally takes action, few people can kill him. The levitating vehicle quickly stopped on the summit of a tall mountain. On the summit of the tall mountain, there are dozens of exquisite and luxurious levitating vehicles parked. At the same time, handsome men and beautiful women can be seen everywhere next to the levitating vehicles. Chapter 1509. A handsome young man with fair skin and an erect head came over, stared at Yang Feng with an unkind expression, and asked, "Hai Mei, who is this person?" Zhao Haimei's face sank. "Zhou Guang, I'm not that close to you. Don't talk to me like that. Pretty boy, I'm warning you. She's not someone a country bumpkin like you can get close to. You're not on the same level as us. Get lost." Zhou Guang's face sank, his eyes flashed, and he stared at Yang Feng. He pressed a ring on his right hand, and a strange fluctuation was transmitted to Yang Feng's mind. Interesting. To think that a mere mortal could use technology to achieve this. As expected of one of the 10 great sacred heavens. Yang Feng looked at the ring on Zhou Guang's right hand, and his eyes flashed with interest. Zhou Guang isn't even an apprentice warlock, he's merely an ordinary human with a physique surpassing that of a knight. However, with the ring in his hand, he could display all kinds of extraordinary powers, which piqued Yang Feng's interest. Zhao Haimei. This is the partner you chose? If you lose this bet, you'll have to pay us 53 million credits. Your family hasn't been doing well recently. If you lose 53 million, it will drain all of your family's cash flow. Accompanied by a cold voice, a handsome young man with an extraordinary temperament slowly walked over. Behind the young man were 6 incomparably seductive beauties. Gazes were cast on this place, filled with mockery and anticipation. A trace of regret flashed in Zhao Haimei's eyes. She shouldn't have been provoked by the man in front of her and made a bet with him. Now it's hard to get off the tiger. If she went back on her word, she wouldn't be able to survive in this industry. There was no way the top princes who had set up the gambling house would let her off the hook. Zhao Haimei said with an unruly expression, "Qi Guang, this is the partner this old lady has chosen. You'd better think about what you'll do if you lose. If you lose to me, you'll lose 330 million credits. It's not too late to back out." Back then, Zhao Haimei was attracted by this point and agreed to the bet. An evil light flashed in Scarlet Light's eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "If you lose, you won't be able to come up with enough credits within 10 days. Then you are my slave girl. At that time, I'll let you know how a slave girl should speak to her master. See you at the racetrack." Zhao Haimei's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of decisiveness, she snorted coldly and took Yang Feng towards the floating car. Scarlet Light and a dazzling beauty entered another maglev car. In a small bar, a fat man with a pockmarked face was sitting. He looked a little ugly. Beside the fat man, there were more than a dozen beautiful women with extraordinary temperaments. A young man took a sip of wine and said, "Congratulations, Crown Prince, you've obtained another outstanding slave." Zhao Haimei was not simple. She was the campus belle of Ningguang Academy. It was said that she was just a step away from entering the Transcendent Academy. Only you, the Crown Prince, are qualified to enjoy such a beauty. The fat man was the one with the most profound background in this small circle. He called himself the Crown Prince and was a top-notch playboy. The Crown Prince smiled coldly and said, "That little girl Zhao Haimei, it's her good fortune that I took a fancy to her. She dares to refuse me, she's overestimating herself. After 10 days, I'll have her sober up." The Crown Prince said, "Lingya, I don't like the kid next to Zhao Haimei. Go investigate him. If he has no background, then kill him." A burly bald man in a white t-shirt said with a faint smile, "Okay." In the eyes of these bigwigs, killing a person with no background was a piece of cake. A trifling ant wants to kill me. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with an odd glint. He smiled indifferently and said to Zhao Haimei, "Let me drive. I can help you win the race." When she heard that, Zhao Haimei's pretty eyebrows wrinkled slightly. She stared at Yang Feng and said unhurriedly, "Give me a reason to believe you." Yang Feng said lightly, "Your car has been tampered with. Don't use the intelligence system to search it, go check it yourself." Zhao Haimei's pretty face changed slightly. She got out of the car, opened the door, and carefully checked it. Qi Guang looked at Zhao Haimei, who was inspecting the car, and said with a cold smile, "Did you find the problem?" "Unfortunately, it's too late. The wager was today." Even if Zhao Haimei found any problem, there was no time to solve it. A bunch of despicable and shameless fellows. They tampered with the levitation accelerator and engine, how despicable. Zhao Haimei's face was ashen. She cursed, her tender body trembled, and filled with fear. She cried loudly. The levitation accelerator and engine, the two most important parts of the levitation vehicle, had been tampered with. Even if Zhao Jaime's driving skills were heaven-defying, she would still lose without a doubt. Only then did Zhao Jaime realize that she had fallen into an incomparably terrifying trap. Yang Feng quietly sat aside, watching Zhao Jaime cry with a tranquil expression. Good. Big brother Yang, I believe in you. I'll leave everything to you. After crying, Zhao Jaime wiped her tears, clenched her teeth, and switched places with Yang Feng. Start the race. A voice sounded. Immediately after, the two luxury levitation vehicles sped along the road, accompanied by terrifying engine roars. Yang Feng praised, "What a great vehicle." Zhao Jaime's levitation vehicle only took a second to accelerate to Mach 1, as if it had turned into a gust of wind speeding along the road. The feeling of speeding like a gust of wind and lightning gave rise to traces of nostalgia in Yang Feng. By relying on his terrifying physical constitution, Yang Feng unscrupulously accelerated the levitation vehicle to the limit, pulling open the distance between him and Zhou Guang's vehicle. What amazing driving skills! Big brother Yang, come on! Zhao Jaime's eyes flashed with excitement when she saw this scene, and she shouted loudly. The levitation vehicle was equipped with good shock absorption, compression resistance, and other systems. Although Zhao Jaime was just an ordinary person, but under Mach 1, she could still speak without any influence. What amazing driving skills! It seems that Zhao Jaime has run into an amazing racer. However, no matter how amazing a racer is, it's useless if the core vehicle isn't good enough. Qi Guang smiled coldly and pressed a button. Aurora Star System at your service, Master. Now adjust to extreme speed mode. A voice sounded from the hover car, and countless mysterious runes burst out from the hover car. With a flash of light, the speed of the levitation vehicle increased sharply, reaching a terrifying speed of Mach 3. With a heaven-defying speed, it overtook Yang Feng's vehicle. When Zhao Jaime saw this, her beautiful eyes flashed with despair. Mach 3. It's over. His vehicle has been modified by a grandmaster, it can actually reach Mach 3. This time, I'm going to lose. No matter how brilliant Yang Feng's driving skills were, it was impossible to surpass the vehicle with a disparity of Mach 3. Zhao Jaime didn't expect Qi Guang to actually have a grandmaster grade modifier modify his vehicle. So what? If he can modify, then so can I. Yang Feng smiled indifferently, pointed with his finger, and a green radiance entered the vehicle. Zhao Jaime's levitation vehicle flickered with radiance, its speed suddenly increased, it soared to Mach 10, tore through the air, and chased after Qi Guang's vehicle. Zhao Jaime, what a pity for this chick. I'll have a chance to play with her after the crown prince gets tired of her. Sitting in the modified supercar, Qi Guang's mind drifted as he watched a movie with a satisfied expression. The levitation vehicle is completely controlled by an intelligent system, so he doesn't need to personally control it. Warning! The vehicle behind is reaching Mach 10. Please avoid. A voice suddenly sounded from the intelligent system. Mach 10. How is this possible? Is it a system malfunction? Qi Guang was taken aback. In the next moment, Zhao Jaime's levitation vehicle passed by his vehicle and disappeared in front of his eyes. True holy heaven, failing state, an intelligent center. A large amount of mysterious data appeared in a circular optical computer. There is a mysterious force interfering. Malfunction. The cause of the malfunction is eternal interference. Everything is normal. Eternal interference. Everything is normal. In the center of the optical computer, the AI kept repeating all sorts of warnings. Eternal. This interference means that an unfamiliar eternal has come to our country. This fluctuation, it's an unregistered eternal. This is an unfamiliar eternal. In the optical computer center, dozens of saints appeared and quickly processed all kinds of data. With a flash of green light, a 1.9-meter tall middle-aged man with shoulder-length black hair and a soldierly appearance appeared in the data center. "Greetings, Great Commander." All the saints present bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. The Great Commander asked, "What is the strength of this eternal?" Eternal sovereigns of different strength respond differently. Eternal sovereigns at the first firmament of the eternal realm are naturally captured and used as slaves or energy sources. Powerhouses at the fourth firmament of the eternal realm and above need to be treated with caution. A saint said, according to analysis, this is a powerhouse at the fourth firmament of the eternal realm or above. Due to eternal interference, specific information cannot be analyzed. The Great Commander's eyes shimmered gravely, a powerhouse at the fourth firmament of the eternal realm or above. It seems that I need to personally welcome this new friend. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.